The fate of this series has already been sealed. The winner of this trophy has already been decided. But there's still plenty to play for Pakistan. Will they be able to retain their #1 ICC ODI rankings? Will Babar Azam make his 100th ODI a memorable one?
Well, we've seen some gripping cricketing action throughout the month. We've seen New Zealand fight back in the T20 series, and then later on in the ODI series with Fakhar Zaman and Babar Azam showing class, taking the team to the #1 ODI ranking. Will they be able to retain that? Well, we'll have to find out. It's 4-0 right now. It's been a great cricketing festival time. Aur aap sabko, cricket Mubarak.
That's it. Game's done. Pakistan go #1 in the world in one-day international cricket ratings.
This was the glorious moment when Pakistan became the #1 ODI team in the ICC rankings for the first time in its cricketing history. Leading its ascent to the top has been the captain himself, the relentless run machine. The pressures of captaincy have not slowed him down. In the last game, Babar Azam kept his date with the record books to become the quickest to 5,000 ODI runs.
18 one-day international hundreds for Babar Azam. He's passed 5,000 ODI runs, the fastest man to do so in the history of the game.
Can he make his 100th ODI a memorable one? Also a hero in this momentous journey has been Fakhar Zaman, enjoying a purple patch, scoring 3 back-to-back ODI hundreds.
Absolutely superb from Fakhar Zaman. His 10th century in one-day internationals.
A key recipe for success has been the poster boys of Pakistan cricket, the speed demons with the ball.
Cleaned him up.
They have been ruthless, hunting down batsmen with pace and guile.
Pulled him. Naseem Shah has to.
After a spirited performance in the T20s, New Zealand have struggled in the ODIs. There were moments of brilliance from them, but they fell short against a clinical Pakistan team. Pakistan need to win today to retain their #1 ODI ranking. Can New Zealand spoil the party tonight for the home team? The series is decided, but there is a lot at stake as the curtain comes down on an exciting cricket series.
Back in Karachi for the 5th one-day international, extremely hot but windy conditions. And we are live from the National Bank Stadium. It's the Dafa News presents KFC ODI series between Pakistan and New Zealand. Hello and welcome to Inverex Solar Energy Pitch Side Show. Now, Pakistan have a chance to retain that #1 ranking. If they do lose today, they drop to #3. Whereas New Zealand, well, they'll be, playing for pride more than anything else because they have been beaten down 4-0. So there's a lot to play for. And then there's also that 100th one-day international for Babar Azam that we'll see him in today. So a lot at stake in terms of rankings, in terms of a lot is going on otherwise as well. I've been joined by Arooj Mumtaz and David Elliott. That's what I'm going to call you today. Every time it's going to be something different, so this time it's just going to be David Elliott. Arooj, yeah, so the trophy's already been decided who it's going to. Everything in that regard and in regards with the outcome is decided. But there are other things that we're looking at. We celebrated that #1 ranking that day, but it would be, it would be quite sad to see that just after a day, if they end up losing, they slip down to that #3 spot.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the bigger gain here is to retain that #1 spot and sort of grab it with both hands and tell the world that is our spot. Pakistan #1 and stays #1. It's almost easier sometimes to get to a certain position. The difficulty comes in terms of retaining that spot. So for Pakistan, yes, a couple of days of glory, but the icing on the cake would surely be for them to grab it and stay there.
David, if in terms of New Zealand, are they looking to salvage some pride? I mean, how do they approach the last one-day international of this tour?
Oh, I'm putting myself in the position of the players at the moment and thinking, okay, well, if I was on this tour, obviously there's personal milestones, so you think of it from a personal point of view. There's the World Cup to play for, so there's some players here that are still playing for spots. But I would love to ruin the party, to be honest. The team Pakistan are on a high. They've just gone to #1. I'd love to finish with a win. And New Zealand, I know they've got a lot of pride. And these players here, a lot of them, it's, you know, their debut tour. So they'll want to create a little bit of noise out there today. And don't think that New Zealand have got one foot on the plane and that they're ready to go home. They're going to fight today.
From a personal perspective, you know, we're talking about personal milestones. It's a 100 one-day international for Babar Azam. From ball boy, you know, ball picker, I'm sure everybody's seen that clip in which he's the ball boy to coming this far, to becoming a world phenomenon, Arooj. It's been quite a journey.
It's been incredible. If there's one word that you can put to it, it's been spectacular. It's been incredible. He tops the charts in terms of runs, strike rate, averages. Now the captain of the side that is now for the first time in the history of one-day cricket has led Pakistan to the #1 ranking. He is ranked #1 in the world in terms of one-day cricket batters in the world. So there is plenty that he's already achieved. Can he finish off with a big ton in the winning cause on the 100th game like he did a few weeks ago in the T20 version of it as well? Would be probably something like, again, spectacular multiplied by as many times as he won. But I think from a personal point of view, yes, he still does cop out certain amounts of criticism. The one thing between being where he is and to be the absolute legend of the game, he's still got a long way to go. And I'm pretty sure he'll probably end up with one of the legends eventually when he does call time.
I like what Arooj said there. She said big hundreds. And I think, you know, big hundreds, I actually think that the 100 he scored in the last game, I reckon he could have scored another 30, 40 runs because he leaves a little bit in the tank. So I think he could have finished with 140 rather than, you know, just an early 100. So I think that he can back himself through the middle and push this Pakistan team to an even higher level because they came off the park with 330 runs, but I thought maybe they could have got 360, 370.
All right, there is always room for improvement. You might be the greatest player in the world, but there's always room for improvement. And the best thing about seeing Babar Azam is that he has managed to do that. He has managed to evolve as a player, as a captain. Because we're talking about Babar Azam, let's hear his thoughts now in Star Talk.
Star Talk, brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy.
जब पहली कॉल आई थी तो काफ़ी एक्साइटमेंट थी कि पाकिस्तान टीम में सिलेक्ट हुए हैं और फैमिली के साथ ही बैठे हुए थे घर में तो फ़ोन आया था कि टीम में नाम मतलब आपको पता है रूमर्स चल रहे होते हैं तब तो थोड़ा सा आइडिया था लेकिन जब ऑफिशियल कॉल आई तो वो एक एक्साइटमेंट ही काफ़ी अलग थी तो उससे काफ़ी खुशी मिली और घर वाले भी काफ़ी खुश हुए तो पहली बार जब एज अ पाकिस्तानी प्लेयर स्टेडियम में एंटर हुआ तो मुझे अपनी वो जर्नी याद आ गई जब मैं बॉल पिकर बन के आया था और जब मैं मेरे ख्याल से एनजी भाई का लास्ट टेस्ट मैच था साउथ अफ्रीका के अगेंस्ट तो मैं बॉलिंग में करने आया था उस टाइम पाकिस्तान टीम को तो वो वाली जर्नी जो है वो मुझे याद आई थी वो बहुत मेमोरेबल चीज़ें थी मेरे लिए कि मैं उस टाइम पे बॉलिंग करने आ रहा था और अब मैं पाकिस्तानी प्लेयर बन के और पाकिस्तान का हिस्सा बना साउथ अफ्रीका में थी हमारी ट्रायंगल सीरीज़ थी और मेरी तायब की तबीयत भी काफ़ी उनको कैंसर था और मुझे सुबह 5 बजे फ़ोन आया था कि उनकी डेथ हो गया सुबह मैच भी था तो वो मेरे लिए काफ़ी मुश्किल टाइम था क्योंकि उनके साथ हमारी बॉन्डिंग काफ़ी थी और काफ़ी प्यार था उनका तो उन्होंने भी क्रिकेट में काफ़ी सपोर्ट की और काफ़ी हमें वो गलियों में हम जो सैटरडे नाइट क्रिकेट खेलते थे वो सारा जो वो माहौल वही बनाते थे सबको इकट्ठा करना फिर हमें सब कज़नों को इकट्ठा करना और फिर मैच खेलना तो उसमें भी उन्होंने बहुत हेल्प की और मेरे बैट्स मुझे याद है कि वो मेरे बैट्स भी हमारे कभी भी मैंने बैट बाहर नहीं दिया था जब भी मेरा ख़राब हो वही ठीक करके देते तो वो मेरे लिए काफ़ी शॉकिंग न्यूज़ थी और बच्चे थे तो अब्बा जी ने मैंने कहा मैंने वापस आना है मेरे से नहीं खेला जाएगा तो अब्बा जी ने कहा नहीं आप खेलो पाकिस्तान के लिए आपने खेलना और पाकिस्तान के लिए सर्व करो तो वो मेरे लिए काफ़ी मुश्किल टाइम था देखिए फैमिली के काफ़ी सेक्रीफाइसेस होते हैं, ये नहीं कि माँ बाप के, मेरे भाइयों के, मेरे कज़नों के, वो जितने भी हम इकट्ठे रहते हैं तो उनका काफ़ी सेक्रीफाइस है। बिल्कुल, जब मैंने ट्वीट की थी कि मेरा पहला बैट जो था, मैंने अब्बा जी को बोला कि मुझे बैट चाहिए, तो उनको कहा मेरे पास पैसे नहीं हैं। तो मामा ने कहा कि मेरे पास है, मेरे पास मैंने कुछ जोड़े हुए हैं। ये तकरीबन कोई उस टाइम पे मुझे अगर 4,000-5,000 रुपीज़ थे मेरे ख्याल से। तो उसके मैंने जाके वो बैट और मैंने पूरी किट खरीदी थी। उस बैट से मैं काफ़ी देर खेला हूँ, मैंने काफ़ी 2 साल 3 साल में उससे खेला हूँ। बहुत सारी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी आ जाती हैं आप पे। पहले जब आप एज अ प्लेयर खेलते हैं, आप सिर्फ बैटिंग और फील्डिंग का सोचते हैं, आप इतना उसमें आप अपने आप को ज़्यादा चीज़ों में इन्वॉल्व नहीं करते। तो इसमें जब आप पाकिस्तान की कप्तानी करते हैं और फिर आपको हर प्ले को लेके चलना पड़ता है, आपने प्लेयर्स का ख्याल रखना, मैनेजमेंट का ख्याल रखना है, फिर मीडिया, फिर PCB, सबको आपके साथ मीटिंग्स होनी है, फिर आपने उसको लेकर चलना। पहले साल थोड़ा सा स्ट्रगल हुआ, लेकिन आहिस्ता से इन चीज़ों को डेवलप किया। देखें, एक्सपेक्ट नहीं किया था और ना सोचा था कि इतने रिकॉर्ड बन जाएंगे और तोड़ेंगे। देखें, ये तो अल्लाह कराता है और अल्लाह ही कहते हैं कि अपनी मेहनत करते रहो, कराने वाला अल्लाह, और मैं इस पर बिलीव रखता हूँ, अल्लाह ही कराता है। तो आप लोग भी बताते हैं कि ये रिकॉर्ड टूट गया या ये टूट गया, तो उसमें मैं अल्लाह का शुक्र अदा करता हूँ कि ये कर दिया। एम और गोल अब यही है कि जो आगे वर्ल्ड कप आ रहा है उसमें ट्रॉफी उठाएं। अब गोल और एम यही है।
Star Talk, brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy.
It's always nice to hear about the struggles of somebody who's made it right at the top, and then you've got all the records there. You talk about his glittering ODI career. He was ICC Men's ODI Cricketer of the Year in 21 and 22. Highest batting average as well in ODI history. As captain, his average has, if anything, only improved. Fastest to 5,000 runs. The only batter to score 3 centuries in a row, twice in one-day internationals, and has captained Pakistan to that #1 spot in the ODI rankings. It's historical for Pakistan because that's something that's never happened to Arooj. I mean, we've spoken about how he has become better as a batsman, but he spoke about this in his interview that there was a time when they didn't have money to even buy a bat. And these are the things that make you admire a cricketer who's sort of made it to the top, because it's really all about the struggles. And when you hear something like that, and when you look at him now, he is a completely self-made man.
And the admiration is probably more because even now, with all of those stats, all of those numbers and what he's already achieved, he is still so humble and grounded. I think that there's quality of the man that he is. With the cricket, with the batter, with the captaincy, there will always be a room of improvement. But I think just the class of the man he is and the way he speaks, I think he's very well grounded. So those stories, it sort of always give you goosebumps, whether you can relate to them or not, but you sort of emotionally connect at some point.
All right, these are stories which are extremely inspiring for all the youth that's out there, that if he can do it, they can as well. If you've got that talent and you've managed to sort of make your way through, and you can only improve from there on. That's what we all love about Babar Azam. She also spoke about humility, which is an important aspect. We've seen that with the Kiwis. Very, very humble, always extremely humble. But it's just great to see his journey and how he's evolved over the years. We're ready with the toss now, so it's over to Sikandar Bakht, who's out there with the 2 captains.
Toss and pitch report brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy.
Hello and welcome to the 5th and final ODI here in Karachi, the last game of the season. A lot of action this year and at the end of 2022. We've had a lot of fun here. Now this game, all important. Pakistan would like to make it 5-0 and New Zealand would like to take a game home. Got our match referee Chris Broad alongside me. Babar Azam, Tom Latham are also present. Babar, you have the coin.
Heads.
Heads is the call.
It is a head.
And it is a head. 3 in a row for Tom. Tom, Anything different, or you still would like to chase?
No, we're going to have a bet today. Obviously, it's a used surface that we used a few days ago, so we're looking forward to getting out there first, and hopefully we can put on a performance that we're proud of to, to finish the series.
Key things that you notice about this surface? It was the one where you played the third game. Something to look out for?
Yeah, I just think the nature of it being a used surface. We've seen the last couple of games it's probably turned a little bit more than we expected in the evening. So I think the nature of it, having its second game on it, then hopefully we might get a little bit of turn later.
How about the 11 keeping the surface in mind?
So we've got a few injuries actually, but Henry Nichols, Rachin Ravindra, Adam Milne and Henry Shipley come into the side.
You still have quite a bit of ODI cricket coming up after this, but still, things shaping up for that big tournament later in the year?
Yeah, you're right. Obviously there's a little bit of an eye on that World Cup, but for us it's always been about trying to focus on these games as much as we can, and I guess with it being a few months away, obviously once this series finishes, then I guess the focus will turn to that a little bit more, but with us it's probably the last chance we get in these probably similar conditions, so guys are looking forward to having another opportunity.
Well, good luck to you, Tom.
I'd just also like to acknowledge the Crocker family. Lindsay Crocker, who used to, played a big part in New Zealand cricket, unfortunately passed away overnight, so thoughts are with his family.
Okay.
Cheers, thank you.
Babar, happy to chase over here?
To be honest, yes. As we know, second time they're much better wicket, so yes. But if we won the toss, we are also batting first,
okay,
because of today's pitch look like much better than last two matches. So yeah, but we will try to take early wickets and put pressure on them.
ड्यू इतना रोल प्ले नहीं कर रही यहाँ पे पिछले दो मैचेस जो हुए हैं, तो कितना लगता है आपको चेजेबल होगा सेकंड टाइम अराउंड अगर नहीं आता ड्यू?
इतना कोई इफेक्ट नहीं कर रहा ड्यू, सेकंड टाइम इतना हैवी वाला ड्यू नहीं पड़ा, नॉर्मली पड़ा, और वो भी लेटर ऑन जाके, क्योंकि ऐसा डिफरेंस नहीं आ रहा कंडीशंस में, तो मेरे ख्याल से अंडर द लाइट्स यहाँ पे थोड़ा सा अच्छा बॉल आता है और अच्छा बैट्समैनों के लिए हेल्प होता है, तो इंशाल्लाह भी कंटिन्यू दैट मोमेंटम इन द बैटिंग साइड आल्सो.
दो चीज़ें माइंड में होंगी टीम के, एक तो 5-0 वाइट वॉश एक इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ है, दूसरा ओडीआई रैंकिंग को पकड़ के रखना है, तो कुछ डिफरेंट प्रेशर वर्ड तो यूज़ नहीं करूंगा मैं, बट ये है माइंड में.
ऑफ कोर्स हम इस चीज़ को माइंड में रख रहे हैं, लेकिन कोशिश हमारी है कि जो हमारा मोमेंटम और जो हम अच्छा कर रहे हैं उसको मज़ीद अच्छा करें, और स्टेप बाय स्टेप चीज़ों को लेके चलें बिल्कुल, और कोशिश हमारी है कि 5-0 करें और इसको रैप अप अच्छे नोट पे करें.
अच्छे नोट को याद आया, 100th ODI है आपका, आज 100वां गेम है. ग्रेट फीलिंग, ग्रेट अचीवमेंट. आई होप दैट यू गेट अ बिग स्कोर टुडे फॉर योरसेल्फ.
इंशाल्लाह. First of all, honor for me to present 100 matches for Pakistan, and I'm lucky. And thanks all my fans, my family, PCB, and especially teammates. They always support me and back me. So I will looking forward to this match.
सबसे important चीज़ टीम में changes.
एक changes है, शादाब आया हारिस की जगह.
चलिए, good luck to you.
Thank you.
Okay, so Latham wants to bat first over here. I've got Butch alongside me. Butch knows this surface more than anyone, so run us through.
Well, Sikander, first and foremost, I'm extremely pleased for the New Zealand bowlers that they're going to get the chance to put their feet up in the heat here this afternoon and watch their batters come out and play on this surface. Now, this was the pitch that was used in the first one-day international here in Karachi, but match 3 of the series. It looks very, very little different in terms of how it looked a couple of days ago. The only difference to me is underneath the palm. So the palm of my hand being rubbed across this surface here, it's sort of like sandpaper. It's a little bit grippy. Pakistan have now got 2 leg spinners in their team, and of course at the back end of the previous one-day international we saw their quicks get a little bit of reverse swing as well, and I think that is going to be a factor. Will the scores be 320? I don't think so. I think we're looking at around about 300, 290 to 300 here. And the difficulty, I suppose, for both batting lineups, I think, is going to be the fact that the ball will reverse. We will get that little bit of action from the quick bowlers at the back end. So perhaps scoring in the last 7-8 overs might not be straightforward. You might want to put your foot down a little bit earlier than that.
Same pitch. We saw a bit of variable bounce from that end, but the groundsman says this is going to play a little proper. It will not misbehave.
Well, I don't think it's going to misbehave. It might be a little bit low. The ball might come at the batsman a little bit more rather than bounce at them. The spinners we've seen over the course of the 2 matches here so far have actually got a little bit of joy. And so for Pakistan, despite the fact that they would have liked to have batted first, I still think that their spinners will have a real part to play in restricting things for New Zealand as they try to accelerate through the middle. So look, I think it's a terrific surface. It hasn't changed a great deal, but there will be perhaps a little bit more in terms of degrees of spin, and the bowlers might get a little bit of something as the ball gets older.
Quick one, 290. As Tom Latham, you'll be happy?
I think he would want to be 300, closer to 300, but 290, 280, 290 is going to be par. The difficulty is going to be knowing when to put your foot on the accelerator and how easy that is going to be as the ball gets older.
All right, 5th and final game. New Zealand is batting first.
Toss and pitch report brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Yeah, after a series of defeats, New Zealand has now won the toss and they've decided to bat first. We've been seeing them winning tosses and electing to bowl first, but there's been a few changes in both sides as well. Thank you so much, Mr. David Elliott. We'll let you go now because you need to get back to the commentary box. And on the other side, we'll be joined by Butch to talk about the teams. Back on the Inverex Solar Energy pitch side show, and the news from the centre is that New Zealand have won the toss and they have elected to bat first. There's been a couple of changes for them. In fact, 4 changes for them. There's also been a change in our studio. I've now been joined by Mr. Mark Butcher. Butch, good to have you here. The big news from the New Zealand camp is that Daryl Mitchell is not playing today.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure why. It could be a case of him being rested. I don't think New Zealand are all that fussed really at the moment in time. They're trying to make sure everybody gets a chance, everybody gets a game. They're 4-0 down in the series. Other changes, Blair Tickner, he's a bit sore and stiff, not surprised after his captain asked to bowl first again on Friday. Adam Milne comes back in. That'll be very handy for New Zealand. His death bowling in particular. I think the ball might reverse swing here, so he has that sort of short, skiddy trajectory, so he might be useful. Henry Nicholls in for Jimmy Neesham. He might have a little bit of an ankle problem, and then Rachin Ravindra is back in the side, who offers that little bit of something with left arm spin, and is also a very talented left-handed ball striker. He'll come in. Well, he probably won't bat at number 3 where Daryl Mitchell is, but Henry Nicholls might well move up, or Latham might knock up the order a little bit.
All right, Pakistan. Let's have a look at Pakistan, because we've got Shadab Khan coming back, Rooj, and we'll be seeing 2 leggies in action today.
Brilliant. I've been calling for 2 leggies for a while. Let them bowl in tandem and see where they end up. But this is good, Shadab. I think this is more around them rotating and managing workload. Imam was again sitting out. Shan Masood stays in. So that's one of the changes which continue from the game previous to this. But then Shadab comes in for Mohammad Haris. I just feel Haris deserved a second go, if nothing else. But that's the way Pakistan are operating, which is fine. But I just thought Haris could have done with another outing. But again, a very, very strong side. And like Butch said, for New Zealand, it's probably going to be just about coming out and having some fun. And for Pakistan's sake, they will hope they don't have too much.
Butch, you were there out in the heat in those conditions. I mean, is it looking any different to what you've seen so far?
No. I mean, it's unbelievable, really. Some of the Kiwi guys were looking at the surface and thinking, wow, did we really play on that sort of 3 or 4 days ago? Because there's barely a mark on it. The only thing is, as I said in the pitch report, under the touch, it's sort of sandpaper feel to it, so it's quite abrasive. So as the ball gets older, it will reverse. It might well spin as well, grip for the spinners, which might just bring the scores down a bit. For New Zealand, the key for them is going to be, what is going to be a par score here? If we can get to 290, perhaps, that might give us enough. If they fall short of that, then Pakistan will fancy themselves.
Absolutely. We're talking about the conditions being extremely hot and windy, but one thing that hasn't deterred anyone is actually the fans. They still have been coming out, perhaps not in the same numbers as we saw in Pindi, but they've been coming out to support their stars. It's time for Gupshup with Mehak.
Well, we're here in National Stadium, Karachi, where it is the last day of the series and this tour, and Pakistan are now the #1 ODI team in the world. Let's see if they can sustain this by winning more matches, but for now, I'd say let's soak in this amazing achievement with the fans and see what they have to say. आपको लगता है कि पाकिस्तान अपनी अच्छी परफॉर्मेंस आज भी कंटिन्यू रख सकेगी आज के मैच में और न्यूजीलैंड को वाइट वॉश कर सकेगी?
इंशाल्लाह, क्योंकि हमें अपनी टीम की मेहनत पे बहुत भरोसा है, क्योंकि अल्लाह ने जो प्रीवियस मैच थे उसमें भी हेल्प की है और हमारी मेहनतों को देख के तो इंशाल्लाह आज तो डेफिनेटली है कि आज की मैच भी हमारी ही होगी।
अच्छा, पूरी दुनिया में पाकिस्तान अब ODIs में #1 हो गई है बाबर आजम की कैप्टनसी के अंडर, तो इसके बारे में आपको कैसा फील हो रहा है?
जी अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह, सबसे पहले तो अल्लाह का शुक्र है जो #1 पे आए हैं और वर्ल्ड कप भी आ रहा है, तो इस हिसाब से हम काफ़ी एक्साइटेड हैं। पाकिस्तान #1 पे आई है क्योंकि वर्ल्ड कप आ रहा है इस हिसाब से, और जो जिस हिसाब से पाकिस्तान प्लेयर फॉर्म में है तो हिसाब से आई थिंक पाकिस्तान वर्ल्ड कप में अच्छा कर सकता है और अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह खुशी है इस बार।
इस आखिरी मैच की प्रेडिक्शन क्या है आपकी?
जैसा कि पहले 4 मैचेस हुए हैं ODI के, पाकिस्तान जीतता आ रहा है, इतने अच्छे रन्स और इतना अच्छा टारगेट दिया उन्होंने। आज की भी उम्मीद है कि वो अच्छा खेलेंगे और इंशाल्लाह जीतेंगे, क्लीन स्वीप कर देंगे।
तो आप किसको सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं और आपका फेवरेट प्लेयर कौन सा है?
ऑफ कोर्स पाकिस्तान को ही सपोर्ट करेंगे और
किसी भी टीम से भी आप अपना फेवरेट प्लेयर चूज कर सकते हैं।
फेवरेट हमेशा बाबर आजम।
All right, well, you heard it here from the fans, but let's see if Pakistan can continue their winning streak and keep that #1 possession, or will the Kiwis come out and try to escape from being whitewashed in this series? Well, we'll have to watch and find out.
Thanks, Mehak. There's always areas of improvement that one can look at. But you look at the scoreline, Pakistan is in a dominating position. But if they were to reflect and sort of really dissect where they need to improve, what would that be?
Look, we've spoken endlessly about the middle order and the sort of, the slowing down towards milestones, perhaps when Babar's batting, but also then the pressure that puts on the guys behind them. In the previous one-day international, 126 runs were scored in 83 balls by numbers 5, 6, 7 and 8. So that was Salman with 58 from 46, Iftikhar with 28 from 22. He really got things going after a relatively slow start while Babel was making his way to the 100. Mohammed Harris, who's sitting out today, unfortunately, was 17 from 8, and then Shaheen with 23 from 7. So it's that kind of acceleration, that kind of power that if you put the right players in the 11 will give you give you those sorts of finishes in the final 10. And that's something that I think if Pakistan can get that right, if they can get the right personnel in those positions in the engine room, then they are going to be a very, very tough side to beat.
Should Pakistan have that strategy of having a floating middle order? You know, we've seen that with England and some other teams as well.
I think we've spoken again at this length as well that Pakistan sometimes seems too rigid. They don't play the context of the situation of the game at the moment. Once they're given a plan, they sort of just stick to it rather than having people float around. They did that in the T20s at times, but I just feel they're still a little bit rigid in rather than playing the situation that they have at hand. And then obviously then also not having the people to play that situation. So there's a couple of things they can probably tweak. They did show that in the last game. Now, one last opportunity to get all the jigsaw puzzles right in case the future in terms of bilateral series or Asia Cup doesn't pan out.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for your thoughts, Rooj and Butch. It's always a pleasure to have you guys on the show. And yeah, New Zealand has won the toss and they have elected to bat first. It is an opportunity for them to finish the tour at least on a winning note. From a Pakistan perspective, they can experiment a little bit, but they will be eyeing that spot to retain that #1 ODI ranking spot. That's the most important thing for them today, just to be able to sustain that. And all of that after the short break, so don't go anywhere.
This was the glorious moment when Pakistan became the #1 ODI team in the ICC rankings for the first time in its cricketing history. Leading its ascent to the top has been the captain himself, the relentless run machine. The pressures of captaincy have not slowed him down. In the last game, Babar Azam kept his date with the record books to become the quickest to 5,000 ODI runs.
18 one-day international hundreds for Babar Azam. He's passed 5,000 ODI runs, the fastest man to do so in the history of the game.
Can he make his 100th ODI a memorable one? Also a hero in this momentous journey has been Fakhr Zaman, enjoying a purple patch, scoring 3 back-to-back ODI hundreds.
Absolutely superb from Fakhr Zaman. His 10th century in one-day internationals.
A key recipe for success has been the poster boys of Pakistan cricket, the speed demons with the ball.
Cleaned him up.
They have been ruthless, hunting down batsmen with pace and guile.
Pumped him. Naseem Shah has to.
After a spirited performance in the T20s, New Zealand have struggled in the ODIs. There were moments of brilliance from them, but they fell short against a clinical Pakistan team. Pakistan need to win today to retain their #1 ODI ranking. Can New Zealand spoil the party tonight for the home team? The series is decided, but there is a lot at stake as the curtain comes down on an exciting cricket series.
Duffer News presents KFC ODI series, the last of this ODI series. And what a great series it has been. 100th game for Babar Azam here, which is amazing. And the updated schedule, well, it's the last game, as you can see there. Pakistan dominating all 4 games. But New Zealand here to try and ruin the party in the last of the ODIs. Well, Pakistan there on top of the ODI rankings, and if they win this one, they will remain at #1 in the world. And if they lose, well, they'll go down to #3, so something to play for New Zealand. And they're a team that don't give up at all. Exciting for Pakistan to see them right up there at #1 in the world. The warm-ups here, Pakistan, Babar Azam, very exciting moment for him, playing in his 100th game. Big names have really performed during this series, and Pakistan looking extremely strong in the lead-up to the World Cup. New Zealand, well, they've had to field first a couple of times during this series, and it's been pretty hot, but today, hopefully we'll look to have a bat. Sodhi been brilliant through the middle. And Matt Henry, one of the most consistent players out there. Well, the pitch, you know, it looks like deja vu out there. Nice and flat, plenty of runs. General average is around that 290, so not too many demons out there. I guess we'll see if there's a little bit of spin and offer through the middle. And Tom Latham earlier won the toss and elected to bat on what would be an absolute scorcher out there for the players. He didn't want to put his bowlers through another hot day in Karachi. Aruj Mumtaz with me over here. Aruj, have a look at that New Zealand team.
Yeah, 4 changes for New Zealand. Henry Nichols, Rachin Ravindra, Adam Milne and Henry Shipley make their way back in. And out go Jimmy Neesham, Daryl Mitchell, Ben Lister and Blair Tickner. So 4 changes, but it's time for New Zealand to have some fun out there. As for Pakistan, Shadab Khan comes in for Mohammad Haris. That is the one change on Pakistan's side. So Pakistan will be playing with 2 leg spinners. So plenty to look forward to in terms of that, and then the battery of fast bowlers. But I tell you what, the eyes will be on Babar Azam for more than one reasons. Well, if he can operate the camera as good as he can bat, well, future is sorted. But well, all eyes on him because it's his 100th game. A time for an interview first. Grant Elliott, who did you catch up with earlier on?
Hey Gary, obviously 4-0 down. How happy are you with this series so far in Pakistan?
I think you always want to come in and win games of cricket, but for us, I've been really pleased how we've developed over this period of time. We obviously have a number of guys who are in the IPL, so for us this tour came about with some different goals we were looking at, and one was around opportunity for guys to play that they wouldn't always get at this level. Secondly, we just want to keep learning, and I think any time you tour a foreign country, one of the things you've got to take away is what you've learnt from that, so when they come back next time, hopefully they're better players for that.
Yeah, it's great experience for those players. Are there any players that particularly stand out for you that have performed exceptionally well?
I think Daryl Mitchell with the bat has obviously done really well. It's been a new position for him as well, and without calling it experimentation as such, with Kane Williamson likely out for the World Cup, then we're looking at who fills that number 3 position. And so Daryl stood up and played an unfamiliar role, and I think played it very well. Look, as I said earlier, different people have got different opportunities at times, and when you look through the numbers of these games, a number of batsmen have had really good starts, perhaps without kicking on quite as much as what they would have liked to, and I think that's always the goal, is to take the games deeper and as much as we can.
Talking of the World Cup, how close are you to nailing down that 15?
Yeah, I think we've got closer through this tour as well. I said before that there's probably 3 or 4 places that we're discussing, and they'll be the discussions we have post this series. When we get home, we're able to reflect and able to get really clear on what that squad looks like for us at the World Cup.
Oh, it's been great watching everyone play out there, and good luck for the last one.
Thanks, Grab.
Oh, this is very special. Very special indeed. It's an incredible achievement. And Mohammad Rizwan doing the honours. It is Babar Azam's 100th one-day international match, and it has been an absolutely glittering career so far. Smiles all around. He is a very humble individual, extremely grounded, #1 ODI batter in the world, and currently the captain of the #1 ODI team in the world as well. Huddles all around, smiles all around. And for Babar, his team, his family and his friends, they would be hoping for a big 100 once again. And just to spoil New Zealand's party a little bit. New Zealand on the other side, Grant, well, is that kind of game where they can actually come out and have some fun.
Absolutely, last game of the tour. You don't want to be 1 foot on the plane, 1 foot here in Karachi. Everything to play for in terms of spoiling Pakistan series here. They can win this game, that'll push Pakistan down to number 3 in the world rankings and be a short-lived time at #1 in the world. I just do want to say, Babar Azam, congratulations on his 100th game. Will Young, he's been impressive during this tour, staking a claim for that World Cup team. Started off the series well, and he'll want to finish well. 86 in the first game. Tom Blundell, his opening partner, well, he joined the tour after the T20s. He's arrived, didn't play in the first game, but, well, he had his opportunity and got his best score of 65. So both scored runs here, both got 50s. But they'll be eyeing up a significant performance here. You need 100s here in Karachi, you need big ones. Funny enough, Aruj, I was looking at that Babar Azam 100th game, and we witnessed his 100th game in T20s, and I said, oh, he's going to score 100 in his 100th T20. He didn't. He scored 101 in his 101st T20.
Then don't say it. Or maybe
I shouldn't say it.
Maybe just say it again. One time for the Babar Azam fans. Come on, Grant Elliott.
Oh, it'd be special. 100th game, 100. It sort of almost feels like it's inevitable the way he's batting. But we're away here. Shaheen Shah Afridi with the ball in hand. Well, the premier fast bowler in Pakistan. He provides pace, bounce, swing, and he gets early wickets. So New Zealand will have to negotiate that early on. Will there be a little bit of swing? It hasn't really swung much during our stint here in Karachi. Let's play.
Oh, another wonderful delivery. So often than not we see that from Shaheen Shah Afridi. Passes the outside edge.
I wondered if this was a slower ball, if it was just the pitch. Well, hopefully that's not what we're going to see on this pitch, because there was zero bounce there in carry. So much so that as captain you might say, well, let's just take the slip out, but let's have a look. Might be limbering in. These bowlers have toiled hard out there during this one-day series. A few tired bodies.
And 3 games in Karachi, and this is the first time Pakistan take the field first. Well watched and well left from Young.
That's better from Shaheen. Bit of carry, bit of bounce. Will Young has got out in that area twice, once in the T20s and once in the one-dayers, just opening that blade and just getting a little bit of a nibble on it. So well negotiated there. A watchful start from him.
And this one attempts and just hits the ground on the way out. So we've seen 3 deliveries, all angled across the right-hander. With the seam presentation angling across at the moment. Is he setting up for the one that swings back in?
We started off at 129, that one just 5 Ks quicker. It's getting up to that 135 mark. This bowling, he can get up to 140. Does take the bodies a little while to get going. Shaheen Shah Afridi. Saw him in the gym this morning actually, doing a pre-game workout just to activate those muscles. Limber up. Number of Pakistan players actually in the gym, prepping themselves, getting ready. It's a new way of doing things with the strength and conditioning. Instead of getting out there and just having a warm-up, it's actually getting into the gym and activating those muscles. This normally happens, Aruj, after a good over from New Zealand. We've seen it.
Go on, say it. Strategy again from Pakistan?
No, you can't say that. Yeah, we're yet to get on the board here in this series and in this game. So I do hope that it's a New Zealand win. Pakistan fans will hate me for that, but it would be nice to get on the plane with a win from New Zealand.
Nicely driven through the point fielder, and that does get New Zealand off the mark.
We have seen a slow start from both teams in general in the power play. We've seen them be quite watchful in the first 5 overs, and then there's almost been a little bit of repetition from the teams in that they start bowling a little bit more aggressively and then tend to stray leg side. You know that you don't want to give width on these Karachi pitches. Easy to hit through the offside, so bowlers are trying to hug the stumps and they just get a little leg side. Gives the batters opportunities to just clip them through that square leg region.
That's an excellent delivery and equally well watched from Blundell. And this is a good start on both sides.
Well, it's hot in Karachi. It's either hot, or even hotter. That's why Tom Latham, I think, decided we'll have a bat today. And give my bowlers a little bit of a rest. Shade, let's have a look at that seam presentation. Perfect for the in-swinger. The one that comes back at the right-hander. Beautiful presentation.
Excellent first over from Shaheen Shah Afridi. New Zealand 1 for no loss. one change for Pakistan, 4 on the side of New Zealand. Daryl Mitchell has been rested. Henry Nicholls makes his way back in. Adam Mill, Henry Shipley and Rachin Ravindra. It'll be interesting to watch how Adam Mill bowls at the back end under lights. And 2 leg spin options for Pakistan. Osama Mir keeps his spot. Shadab Khan comes in. Mohammad Haris unfortunately misses out. Haris Rauf now with the ball. Previous over, high speed from Shaheen Shah Afridi, 139.3, and you'd imagine Haris Rauf will be right up there from ball 1. .140.9 to start off.
Yeah, Haris Rauf, generally when you see bowlers that swing the ball, they're around that sort of high 130, and Haris Rauf, his first delivery 140, he'll be limbering up and push closer and closer to that 150 mark. Those bowlers that try and swing the ball, the Bolt Saudis, Shaheen Shah Afridi's probably a little bit quicker than most. Allows the ball to swing and get full.
And gets a good hand to that Haris Rauf, his left hand in his follow through. He is a very good fielder off his bowling as well.
Unfamiliar time for him to bowl though, isn't it, Aruj? He normally comes on at that first or second change with a little bit more support and the ability to push fielders out after the power play. So good opportunity for him to take the new rock and try and get wickets early.
In the larger scheme of things, also provides Babar Azam an opportunity with no matter what bowling combination he's playing. Pretty much all of them can bowl with a brand new Kookaburra. Even in the previous game, Haris Rauf was the one who took the new ball along with Shaheen Shah Afridi. And Naseem Shah can play that role, Mohammad Waseem Jr. as well. Ehsanullah as well, we saw him bowl with the new ball. So the speedsters available to Pakistan. It's good that Pakistan and Babar Azam putting them in different roles and seeing what they're made of, because when push does come to shove on the bigger stage, not too far from now in the ICC World Cup, he knows what combinations work best. Blundell now, yet to get off the mark. As I just a couple of balls now he will take up against Haris Rauf. Driven. Excellent way to get off the mark for 4.
Sheer class from Tom Blundell. Balanced, full face of the bat. Waits for it and bang. Off the mark with a 4. Beautiful start from him.
You mentioned the first few overs slightly watchful, but Blundell in that first power play has been the aggressor. That's better from Rauf. He's been the one who hasn't been afraid to take the ball on. Play the back of length delivery well, if not afraid to pull. And on his drives as well. The timing has been quite impeccable.
Yeah, I think he's the sort of player that delivery there, quite straight on that sort of almost middle and off stump. It's exactly where Naseem Shah's been bowling. That's ideal. That's the ideal line and length. If you give him any width, it's a test player. He sweats on width. It's good off his legs. He'll punish you.
That's a good delivery from Rauf to end the over. New Zealand 6 for no loss. Pakistan, #1 ODI team in the world for the very first time in ODI cricket history, but they will want to do one better, and that is to win tonight and retain that #1 spot. If not, they do fall down to 3. Australia becomes #1.
Let's have a look at the start. The start's been impressive from both teams. Shane Shafridi, look at that length. Length is so important. Line as well. No width. You don't want to give width. See that fourth delivery. Just a little bit of width. Anything on width has allowed the players to extend, but his length has been impeccable there. You just get that line a little bit tighter. Hug that off stump. Might ask more questions.
Just there. It's perfect, not giving him any room outside that off stump. Normally you'd see with Shaheen Shafridi in his first over, bowling with the ball pitching slightly fuller than what he has done in his first over, because he's one who looks for that swing, looks for that shape back into the right-hander, and it's normally allowed that fuller length, gives the ball more air time for the ball to swing and curve back in. Slightly different, but really good line length. There it is. Searching for the block hole delivery. They sneak through for a single.
Langton Rosette. He's from Zimbabwe in his 26th ODI. They've done the hard yards, the umpires. Not easy, especially with the black hat on. They'll be scorching underneath there, making some good decisions. Rashid Riaz in his 15th ODI. They look very comfortable at breakfast today, very confident. Looking good in pink and black. Outstanding colours.
Excellent delivery. Swing and a miss, more of a tentative swing and a miss from Blundell.
It's a really good point you make, Aruj, about how Shane Shafridi, normally he's a little bit fuller, and it would be interesting to see on a day where the ball does swing how much fuller he gets. That one, it looks like a nice length, it's drivable. And when the ball's swinging, he will tend to get fuller, and if it's not swinging, as a bowler you tend to bring that length back and just try and hit just above that off stump, or on that off stump, that uncertain length.
Playing 11 for New Zealand. They won the toss this time round. Tom Latham decided, well, we're going to have a bat first. So in at 3, Nichols, Latham at 4, Chapman at 5, Cole McConkey, Rachin Ravindra, Adam Mill. Those two, Rachin Ravindra and Adam Mill, back in the side. Henry Shipley as well. And then you've got the leg spin from Sodhi and Matt Henry. Well, he's had a fantastic time here in Pakistan. Just one of the over. 7 for no loss. Tentative start from New Zealand. There's been really good bowling from Shaheen and Rauf in tandem in the first 3. Excellent stop. Sneak through a single.
Someone that's bowled extremely well in the power plays has been Naseem Shah. He's not playing today, but he bowls straight, and the problem is if you bowl wide, that's what happens. You can see width on this pitch. Tom Blundell, test player, he identifies that quickly, specifically on his hip, and wide outside the off stump, so they'll be looking to hug that off stump.
Just there. On cue, Grant David Elliott.
Yeah, Zano's been calling me David for the last week. It's been a bit different. Yeah. Someone's missing Kane Williamson. I think New Zealand has been missing Kane Williamson as well, Mr. Ice. He's got his knee on ice at the moment. Hopefully he can recover from that.
Why, he spoke to Mazhar Arshad and mentioned, Babar Azam this is, that Kane Williamson is somebody who enjoys watching to bat. Oh, what a brilliance. What brilliance from Shadab. Horizontal in the air. And that is one that makes a picture-perfect moment for the wall.
Shadab. Have a look at this. Tot out there. Need a bit of motivation as a bowler. Bang. That's what you want from your fielders. These days, fielders will go up to him, give him a high five and say, mate, that's exactly what we want. Great work. Save 2, maybe even 4.
Tucked round his hips. Push for 2. And just jog through as well. When we talk about Shadab, this is a standard he sets for himself. He's probably one of the best fielders, especially in the inner ring for Pakistan. Well, that was some top effort there.
He's a multifaceted cricketer, Shadab Khan. Look at this. Someone who can bowl. He's bowling 143 Ks and he's got another 2 feet that he could use just to make himself even a little bit quicker, Harris Ralph. I think you were talking about the swing, and it's interesting with the lengths, and Harris Ralph's not much a swinger of the ball. He bangs it in, hits the top of off. But Adam Milner's speaking to me, and he said, I said, oh, I could see you bowled that one that went away from Faka early on, and he said, yeah, it swung for about 3 balls. He said 3 balls, he reckons, and then after that, the swing left.
Oh, welcome to Pakistan. Very close to that off stump. Ball picked up some good height as well. 11 for no loss. Stuck around his legs just for the 1. Earlier on in the day, this is what happened. In case you've just joined us, Mohammad Rizwan presenting Babar Azam with his 100th jersey, because now he has played today, in fact, his 100th one-day international appearance for Pakistan. A wonderful moment. Great to be celebrating that with his teammates. Maybe just pitched outside.
Well, there's just a smidge of swing. Just got the line wrong, Shane. Ultimately, that's what he's looking to do to right-handers, is across, 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 and then just bring one back in. Fantastic career from Babar Azam. ICC Men's ODI Cricketer of the Year. His averages, quickest to 5,000 runs.
Nicely watched and guided. Well, you look at those numbers, you look at that chart. And then icing on the cake for a couple of days at least. Pakistan, the #1 ranked team at the moment, but it's quite incredible for what he's achieved. Highest ODI batting average in history, 59.85. Fastest to 5,000 runs, 97 innings. Only batter to score 3 centuries on a trot twice in a one-day cricket as well. Oh, beautiful delivery.
That's the length you want, isn't it, Rouge? A little bit fuller. You're asking for a bit of swing, and it takes a bit of guts on this pitch to actually bowl that, because if it doesn't do anything, it can just be driven anywhere through the offside. But it gives you the opportunity for wickets early on. Slip in place, a third slip wide of Rizwan.
In the air, away from the fielder, and the lightning quick National Stadium outfield will take that to the fence. Just staying in line marginally. Blundell well up to the task.
Oh, we saw a graphic earlier, and that's why Blundell is just so good. The visual of him as a player on the hips. You give him width, you get on his hip, he can just turn you, just place you. That's why he's such an effective test batter. He's using those skills here in one-day cricket.
Whipped straight to the fielder. End of the over, 17 for no loss. Halfway through the power play, Pakistan 17, apologies, New Zealand 17 for no loss. Slightly circumspect start, courtesy of some really good bowling from Pakistan. Haris Rauf now into his third over. The field remains the same. I was there to be hit, you'd imagine, but it once again doesn't get off the surface too much.
You start assessing the surface now. You went 5 overs of the power play, and we've seen a couple that have just died in length. First ball from Shane Shafridi as well. Just died, and a couple of bounces to Rizwan. So you start assessing that and you go, okay, well, maybe slow balls will be effective here. Perhaps this might take a little bit of spin. Like Tom Latham mentioned, he said it's a used pitch. You start assessing the score and you start thinking, well, maybe 260, 270 today instead of that 290, 300.
Zik Motor Oil, unveil the real peel to reveal. Well, there's a couple now that haven't gotten quite up. We saw one in Shaheen Shah Afridi's first over, in fact the first delivery of the day, but that was more around off stump, just outside. The previous one further outside off stump, so it'll be interesting to see whether the ones that don't pick up enough height and don't get off the surface too much, which line they are in. There's the one to Will Young earlier on, a couple of deliveries before this one, around the 6th stump mark.
Yeah, because a delivery like that, which is hitting probably top of off stump, Tom Blundell's gone back to it and tried to create some space and tried to whip it through mid-wicket. But you want to trust the surface. Now, if it is a little bit low, if there's variable bounce, you probably want to be going forward to that. If it does just slide in under the bat and Let's hope for the, in case of one-day cricket, that it is wide of the stumps as a batter. The bowlers will be hoping that they can find a length that just has a little bit of variable bounce on the stumps.
Nicely whipped. Oh, once again off his hips, very, very strong. Looking for 3. And they will eventually jog through for 3.
Well, I'm going to put this down to brilliant placement from Tom Blundell, because Harris Rauf and Babar Azam have taken the slip out and they put him in at a short mid-wicket. You'll see here, as he whips it through, it was airborne just past that man at short mid-wicket to his right. So he gapped it well.
For Will Young, that fielder goes into a gully position. Nicely timed. Good timer of the ball, Will Young. You've been especially talking about the one gap that New Zealand still have in terms of Kane Williamson's injury and the fact that he will miss out. Who have you seen in terms of the 5 games here so far? 1, 2, maybe 3 players who stick their hand up and say, well, we're going to be on that plane. Past the bowler, but not past that diving field. Excellent effort once again in the outfield. Fakhar Zaman, he is electric. 6 done, 22 for no loss. A well-balanced Pakistan side in terms of plenty of experience. Right on top of the charts, Babar Azam in his 100th game today. 70 for Fakhar Zaman. Some new players in there as well making their way.
This is a well-balanced team. What I will say, though, is it a bowl-off between Shadab and Samamir? 2 leg spinners, 2 wrist spinners. That wouldn't happen very often. I don't see that. I can't think of a one-day team that has had 2 right-arm wrist spinners.
Well, on that plane to the ICC World Cup, in the 15, I think they both deserve a spot. Nice timing on that again. Chases on. And a couple more to the total. Take both of them along, for sure.
The way he bowled the other night, I'd say definitely. Put a turn there. He'll be absolutely fizzed to get out there in the middle. So it's great to see. It's great to see them out there. Leg spinners get wickets, especially through the middle stages.
Short and given the treatment. 1 bounce and that is 4.
Good aggressive stuff from Shaheen Shah Afridi. Even better from Will Young. It's almost a surprise delivery, this one. So well directed from Shaheen Shah Afridi. Will Young, test player, rocks back, gets his head almost out of the way, pivots and pull just behind square, 1 bounce. Only a stroke of a player that's in fine form.
A field change because of that shot. A deep backward square now falls to the boundary. Fine comes up in the ring. Oh, beautiful. How's that for a shot? Take that, says Will Young.
Take that indeed. Once again, in fact, I thought that was middle stump. Watching the replay, that's heading off. Will Young just turning the wrists on it, whipping it through mid-wicket.
Is he on that plane then to the World Cup?
It's a good question. You asked me earlier and we got sidetracked, which we always do. But when we're looking at the World Cup team, and Will Young's performed well. Look at that shot. We'll face the bat. I think what is dependent on Will Young being on that plane is he's obviously going to be competing against Finn Allen. If you play an extra batter, then you can afford to have a more attacking player up top. But if you play the extra bowler, then you want someone who's going to bat a little bit more time and create the foundation and then use your resources at the back end. So I think it depends on the strategy that they're going to be going to India with, whether it's a batter heavy or bowler heavy strategy.
A good over for Young in particular, and New Zealand 10 comes off it. It's 32 for no loss.
.32 for no loss with 7 overs done in the first power play. 5th and final ODI. Pakistan looking to wrap it up with a whitewash. Mohammad Wasim Jr. from that University Road end. Saw a different Blundell in the previous game. Of course, they were looking to get to the 330 plus score, but today a more cautious start. Same pitch that saw 287 scored in the third ODI. The groundsman says this is going to be a little better than what we saw, especially that variable bounce from where Blundell is facing at the moment.
I didn't recognise him, Tom Blundell. He's had a bit of a shave. I know that the guys are going home. Maybe their wives, girlfriends, just cleaning themselves up. Boys on tour tend to get a little bit loose in that sense.
Is down at the leg side. There's a chance here. Gone. Yeah, Blundell would feel he should have put that away. That wasn't that good a delivery. Just that glance, that pickup, and he's found Fakhar Zaman. It's a big boundary. He was at the 75 marker. Good enough for the ball to land in his lap.
Yeah, he had been good off that line, that middle to leg stump line. That was a poor delivery, going down leg as well. Probably toe end of the bat. Fakhar Zaman just waiting in there, 10 metres off the boundary. Azam has picked up his first wicket. Blundell, he goes for 15. New Zealand have lost their first wicket for 32.
It's 32 for 1. Henry Nicholls comes out at number 3. Now that's a different thing. Darren Mitchell usually does that. position at number 3, so a bit of a shuffle there in that batting order.
Yeah, it's the big part of the boundary, isn't it? And also into the wind. Sometimes you just have to take your medicine, and instead of trying to look fancy and do the drop kick shot on the leg side, just maybe keep it along the ground, play it a little bit later.
Yes, 80 plus meters on that side of the ground. And which is why we see Fakhar Zaman, or any fielder in that zone, is not going to be standing next to that rope. He's at that 75 marker from the batting crease. Straight away off the mark. Different role for Henry Nicholls, number 3. Daryl Mitchell usually has done that, so in just this final game, is a different number 3 as Mitchell is not in the 11.
Yeah, they're certainly bringing in the changes, 4 changes for New Zealand. And they've been quite open in stating that they were there to give plenty of opportunities to the entire squad. I don't know how well she can see the cricket ball through those. Yeah, so it's the 4 changes, Nicholls, Ravindra, Milne and Shipley are in. And they're really chopping and changing. Did say that there was a couple of injuries. It's been a long tour for them as well.
It's a good shot. Speed in mid-off, and he'll earn himself a boundary to end the over. Great looking shot from Will Young. 37 for 1. It's 37 for 1. Oh, what a good shot that was. Last delivery of that previous over from Will Young.
He's actually looked really good throughout this ODI series. 86 off 78, 19 off 22, 33 off 41, 15 off 20, and played very similar shots. But the last 3 ODIs is just probably a lapse of concentration that has cost him his wicket. So important now that he's in the 20s and he's gotten a start that he goes on.
Has beaten him, the fielder, again at mid-off, and it's a quick, fast outfield. It's just a push, and he gets a boundary there. The ball just keeps gaining pace.
Yeah, it's tough being a bowler nowadays, because you're right, he just knocks this on its head. Full face of the bat, and he gets value for that. And you're right, it just accelerated as it passed the stumps and evaded Shaheen Shah Afridi.
That new number that Henry Nicholls was given against Sri Lanka in here, 5 and 6, hasn't really worked for him. Remember back in 2019, he opened for New Zealand, and that seemed like the place he wants to be in. He was the highest scorer in that final, 55. Now he's got number 3. Seems like top of the order, top 3. This is where he belongs. There's 2 series. They've tried him down the order, and it's not a good sight.
Yeah, sometimes there are players that just prefer the ball to be a little bit harder, don't they? Comes onto the bat nicely. We've already seen that he's comfortable hitting down the ground, but he's also so good at playing the short delivery as well. So he can be quite destructive higher up the order. And to highlight that point, the guys downstairs, Hawke have put this little analysis together just to show how effective he can be. Strike rate below waist height, 69. Strike rate above, 119. So he likes shorter deliveries. Now he may not get this, certainly in the subcontinent, but whilst the ball is new and hard, why not get him up the order because of these numbers?
That looks like a case of Mohammad Rizwan, but in a different format, where he was playing 5 and 6 and just wasn't working for him. And the minute he got that opportunity, I think in New Zealand, Miss Paul Huck was head coach, gave him the chance, an opportunity to open. He never looked back after that. It's just been opening for the side, and he's scoring. I think he was the highest scorer in the year 2022. Just kept piling runs on as an opener. Sort of carry there, a bit of a shout. Is there something? Haris Rauf now. It's always been a case. Haris is always adamant. He wants to check things, and he has been correct on certain occasions, but now Babar wants to be very, very sure, because nobody else has heard anything except for him and the keeper, who went up. I just feel there was a half-hearted appeal from him. No, they're not going. Into the over. 9 gone, 42 for 1. That's how the first 9 overs have gone by. It's very quiet first 4 overs from Blundell and Will Young. Round the wicket again, Wasim Jr.
Wonder if there was something on it. Last ball of the last over. Haris Rauf went up. So did Mohammad Rizwan. Comes back slightly, doesn't it? Only Ultra Edge will tell us. No one else was convinced. That's why they didn't go upstairs. Secunda, I wanted to actually ask you, given that you've now watched this New Zealand side and they're in a position potentially of losing this series 5-0. They did well to come back and level the T20 series 2-2. And they haven't lost a series 5-0 since 2018 against India. So how will they actually... Sorry, 2010. Height, probably the issue. I don't think they'll go upstairs, but how do you think they'll rate this series?
Still talking about whether they want to go up or not. Last few seconds. No. I think they came with that mindset because their usual players who are featuring in the 11 or probably going to the World Cup were not available, so they said that they will give everyone a go over here, especially the youngsters. And which is why, whether they're in lead, well, they were never in a lead in a series, whether it was T20 or this, but they never shied away from, you know, changing their side and giving everyone an opportunity. And yeah, nobody wants 5-0 or 4-0. But I don't really think that's going to dent their confidence level to, I mean, getting into that World Cup. Still got a lot of cricket before that for them. But they do have a lot of, I'm sure, some positives to take back with them. Daryl Mitchell can be an option for them at number 3 since Kane Williamson is not there. And also individual aspect, youngsters have got an opportunity to play against and with some names who probably can pick a thing or two from them and be ready for that big stage if they get a call. But I'm not sure how Tom Latham feels as a captain, because even if it's a series which you feel is a test period for you and you're trying to find your best 15 for the World Cup, you don't want that kind of a record against your name as captain. I would go back where Shadab was given the captaincy against Afghanistan very recently, and they lost that series, and that's the first time Pakistan ever lost a match, leave alone a series, and that goes against your name in the records. Maiden over, and the power play is also done. 10 overs, 42 for 1. Those are the divisions, the 3 power plays. Quickly wrapping up what you asked, it's a different thing in Pakistan. New Zealand cricket is completely different. It's not like they're trying new players for a particular series. They just don't have their regulars available. When you come to Pakistan cricket, you won't be allowed to go and play a league. Your first priority will be the board. So this is a situation where they don't have a choice. So you can't really tell Latham, oh, you wanted to try new boys, and at the cost of what? But he doesn't have those resources available.
Just to add to that, I think this type of series was all about a discovery. Obviously, Kane Williamson, the big out, the mission for the World Cups. Loose delivery to start with. Salamir. And so I think they've certainly answered that and solved that problem with Daryl Mitchell. I really do feel they'll be judged on how they go in the World Cup. So this series, actually, if it's 5-0 or 4-1, it doesn't really matter. It's, well, how are they going to perform in the World Cup? That's where they'll be judged. That's where Tom Latham will be judged as a skipper. And Gary Stead as well as the head coach. And I said when I first came out here and was watching this New Zealand side that very few teams get an opportunity to play against the best. Pakistan, #1 ranked side in ODI cricket. Their normal playing 11 are actually playing, and these New Zealanders are getting pushed and challenged more so than any other A side would ever get challenged. So all of a sudden New Zealand's bench is a lot stronger for those 2 gentlemen to start to select when they get to the World Cup, and they get their usuals back.
You just mentioned Daryl Mitchell could be their number 3 for the World Cup, but then what do you do with Henry Nicholls, who's at 5 and 6, is not performing? And if he scores here today, or he has been in the past in that number, because opening slot is not available, I don't think. We've got quite a few options available. Conway's going to come back, and then Finn Allen is there, so I doubt that they're going to touch that. So you can say that there is an extra option available in Daryl Mitchell for them in that number 3 slot.
Yes, that's why it's fascinating to see these guys talk. No doubt they're having those little conversations throughout this series as well. First over by Samumi. 5 runs from it, 47 for 1.
Fifth and final ODI. It's been a long season. We're just calculating, if I'm not wrong, maybe Mazhar will correct me, 58 or 59 matches since September 2022. That's how much cricket Pakistan have had at home, including the PSL. That's nicely done. Slightly short. It's a big boundary, but still cannot catch up with it. 4 to start the over. Will Young is looking very good, especially against pace.
Very controlled shot by Will Young. Didn't go the full-blooded pull shot, just met the ball and placed it perfectly. He wanted to kind of go over mid-wicket. That's always a key, mid-wicket cover. If you can go over those fielders, there's plenty of space behind them, and he found it.
You're talking about New Zealand. Let's quickly look through Pakistan and their option, especially talk about their fast bowling resources available. Now that's one department that the coaches will have a bigger problem, because a good problem. There's so many to choose from. Mohammad Wasim Jr. I mean, not be having that superstar Shaheen Shah Afridi status, but him and Ehsanola also knocking the doors. They've really done well, and Mohammad Wasim over a period of time has shown with his numbers. He's got that confidence to be performing at that big stage, crucial stages. As the wicket today, the only wicket to fall. It's got a good economy rate also. We look at his performances in ODIs. He's got around 13 games that he's played. It's 23 wickets to his name, 5.39 his economy. And he offers you a bit with the bat as well. Just have a look at this, the numbers for Mohammad Wasim before this game. And best bowling averages by Pakistan paces since World Cup 2019. He may not have had all the opportunities like Haris Rauf or Shaheen would get every game, but whenever he's been given that chance, he's come out with flying colours.
You'd mention Ehsanola as well, and how well he's kind of burst onto the scene. I actually think he's probably still quite raw. Yes, a lot of talent. He's not on this list, because he only made his debut this series. But he's certainly someone for the future. That's the great thing about Pakistan fast bowlers. You do have a lot that you can select from. .53 for 1.
3 fast bowlers and a leg spinner. That's what Pakistan have tried in these first 12 overs. Quick one coming back to the fast bowling that Pakistan has. I mentioned Ehsanullah. It's also important when talking to Umar Gul the other day. He's a fast bowling coach. And you've got to make sure that those bowlers who played a lot of leagues and a lot of other stuff get out that 20 over, 4 over spell mode. And that's what probably happens with Ehsanullah, that he's looking to bowl fast and quick, and in that shortest format when the batters are going after you, you have more chances of getting a wicket. And when you don't, as a youngster, in that 10 over spell, you just get frustrated. And you believe that over a period of time, he'll develop some variations along with that 150 speed. And you come out as a bowler tough to deal with. So you just start wondering, in that 4 overs, everyone's going after me and I'm getting wickets. Why am I not getting anything here? Am I doing anything wrong? But you're not. The 10 over spell is a different thing. So yeah, Ehsanullah, I'm pretty sure, and he'll develop some different variations apart from that 150 plus that he relies on, which is a good thing. He says it himself that I just want to bowl fast. That's not a bad thing. Yet to see that he comes across a batter who challenges him. And how does he react? That's a good looking shot. 2 men in the deep on the onside. He's played it right between the 2. He's playing with a purpose here. Will Young is not just rotating strike. He's putting the balls away whenever the opportunity comes.
Yeah, just shimmy down the pitch as well, just to get into the absolute half volley for him to put away. And again, placement was perfect. And then he's able to ensure that the next delivery he gets a single as well. Great rotation, and it puts so much pressure on the bowler if you can go 4 like this, and then the next delivery just knock it into the gap for a single. Rotation of strike, right-left combination. This partnership is building nicely for New Zealand.
You talk about Pakistan and what could be the World Cup squad. I just believe this 15, this is it. It's just maybe 1 or 2 might be changed, but otherwise this is your 15, which might go to the World Cup. We'll have that discussion later. What are those other couple of names that might get an opportunity to squeeze in the 15? 13 gone, 62 for 1.
Continuing to bowl, he sits second on that list, and one guy at the top, Naseem Shah, has been excellent. It's been absolute pleasure to watch him. He's having a break at the moment. Rotation policy. But you mentioned about Ehsanullah and probably still a bit raw and used to only the 4 overs. One thing that I would certainly do if I was him is to look at what Naseem Shah does, and to give you an indication how well he's been playing this series. Just look at the grouping, and this is in the power play. Absolutely perfect. The line is amazing, and any fast bowling coach, I'd be cutting and pasting this and showing all your fast bowlers what to do. Be comfortable and be happy with the fact that you're honing in on that top of that off stump. That is going to make batters' life hell. Do I play? Do I leave? Do I score off it? Exceptional.
Yeah, that image we just saw with Umar Gul talking to Naseem Shah. Umar Gul and Naseem Shah have had a coach and a player relation from the PSL, both of them representing the Quetta Gladiators. So Umar Gul knows more about Naseem Shah being his coach, whereas the other fast bowlers, Umar Gul the other day on the show mentioned that it's just early days for me. I'm just trying to understand the mental part of the bowlers. I'm not working on their skills. But you see a standout performance from Naseem is because he now has a coach who's worked with him for the longest time, and all he had to do is just come and, you know, remind him what he's good at and just tune him to that perfection in terms of that length, economy. I still cannot get over that first ODI 10 overs, 2 for 29. Wow, on a track like Pindi, where bowlers had to really beg for wickets. And he had just come back from not a very happy small tour against Afghanistan in Sharjah. So quickly forget that, get into this series, and he got Chapman. Chapman was a batter who's been performing for New Zealand in this series. He's got pace, he's got accuracy, and he's been rewarded with that. Have a look at this. I mean, the batter, everything late on that, it just went right through. When you hit top of off, means you're doing something right. $14 gone is 66 for 1.
Decent start for New Zealand. Captain Tom Latham won the toss for the third time on the trot. This time he decided to keep his fast bowlers out of the heat, out of the sunshine, and have a bat first, which I think is the right decision. Pakistan, #1 ranked ODI side in the world, have picked 2 leg spinners, 2 specialist leggies, and here's the first of them. Sama Mir, who had a really good evening on Friday, picking up a career best 4 for 43. Bowled accurately, tall leg break bowler. Gave that one a little bit of air. And Will Young said thank you very much. Good afternoon, Aruj.
Good afternoon, Butch. Very hot out there, and Will Young not afraid to put his dancing shoes on. Placement accurate once again. Now 2 fielders on the fence, deep mid wicket and long on, and he gets it, bisects them quite nicely.
It's good this from the Kiwis. Having a go at Osama Mir. Certainly feel that this pitch being the one that we used on Wednesday, the 3rd ODI, that as the ball gets a little bit older, that it's going to grip some more. It's going to become more difficult to score the further into the 50 overs you get. And you get a great deal of a clue from looking at it. Looks exactly the same as it did on Wednesday. Barely a mark, but oh, it's been out in the sunshine, hasn't it? And it is blazing hot today.
You got first-hand experience of the 36 degrees and the pitch report. And you mentioned something around 290 would be power, or something New Zealand would give themselves enough.
Oh! There you go, there is a little bit of grip there. Salman Mir is not a massive side spinner of the ball. His bowling arm, if we had a comparison between he and Shadab, Salman Mir's bowling arm is much, much higher, much closer to his right ear. Sure, what's happening here? Have we got a concussion check? Yeah, I think so. I don't think that that's going to have bothered Will Young unduly, but rules is rules. I mentioned that Salman Mir and the good night that he had on Friday. He was impressive, Aruj.
They bowled in good areas in his first outing. That one he slid through quicker. And a big spinner there, cleaned up behind the stumps by Rizwan. This was his fourth. Well caught by Haris Rauf. So good outing. Hence why he keeps his place in the 11 and joined by his leg spinning partner in Shadab.
Yeah, so we're just going through the protocol here with the concussion check. So probably a good time for everybody to take a drink.
Most wickets by Pakistan spinners. Most wickets by Pakistan spinners in 2023. Usama Mir right up there. And he was also the highest wicket taker in the Pakistan One Day Cup, 28 wickets. He's earned his place here and now bowling as well.
See the leading spinner in the recent PSL as well. and Multan Sultans in terms of wicket taking, so he's having a really good time of it right now. 15 overs gone, 73 for 1. Spin bowlers that have played or bowled spin for Pakistan in ODIs in 2023. Sama Mir out in front, Shadab Khan playing alongside him, Agha Sarmat also had a good night on Friday. There's another slow bowling option for Pakistan. Made an excellent half-century as Pakistan posted that big total on Friday, and actually did a terrific job. And we've spoken ad nauseam about Pakistan's lack of impetus in the last third of a 50-over innings, and they did it brilliantly, didn't they, on Friday? It was exactly what everyone's been calling for.
And it was good to see his innings. It was when he came out, he looked like taking the game on, created his own angles. And he is a good player of spin, and the spinners were on. He wasn't afraid to first sweep and then reverse sweep and play with the fielders square of the surface. And when Latham blocked those holes, blocked those gaps, he wasn't afraid to use his feet down the track.
Good hand there at extra cover. I'd like to see that extra cover a little straighter.
Catch it!
Catch it! No. Just evaded the man at mid-wicket. Yeah, it was a really important knock, I think, for Agha Sarmat. There was all that talk about Rizwan preferring to bat at 4. Well, he had his chance to bat at 4 on Friday and probably will do again today. Agha Sarmat came in and Babel was set. I mean, again, the other thing to keep noting about modern-day 50-over cricket is during that period between the sort of the 20th over and the 40th, 4 fielders out, spin bowlers on. Players have got to be willing to come out and try and hit that space. There's always a gap somewhere. So whether that's with sweeps or coming down the track using your feet, there are boundaries to be had if you are aggressive enough to look for them. End of the over, 77 for 1. Under 5 and over for New Zealand up until the 16th. Pitch, I think, is a little slower than it was on Wednesday, certainly than the pitch on Friday. Talking about Osama Mir during the last over. 2 wickets here. One, that for me is him in a nutshell. Quick delivery, overspin that gets through a batter quickly, and then because the pitch was turning, he does get a surface where there's a lot of assistance with the ball going sideways, and he can be very dangerous indeed. And there is absolutely no reason why a team, if you've got 2 very good leg spinners, why a team shouldn't play 2 of them, particularly given that these 2 guys are so different.
Yeah, completely agree, especially with where the World Cup is. The difference in the action, you can see right of screen, very high arm from Osama Mir, slightly more side on from Shadab Khan, hence why he gets that side spin, a little bit more turn. But that's the exact point. They're two different kind of leg spinners, the same way teams would play two different kind of off spinners, two different kind of left arm spinners.
Yeah, Shadab on the left is more sort of traditional leg break bowler, I suppose. A lot more side spin. Bowling arm is a long way away from that. Right, yeah, that's a fabulous stroke. Henry Nicholls has played a real beauty through the offside there. Osama Mir, he does have a fault. It's the odd time he'll get a little bit too short. Too back of a length, and Nicholls was fast onto that, cracked it away for 4. 50 partnership comes up. Oh, has he got him? I do not believe it. Pakistan are 100% convinced, and Nicholls' body language tells me that he thinks he's out as well. Bottom edge, onto boot, into the hands of Rizwan. Langton Russeri and Rashid Riaz are going to have a conversation. I suppose there's only one thing to do, it's to go upstairs. Yep, that's what they'll do.
TV umpire to director. We have an umpire review for a fair catch, for a bump ball. The soft signal on the field is out. I've already checked the front foot, it's a fair delivery. Can you move on to front arm, please? Yes, the ball has come straight off the boot. Can you give me it one more time for me, please, just to confirm? Straight onto the boot. I have a decision for the big screen.
Henry Nicholls knew when it's not your tour, it's not your tour. Nicholls has already sat on his backside. Tom Latham is halfway out to the middle. And Osama Mir has yet another wicket. 83 for 2. Tom Latham, the skipper, who's had the Midas touch with toss winning. But that's been about it so far. Made an excellent 98. Was in the first one-day international here in Karachi. And here's the unfortunate dismissal of Henry Nicholls.
Yeah, everyone knew. Henry Nicholls knew, because the inside edge he knew, off the boot he knew, Rizwan knew, Osama knew. The men in the pink shirt just want to make sure. 23 from 30 is what he got, and now Tom Latham once again has a task of anchoring the innings at one end, but for his sake keeping the pace up as well.
So if memory serves correct, Aruj, You were more of an Osama Mir type leg sprinter. Over the top, a lot of googlies, extra bounce from all that height of yours.
From that height of mine, 5 feet 1 inches and a bit of height of mine. Yes, that is absolutely correct. Lots of googlies. In fact, I had to learn how to leg spin the ball. Let go of the ball with that side spin and hopefully it turns the correct way. And that's when a lot of flippers came in quicker through the air, and every now and then the googly.
So did you find you had to, in order to get the side spin on the ball, did you have to drop your arm a little bit to get the ball to turn big as a leg breaker?
Couple of runs for Young. He moves along to 48. Yeah, I had to remodel slightly, get slightly low with the arm trajectory, round arm, and let go of the ball slightly earlier as well, as opposed to letting the wrist take over.
Mid-on is always in business. Off spin to right-hander. 88 for 2. Bowled beauty, and because he doesn't really rag the leg break, batters all perhaps naturally think of a ball that's going to go straight on. So every once in a while on a surface like this, you get it to grip a tiny bit, you're in the game. Oh, look out. I think outside the line for the LBW shout. Very nearly drag the ball back onto his own stumps around his legs. Rizwan's interested in the stumping. Baba's going to, yep, he'll go upstairs as well. Joel Wilson, over to you.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. The original decision is not out. I've already checked the front foot. It's a fair delivery. Let's move on to front. Doesn't appear to be any bat or glove, but it's very close. Can you give me ultra edge to confirm that? Edge coming up now, flat line, little gap, the ball passes the bat. Gap as it passes the glove, there's no bat involved, I'm satisfied, ball tracker. Standing by for ball tracker. Ball tracker coming up now, ball. The original decision is not out. Ball pitching outside off. Impact umpire's call and wickets hitting. You'll be staying with your original decision of not out. I'll let you know when you're on screen. Stand by. You're on screen. Signal now.
Yeah, it looked as though Will Young had done enough just to get himself outside the line. Good on-field decision from Langton Rusieri. Uppish, but that single will take Will Young to his third 50 in one-day international cricket to go along with a couple of centuries.
Well, it's a tour that he will look back on with some fond memories. He's taken his time to get in, but once he's got a measure of these surfaces, his timing has been quite nice. And he's made use of these conditions and especially the opportunity up the order. It's taken him 58 deliveries with the 6-4s.
Yeah, pretty good. And there'll be 50,000 Pakistani rupees winging their way to him in celebration of Brighto Paint's 50th anniversary. Okay, so something of a discussion. Get the left-handed Latham on strike. Here's just confirmation of that. Brighto Paints 50th anniversary, 50,000 rupees to any player making 50 in the series, and there have been plenty of them. Tom Latham not happy with the gentleman in the doorway up there. A very, very long way away there as well. The stands are probably some 50 metres back from the boundary edge, maybe even a bit further away. Latham's got good eyes. Been putting together one or two 15s, haven't we, the commentary team? Potential 15s that Pakistan might go with in the World Cup in October. See, preempting the fact that there might not be any cricket for Pakistan between now and then. Sikandar's had a go. You've put your 2 penneth in. Come with a neutral view. We'll have a look at those later. 19 gone, 92 for 2. Well, familiar pattern playing out at the moment. Pakistan spinners to the Kiwi batters outside of the power play. Lots of singles down the ground to mid-off and mid-on. Massive amount of risk being taken. Push the scoring rate up. Sweepers being hit for 1. My feeling, I don't know about you, Rouge, is that once we get beyond about the 35th over, it's going to get difficult to hit out there. I think now has got to be the time. All fielders out. Time to take a risk.
Well, you've been out on more than a couple of occasions, and the pitch looks something like that. Oh, that's a bit of a miscue. Only the 1. A good effort with the long boundary to that side field is not all the way back. Yeah, the surfaces don't change much. It's been a long season, long home season. The surface, well, still very hard, compact. But you didn't mention they were slightly abrasive, this one in particular today. So if anything, the ball just gets more scuffed up. Reverse swing comes into play. Maybe a little bit of more grip in turn for the spinners. So while the ball is coming along and not doing much laterally, that is the opportunity to score.
Yeah, last day of, well, it's not summer, is it? Spring, summer. here in Pakistan for international cricket. 95 for 2. Wicket precipitates the fall in scoring. The new batter on his way out. Run rate now is down at 4 3/4. So you've got yours. Your 11 plus, what is it? Plus 4, isn't it? It's 15-man squads for the World Cup. What do you got?
Well, brace yourselves. Some are not going to like this. Well, top 3 for me. Let's start with the playing 11. Imam, Fakhr, Babar.
Good sweep. Really good hard square sweep. And Young not in the mood to let Shadab settle.
Brings up the 100 for New Zealand. Oh, that is a really good sweep shot. Picked up length early. And understanding where the field is placed. So not looking for the dab. Field just moves now. Deep square moves a little bit more squarer.
Doesn't quite get hold of that. So you've got Imam, Fakhr and Babar as the top 3. That's the same as mine.
Rizwan 4, Iftikhar 5, Mohammad Haris 6, Imad Wasim in at 7. Shadab in at 8. And
You sure you weren't looking over my shoulder when I wrote mine down? It's exactly the same.
And you got your 3 seamers. Naseem, Shaheen, Haris Rauf. That's your 11.
Identical.
And then the 4. 1 seam extra option Wasim Jr., 1 middle order spinner extra option Agha Salman, 1 extra opener Abdullah Shafiq, and the second leggy Usama Mir. That is my World Cup 15. What are your final 4?
Yeah, well, I've got Wasim Jr., Usama Mir and Shafiq. Same.
Great minds think alike.
The only thing that slightly bothers me is that if you could end up with a couple of injuries to your seam bowlers, couldn't you? And so you might think about, I think Isanullah is too early for him. 21 gone, 103 for 2. .103 for 2, double spin for Pakistan. So yeah, just going back to that, the only thing that slightly worried me was that you might need another pace bowling option. Injuries to quicks always happen, more likely to happen than anywhere else. And what Pakistan do have in their top order batting is lots of people who could open the batting, so you could leave out the spare opener in Abdullah Shafiq and take another quick, whether that be Mohamed Hasnain or Abbas Afridi, Isanullah, who's obviously in the squad at the moment, although having watched him bowl in his only match in the series so far, he looks a little green for me in ODI cricket. That might be the only area of divergence.
So you still take the 2 leg spinners. Osama Mir stays.
Absolutely.
Imad Wasim walks in. Unfortunately.
I mean, the interesting thing there is that both you and I, and ladies and gents, there was no conferring whatsoever. Both you and I have found no place in the 15 for Shan Masood, no place in the 15 for Mohammad Nawaz.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Unfortunately, Mohammad Nawaz and Shan Masood miss out. And when the other commentators come in, where you can have a listen in on what they think the 15 formation would be for Pakistan, and I'm sure people will still have to hold on to their seats very tightly.
Yeah, send all of your grievances into Sikandar Backed on Twitter. Well, 22 overs gone, 108 for 2.
For 2 after 22 overs, and Will Young, who did well in the first ODI and was threatened in the other 3, has certainly stood tall today. 62 off 70. He's been able to punch down the ground beautifully, controlled shots, used his feet well against the spinners. My only concern is that Grant Elliott is now coming into commentary, so he might put the mocker on him like he has for the rest of the ODI series, but he scored in all parts of the ground. Welcome, Grant.
No, I'm not going to put the mockers on him. I'm just going to say that he's played very well today, and that he's had starts, got 86 in the first ODI. He'll be hungry to push this score on and get a big one. I think the impressive thing for me is that his use of feet with the leg spin, he's been able to get down to the pitch, shimmy down the pitch. Normally he looks quite straight, but today he's looked for the gap and he's got to the pitch of the ball, and he's had the ability to almost just maneuver it through the leg side into that cow corner widish mid-wicket gap. Brilliant batsmanship. And if Tom Latham and him can get going like they've done, partnership now 27 off 33, Tom Latham is very good at just getting a single, and when you're feeling in rhythm as a player, on 63 off 72, at it for a while, it's nice to get as much of the strike as possible.
Well, he goes aerial this time, and it's going to evade the fielder out there. Nicely struck. I think there was a moment that both Grant Elliott and Will Young just held their breath.
That was the shot I was just talking about and saying how well he had just played it along the deck and wide of mid-wicket, but this time decides to go up and over. Love the intent from Will Young. Really good intent, but I think he wanted to get that just a touch squarer. It was just too straight. You don't want to be taking on fielders at this stage of the game. Look to gap it. That's better. That's the one there. And then he's just been closing his wrists on it and getting it a touch squarer, because there's a huge gap there between what is square leg and a widish mid-on. Field now changes for the left-hander.
Another lap. Mohammad Rizwan trying to do his best to see if he can keep that down. In the end, 10 runs off it, 118 for 2. Will Young looking very good at the moment, 70 off 74. Osama Mia. Oh, sorry, Salman Aga. Rolling his off spin. Or a 6. There's lots of catch it. Osama Mia thought about it. Oh, just a little cheeky word going, I thought I was out, mate.
Don't bowl there.
Oh. I don't actually reckon he said that.
He definitely didn't. I reckon it was a, oof, that was a close one. It's going to get that a little bit wider.
Nicely played. Tom Latham is very good at the sweep shots. He's excellent against spin. And this is when the spinners control the game. And if he can start playing shots like this, New Zealand are going to post a big total.
He can also play the reverse sweep from that exact same delivery. Makes it difficult for a bowler to settle. Hard sweep for 4. We saw Salman just slow his pace up in the last ODI. Thoughts of a second, but thankfully not. He was bowling quite slow to Latham, but quicker to Chapman. It's the way these players analyse each other, and they understand what they enjoy. In terms of Latham, we know it's sweeping, so to slow it up is a good option to get that top edge.
Ball line there. Again, looking for 2. That's good. I've got no issues with that, putting pressure on the outfielders and running the first one hard, making them feel that potentially you can come back. And sometimes we've seen in the past that the fielder will just have a look, have a cheeky look to see, and they may bobble. But a busy over for New Zealand. Runs off every delivery. 127 for 2. Manhattan slowly building now. Wicket hasn't fallen for a while. Partnership 44 off 22. We heard at the toss Tom Latham was mentioning that the great of New Zealand cricket passed away.
Yeah, Lindsay Crocker unfortunately passed away. He was a first-class player, former manager, New Zealand cricket head of operations. I was in the team when he was manager. Amazing person, amazing player, amazing man. So wearing the black armband today, the players, you can't really see it out there in the black uniform, but thoughts go out to his family and friends and all of those that crossed his path in the cricketing world. Fantastic person. A sad day, but nice to commemorate it during a game of what he loved most, game of cricket.
Getting a little bit of miscommunication with these two. I know they're looking for runs. Probably the right decision there. Tom Latham saying no. No need, not now.
Yeah, I'm enjoying this, Lisa, because as you identified there, the sort of hustle, looking for runs, looking for ones. The batters are trying to maximize this period now. And with it will come a few opportunities for Pakistan, because they might look to just take a few more risks. We've seen some sweep shots. Might look to take the bowlers on, just like Will Young did. And it was just wide of the fielder. Could have been a catch if he'd got it slightly on the inside of the bat. So both teams trying to wrestle a little bit of dominance from each other during this period.
A better over for Pakistan, just the 3 runs from it, 130 for 2. If they continue, New Zealand, the way they're going, 260. But certainly they'll be eyeing something in that 330 mark. Top edge will fall short. That's one thing about Latham, because he looks to place it. Sometimes it's not the full-blooded sweep shot.
And that's the problem with hitting the hard sweep. So you can, just due to the bounce, get that top edge, which could carry to square leg. Generally starts with the lap shots. Seen a few reverses.
Oh, well bowled. Clever bowling, saw him. Just cramped him up with the line.
You like the aggressive nature of Will Young here. He's coming down the wicket and then giving himself just a little bit of room, because mid-off is up. It's a huge area there over mid-off. Extra cover. It's easy ones on the leg side, but that's where Salman wants him to hit it. Wants him to hit it to the leg side. Those ones. Jazz Van Pels. What is the highest score by a number 4 batter in ODIs? 181 or 189?
Nicely pulled. That is class. You get a sense that both of these players now have been able to look at this phase and go, we need to score more. 50 partnership comes up.
Yeah, fine cricketing shot. That is batsmanship from Tom Latham. Changing the length of Salman here.
And even that, just looking to drop and run. I feel like there's a change in urgency from New Zealand today compared to previous ODIs in this same phase.
I think we've been talking about this period of play, and overs 10 to 40 is where your opportunity lies. From 40 onwards, Pakistan are dominant with their bowlers. They nail their Yorkers. So here now, can dominate these spinners and push that total on. 136 for 2.
Six bowlers used, 2 leg spinners as well, which is a bit exciting. And, certainly bowled well. Gives Babar Azam real options that he can start to change his pace bowlers around as well. So 3 pace, 3 spin. Harris Rolfe comes in. He bowled his first 4 overs, his first spell, none for 19. There was a half shout, they didn't go up. But whenever Pakistan needs some wickets, this guy is not that far away and seems to be the bowler that Babar Azam certainly trusts to break a partnership.
This has to be in the strategy for teams leading up to the World Cup. Play the spin well, be proficient with it, work it around, but get your boundaries. 33 runs off the last 30 balls. You have to bring back one of your premier fast bowlers to try and get wickets.
And certainly whilst we have talked about Naseem Shah in the power play. You're trying to keep everything stock stand, top of off stump. One thing that Haris Rauf does very well is he actually moves around the crease a fair bit. He actually releases the ball in different positions. And what that does is it just changes the angle. Yeah, he's still kind of going for the top of off stump, but it starts to then, from a batting point of view, think, okay, is this one coming in a little bit more? Should I leave it? Should I play at it? And that's how he can potentially create a chance, just by varying where he releases the ball.
That was pretty scary, Lisa, having two Haris Raufs running in at you. It was double vision, but it was a great illustration of just how you can use those angles, and particularly on a pitch where you need to bowl wicket to wicket. My feeling is that if you bowl quite close to the stumps, or stump to stump, your margin for error would be more in terms of giving width to the player. But if you just close that angle up and you're always angling it into the stumps, if anything, you're going to drift down leg. And if you put your cover there, you can actually defend that sort of bowling, but still ask questions of getting a wicket.
Well, it's important that we always have a look and see how the commentators cope with things. I believe you actually went out and about yesterday, a bit of tape ball cricket.
That was probably the most comfortable I looked at this stage, just looking at the ball. There you go, I thought I was going to pull a hamstring, so I had a bowl. There was no braced leg. This guy here was so scary. That's me giving me... I thought I was going to get my teeth knocked out. Started playing him quite defensively at some stage, because when I arrived at the park, Lise, he walked up to me and he said, I want to bowl to you. And I said to Turjo, our producer, I said, he seems pretty aggressive. And he ran in off about 15 or 18 yards. The first one was at the throat, and that got the blood going again.
Quick run taken. Yeah, gully cricket or tape ball cricket. It's amazing how well they can control it, and it moves really late, doesn't it?
The thing that I realized, I mean, look at this. He was running in, and it gathers pace off that surface. Oh, wow. Not a great shot. That was towards the end where I thought, I've actually survived this, and I don't actually want to get one in the nose or in the newly constructed teeth. But what it did show me is why there's so many fast bowlers in Pakistan, and maybe in Karachi, because you wouldn't want to be a spinner on that surface. Next time you got to come with me, Lisa. I think we got to, as a partnership, go through there. I'll get the ones, and you can look to dominate the bowlers, because I couldn't get a swing in. I hit maybe two I hit well. Outside of that, you've got no chance. And there's people in Twitter in Karachi saying your backlift's too high for tape ball cricket. You're not going to survive.
Yeah, I don't think I'd have a backlift, and I'd work the ball down to third and fine. Use the pace, use the pace. .139 for 2. Overs, there's been some quiet ones. That's what Pakistan will want to do, keep it quiet, see if they can starve these two that are striking at just over 90, and see if they want to take an extra risk to try and get the scoreboard going in the right direction, remembering that New Zealand won the toss and elected to bat, so they want to be in a position where they make it hard for Pakistan to potentially chase down a 330 plus total. It's been harder to bat second innings. That's why last ODI we were a little bit surprised that Tom Latham won the toss and elected to bowl. An opportunity for New Zealand to see if they can win their last one-day international match of this series. Last time they lost 5-0 in a series was 2010. Shadab Khan. Now, I know a lot of... One good thing for New Zealand is that there is a lot of breeze, so dew shouldn't be a factor, which means that this pitch is going to turn a little bit more. We can see that Shadab Khan is getting some turn. Nicely inside out and all the way, maybe into the bucket. Nearly.
What a great shot this is. Down the wicket, little bit of width. See how he shimmies outside leg stump to give himself that line of extra cover because there's a player at mid-off. That's bucket loads of runs, Will Young.
So a lot of our co-commentators have been talking about the Pakistan side and what potentially the 15 might be. As we take a look at Will Young's 6 at the start. Look, it nearly goes into the bucket. Oof.
KFC for life if you get it in there.
Really? Might need to speak to KFC first. But what's potentially your 15?
Yeah, I have been thinking about the 15, especially while I've been here, because I think that, you know, a lot of the places have probably been confirmed, I'd say, with a lot of those players that are playing in the IPL. And, you know, I do think that Will Young is someone that they're really looking at for the top of the order. And I think a lot of it will be determined by the strategy they go in with. Do they go in with a bowler heavy, or do they go in with a batter heavy? If they go in with a batter heavy, they can afford to be more aggressive up top, so that brings in someone like Finn Allen. Gapped nicely by Will Young. He's getting into his work here. He's just crossed his highest score in this series, 87. 151 for 2.
Last over, the most productive so far in this innings. And both players really looking to put a bit of pressure on the bowlers. They've been able to pick up length really well today. A little bit short and goes straight over mid-wicket. Remember, we spoke about that mid-wicket cover position. There's so much acreage behind them. You can get it over them. Harris Ralph coming around the wicket. So let's go through your 15. Can you name them?
Yeah, I'll bracket a couple of players. So if I look at my 15, which I've put on my phone over here, I've got Finn Allen and Will Young bracketed at the top. Conway 2, Mitchell, Daryl Mitchell, who's not playing today, he's at 3. Latham 4, Glenn Phillips 5, Bracewell at 6, Satner at 7, and then you've got Sodhi, Neesham and Milne, depending on the conditions. So you've got 150 Ks, you've got a Seymour rounder, and you've got a spinner, leg spinner as well. Inside edge, but that won't worry Tom Latham. And then you've got Ferguson, so you've got your other bowler who bowls 150, and then you've got Matt Henry bracketed with Tim Southey, and then you've got Trent Boult. So I don't know what the story is with Trent Boult's availability, but it's my 15, so I can choose him.
Well, I think all New Zealand fans would love to see Trent Boult again playing in another World Cup. So effective with the new ball, and then also is handy in all different phases of the game as well. Nicely driven into the gap. We have seen a number of just punches, just wider fielders that have just scooted across this outfield.
This can actually be quite soul-destroying for a bowler, because if anything, he's just given him slightly a little bit of width. That's maybe fifth stump, and that is just a quality cricket shot. He just stands up on it, high elbow. As you say, Lisa, just a punch, just timing. It's effortless.
So now that you've named your squad, I want to put it to you, where are they going to finish in the World Cup? Is this a squad that you've compiled that can go all the way?
I think that with this New Zealand squad and how New Zealand perform in world tournaments, I think all you have to do is get to the semis. You've got to be in the top 4. So I do put New Zealand there in the top 4. And then it's anyone's game, because I think on the day, if one of your top players, and I always say it's your senior players in those moments, if they perform, then you go through. Hopefully, you know, they perform in the semis and the finals and you go all the way. So it's on the day.
And surely the experience, the experience of all of these players that have now played in a lot of ICC World Cups will hold them in good stead as well.
Yeah, it is. I think that, you know, having played in the 2015 World Cup final, in the 2019, and also the T20 World Cup final, these players that have experienced those tight moments and finals cricket, so it'll be quite a mixture of players that bring a lot of experience into tournament cricket, which hasn't been the case for New Zealand in the past. 156 for 2.
.156 for 2. 29 gone. The highlight of New Zealand have been Will Young. This is where he's batted. You see a lot of that from Tom Latham. Sweeps, reverse sweeps. Will Young has just been super. It's the way he's played the first power play, and then how he's changed gears, the way he's improvised, hitting the spinners, the fast bowlers. Nothing has been a half a hit or anything fussy about the way he's tried to get those boundaries. Just been very clean, very good on the eye, very textbook also. Oh, I'm sorry. Wow. How many times does that happen? That is a perfect delivery from a leg spinner. Just enough turn on that to take that outside edge.
Yeah, Shadab had taken a bit of treatment in his 4.1 overs up until that point. Will Young looking to take advantage of the 4 fielders outside the circle, really going after the spinners, but that is an absolute beauty. And no wonder he was excited about it. Leg spinner loves a dismissal like that. Excellent catch from Rizwan as well. That ball bounced and turned sharply. Will Young goes for an excellently played 87 from 91. New Zealand have lost their third for 157.
Down now, brings in a left-hander to join the captain, Mark Chapman. I'd like to see some runs from him in this ODI. He's looked so good in the T20s. He's got enough time on hand because we've got 20 overs to go after this. But what a partnership that was, 74 of 74.
Yeah, they were going really well. They decided to have a real go at Shadab, which is why he celebrated so vociferously, because that was a beauty. Just drew him forward. Perhaps wasn't expecting the degree of turn that was there, Will Young. And he's been done. Credit to the bowler and the keeper. Just asked Mazza as to how that matchup had been going up until that point. Will Young had made 27 from 16 deliveries off Shadab, so he was giving him a really hard time. And in the end, as so often happens, the bowler has the last laugh.
Gotcha! Was in the air for a while.
Some heavy revs on that, heavy side spin. All kicked as well and bounced. And he loved it.
The bowlers have the last laugh because he can make mistakes like Shadab got hit over all over the park. As a batter, you make one mistake, you have to go. You have to go.
It's a tough old game for batters, isn't it? Poor old us. End of the over. Successful one for Shadab and Pakistan. 158 for 3.
Once again, that moment, which way they've laid that foundation. 3 wickets down, 158, 20 overs to go. Really comes down to how Latham and Chapman will operate. Latham especially is going almost run a ball. You don't want to slow down from here. They had a partnership in the previous game as well, but the finishing touch is required. Now they've had 160, even 170 at the 30 over mark. I'm just going to take you back to that pitch report time where you said 300. You'd love to see that, and that's possible. That's a straight shot. That's a very good shot with a very vertical bat. That's Chapman showing that he's still got that form we saw in Pindi.
He's a talented boy, this fella. First ball, Seamer comes on, drills him down the ground. Played perhaps the shot of the tournament in the previous game on Friday night. 6 over extra cover off the off spinner. Very talented boy. And again, the bowler comes back. Mohamed Wasim Jr., I would imagine, if he gets a little bit of reverse, and I think that there will be, I'm convinced of that since the start, because of the fact that he has that angle on the seam where the seam is always canted towards first slip. He should be able to make life difficult for the left-handers. Should be able to pitch it on and around middle stump and get it to go across to the keeper. Just keep an eye out for a bit of reverse from Wasim Jr.
We've seen that happen to Chapman a couple of times with the ball right arm over, angling across top of off stump. Naseem Shabi showed it a while ago, how he got him. That one had pace. You feel he was a little late on that, but this one was a beauty. It's just pitching and leaving that outside edge. Just like you said, that leg spinner's dream, how you got him out, that's a right arm over the wicket bowler to a left-hander. Just the top of off stump, perfect delivery. Have a look at this.
Yeah. Too good. Been impressive, Mohamed Wasim Jr. First saw him, feels like a lifetime ago, back in September, in that seven-match T20 series, England versus Pakistan. Matches in Karachi and Lahore. He's really looking the part in a Pakistan shirt now.
31 overs bowled, 162 for 3 New Zealand. Part-timer will continue from that far end. Salman has bowled 6 overs, none for 32.
Yeah, and he's been brought on because it's 2 left-handers again. So Shadab, despite the fact that he picked up the wicket in the previous over, has been removed in preference to the man who makes the ball leave the left-handers. Getting a bit of spin. Oh, a great amount of footmarks outside the left-handers off stump, where the pitch is a week old and the sun has been blazing down upon it here in Karachi.
Such a battle there. 2 left-handers, the ball spinning away. You got the shorter boundary on the onside. You got Wynn to help you. But he's not going to give you any opportunity unless he bowls something like that. That's a good shot. Just moving, making some room and smashing that through covers. It's a big boundary, but no protection.
Yeah, just a little bit short, but again, it's the footwork of Chapman that makes it. Kind of squats and then gets that little jump, front and back foot, away towards the leg side that gives him enough room to crunch it through the off.
It's so important to understand as a batter, absorb those dimensions of the ground. We saw Blundell making a blunder there, going for that 85-meter boundary, knowing that he's hitting it into the wind. He had no choice, it was there to be hit. 168 for 3. Chapman will be the aggressor. He will make sure that he tries to keep that odd boundary coming in, and Latham will anchor it. The only thing is they only got one batter, McConkey, after this. Then you start with Milne and all the bowlers. No Daryl Mitchell today. They've shuffled the batting order. Henry Nichols coming in at 3.
Yeah, a little bit short in batting, you would think, New Zealand. Get the feeling that they've done the right thing, though, today, at least. Won the toss in all 3 of the matches. It's the first time they've decided to bat first. And they might get back for 3 here if they're quick. No. Well, Shadab Khan is out of the attack now, but I mentioned before that Will Young had taken a real liking to him. 27 from 16, spanked him over extra cover for 6, and Shadab was having a bad time of it until then. Came up with the perfect riposte. No wonder he was happy. Very glad to see the back of Will Young.
I think I also had a role to play in that.
Yeah, I think you did. I think you did. Playing beautifully. Wonderfully correct. Brilliant aggression. Oh, sorry, out.
The Shadab slash Takanda. I was sitting in that green room and I told Grant that, you know, Young looks good today. I said, don't say it. Just don't say it. Last and final ODI, probably the last game for a long time here in Pakistan, and it's time for you to join the Tapal Tea Lounge. Enjoy some great tea. Evening and watch some cricket. Expecting some numbers here in terms of crowd. Sunday.
Yeah, numerous reasons perhaps why the crowds drop off here in Karachi, but Sunday afternoon weather is blistering. People sort of crowded up the back of the stands to make sure they stay in the shade, but there are definitely more here today. Hoping to see another sparkling innings from Babar on his 100th game. See if Pakistan can stay at number 1 as well. .33 gone, 173 for 3.
Take your pick, Butch. Where would you like to see New Zealand?
I think they'd like to be 326. My feeling is they might be somewhere around 290. So much will depend on this match. Because if Chapman stays in, they might well get 300. That is a magnificent swing of the bat.
He's been eyeing that shorter boundary there. It's just that Salman's been bowling very wide outside the off stump. This time around, he just logs it, gets that reach, gets under it, and that's his zone. You've seen him, he's so good in that mid-wicket region. He clears the boundary by a mile. A quicker one this time, gets punished.
Yeah, again, almost like he knew what was coming. Agha Salman had tossed the first ball up, so he calculated that the next one would be driven into the pitch a bit more. Camped on the back foot and belted it. I think as a field change here to the left-hander, I might be tempted to bring mid-on up inside the circle and have 2 men back on the leg side. One at mid-wicket relatively straight and the other one just behind at square leg. Just say, okay, well, bang me over mid-on against the spin with a straight bat if you can.
That's a lovely shot. Now this time Witt given outside the off stump, plays it with the spin, and that's the best of the lot in this over.
Just love
I
the way
have a no ball.
Mark
I have a
Chapman
no
picks
ball. Rashid, I'll let you know when you're
the
on.
batter. We've got a no ball, free hit. Oops. Yeah, that's not good from your off spinner. But again, back to Chapman. It's so free in the way that he picks his bat up. Controls the bat with the top hand, relatively loose grip with the bottom, and the bat just flows.
Oh no, that's a no ball, and that's been smashed. The free hit has been availed by Chapman. What a start, what an over. 6-4. We've got 4 of a no ball and then a 6 of a free hit.
Yeah, I don't think that'll be another no. But he's putting the part-time off spinner under the pump hit with some superb ball striking.
Just get a feeling after he was hit for that first 6, he's trying to get back at the bowler. His job as a part-timer would really be go through the motions, don't give too many runs. But he's now trying to get a wicket. He's locking horns with Chapman. It's not working.
Yeah, he just got sucked into bowling it faster and faster.
It's a big over. 22 off it, 195 for 3. What an over that was just before the drinks break. 22 of it, and changes everything. 195 already on the board, and Chapman, have a look at that. 36 of 22. 3 wickets to fall today. First one was Blundell. Was there to be hit. Nice pick-up shot at the bigger boundary into the wind. Look at where the ball has ended up. And then bit unlucky off the boot. Got behind. Osama Mir gets his first in the day, dismissing Henry Nichols, and this was an absolute beauty to dismiss a very dangerous Will Young. 22 of that previous over. Salman, we're just getting these numbers here. 33 overs have been bowled by Salman Agha in this series. An economy of 6. Just feel too much reliance on a part-timer?
Yeah, potentially. I mean, Babar has used him because New Zealand have got all those left-handers through the middle order, so he's kind of taken the opportunity to use a long boundary at one end or the other and have the ball turning away from the left-handers. By and large, it's worked okay. I suppose if you've got two frontline bowlers in Osama Mir and Shadab Khan, no matter that it's two left-handers in, you might just say, well, listen, you guys are you're the pros, you go and get him out. Osama Mir with the wrong uns in particular might be a good option against Chapman. Shadab now turning the ball towards the long boundary into the wind against the two left-handers, and he's got cover back there on the leg side. 3 men back.
Sometimes you feel it's become an unwanted necessity that if it's two left-handers, you got to bring a off-spinner in. I totally agree with you. Playing two frontline leg spinners, bowler googly, why not utilize them? He still has another option in Iftikhar if he wants to go ahead with a part-timer in terms of off-spin, but sometimes we feel you're just pushing ourselves too much in believing. You can't bowl a bowler who's spinning the ball into the batter.
Yeah, I mean that has become almost law, hasn't it, in cricket? And you know, sometimes it's absolutely right. I'm not having a go at Babar here for the choice. It was a brilliant onslaught from Chapman that battered Salman Agha, but you do see it time and time again.
Gotcha!
Where the left arm spinner perhaps, or the leg spinner, is taken out of the attack as soon as two left-handers come in. 200 comes up for New Zealand.
.35 overs bowled, and New Zealand have 201 on the scoreboard.
So 15 overs to go. This is the period of the game where Pakistan's quicks come into their own, and they have plenty of overs left. Shaheen only got through 4 with the new ball, so he has 6 left. Haris Rauf has 4. Wasim Jr. has 4, so that's 14 out of the 15 that could be bowled by the specialist death bowlers.
Crucial thing for New Zealand about this partnership would be the contribution that comes in from the captain, Tom Latham. is important. Yes, you leave out that one over that had 22. Of course, that changes things, but then it's got to not consume too many deliveries in rotating strike. 6 of 11 in this partnership from Tom Latham. The other day also they had a partnership of 55, of which his contribution was 14. It's not a problem if your partner is hitting the ball well. You can always be at the non-strikers. That's nicely chipped away. Was in the air for a while. Did he get a hand to it? That's a boundary. That's so well done. Have a look at that again.
Just the timing from Chapman. Lovely flourish at the end, but the backlift to begin with. Toe of the bat facing skyward. Just a wonderful flow to his stroke play. So there is a... That comes down a little bit, but then as he's about to come forward to make his decision, it goes back up and the toe points skyward. And there's just a beautiful flow to it. He hits the ball in the middle of the bat often. Even in defence, it seems to hit the middle. High hands.
I tell you what, if there's anybody who's made a strong case for himself for the World Cup, is him, Chapman. This partnership now 49 between the two.
There you go again, back of a length delivery, just that gets the hands up high and finds the middle of the bat. Good stop at extra cover by Salman.
Oh, almost carried to the ball and his follow through. Got a feeling it came a little early into his shot. His heart would have been in his mouth.
Yeah, there's one thing players like that, is if you do have a good slow ball, a well-disguised slow ball, sometimes you can just get them out in front of themselves because the hands are so loose.
Yeah, good looking drive at a dot ball. 206 for 3, 36 overs gone.
Manhattan, that one big over from New Zealand, going along really nicely here. When you think back to the toss, there was talk of being a used wicket. What would a good total be? There was talks of 290. Myself and Aruj Mumtaz opened the batting here in the commentary box, and we saw a few just really bounce low. There was no bounce, almost like variable bounce. So Aruj at the moment now with this 50 partnership between the two of just 42 balls. It's that time of the game where you start thinking from New Zealand perspective and Pakistan perspective, what is a good score here? What is a winning score?
Well, still just under 14 overs left to go, but you'd imagine now, with the kind of innings Chapman is playing and the impetus he's provided, 51 of 44 now, the partnership, 43 from 32 since he's come on, Chapman. You'd imagine 7 runs and over, 300 should be a good first innings score. Yes, missing out on Jimmy Neesham, Cole McConkey still there in the middle. Short and short. Short the delivery and an equally good shot in terms of Latham dispatching it for a boundary.
Well, brilliant batsmanship from Latham. They've got someone fine for the lap shot and someone at a wideish mid-wicket, mid-on back. So those are the three back. There's no one at square leg. He knows that. He is brilliant at just manipulating the field out there so that he can maximize the runs. And now 45 goes in, takes that lap shot away, but what that does is gives him an easy single to square leg and just turn the ball away, just like that. Easy as you like, push for one, maybe get two. You talk about the impetus that Chapman's provided, and I think what that does is you've got the perfect storm here for New Zealand. Latham, who generally goes at runner ball and then tends to push it on. Chapman, who's slightly more aggressive, so hopefully New Zealand will be looking at more than a runner ball. Last 5 overs going for 45. Sweep shot, shout! Shadab thinks he's got him, and so does Rizwan. They're appealing to umpire Langton Rasiri. He's gone upstairs.
TV umpire to director, I have a player review for caught behind. The original decision is not out. I've already checked the front foot. It's a fair delivery. Let's move on to front on, please. Ball's close the bat. Can you give me all red just to confirm that? Just some murmurs, nothing suggesting any bat. Take it back. Take it back. And forward now. Still no bat, no glove. Keep going. Let me see how it comes out of that glove and bat. Take it back. And forward now. Have the ball on glove. The ball on glove. Langton, you'll have to reverse your original decision. Have the ball on glove, sitting on the glove. Let's just go through to the catch just to make sure you took the catch cleanly. Hold on, Langton, stand by. Catch completed cleanly. So Langton, you'll have to reverse your original decision of not out to out. I'll let you know when you're on screen. Stand by.
Well, Langton Rasiri, great work from Joel Wilson, TV official. Fortune for Pakistan and no luck for New Zealand. Just when Chapman and Latham started to get going before the final 10 overs. An aggressive, brilliantly compiled 43 from Chapman, providing some impetus into this innings, but he's got to go 2-1, 3 for 4. Departure of Mark Chapman brings in Paul McConkey, who was extremely impressive in his first ODI. As you can see, 64 not out. That's what he did. He did some damage at the end of the innings, and that's where he's coming in now. So a similar role. That's why New Zealand is so consistent in their one-day games. play specific roles, and that is so unlucky for Mark Chapman. You can't but feel that it's just not your day. You can claim it, Shadab, but yeah, that's real misfortune from him. The ball changing directions and just touching the glove. Not your day when that happens, is it?
I tell you what, Joel Wilson has done an excellent job as TV umpire to make sure the ball goes all the way, because it's clipped the glove on the way back out. Anticipation from Rizwan, excellent as well.
Shane Shah-Afridi back into the mix here. This is what happened last time. He came on, actually got the wicket of Latham. So Pakistan once again. Sharks are circling here for New Zealand. They sense that after that wicket there of Chapman, they can get 2 more quick ones here. It'll make life a lot easier going into the 40th over. It's a good matchup between Shane Shah-Afridi and Tom Latham.
Last time we discussed that, Grant. Now we jinxed it and we jumped from 7 to 8.
He's got him 8 times and over all internationals. But now an opportunity for these 2 Cantabrians at the crease to start a partnership going. KFC, flip the bucket challenge. You have to flip the bucket on your head as fast as you can, and the winner gets some finger-licking prizes. Pakistan fans, where are the New Zealand shirts? New Zealand supporters out there at the moment. I saw a flag the other day. It's impressive. Oh, pulled away. A little bottom edge from McConkey, trying to see that length early. Dangerous shot on these wickets.
Yeah, dangerous because you don't get that same amount of bounces some of these Kiwi batters are used to. Very close to being chopped back on to top of off stump. Rizwan again does well because he has to change angle, change momentum. With the ball traveling at the speed of over 130 clicks. That's 2 good pieces of fielding for Rizwan behind the stumps.
Zik Motor Oil. Unveil the real peel to reveal. A lot of goodness behind that sticker there. This partnership is important, really important here for New Zealand. Got to get going here. Decent partnership between Latham and Chapman. Now, unfortunately, that momentum halts a little bit because the new batter has to get in. Almost has to get accustomed to the pitch. While we were looking and projecting on a score, Rouge, once again, the players out there having to reflect again. Try and assess what they think will be a good total.
Can you decipher that code for us? Number 10 is Shaheen. Why are the 2 of them?
Marked it wrong maybe, and then had to remark it. Comes down the ground. And a great return from Shane Shah-Afridi. Just the one from the over, 214 for 4. You can see there the projected scores. We're discussing it here in the commentary box. When we were discussing it, Arouge, when Chapman and Latham were going along nicely, they had hit 45 of last 5 overs before Chapman was dismissed. Probably looking over 300, but now it changes, doesn't it? Tom Latham, maybe a little bit more pressure on him. And starting a new partnership.
Yep, because Rachin Ravindra next to come in, and then into the bowlers, Milne, Sodhi, Henry and Shipley. So it'll be a case of building a partnership here at the moment.
Once you get out, you enjoy a little drop of tea. That's the Tapal Tea Lounge. It's time for Garam Garam Tapal Tea. It's the #1 Pakistan tea.
Kya baat hai. Well done, Grant. It's time to get you and Lisa Stilacre down there in the Tapal Tea Lounge.
Well, I'm flying out a little bit earlier, so my stint does finish early. Maybe around the 35th, 36th over, so maybe we can do an activation there. We can sit down in the Tapal Tea Lounge, enjoy the cricket. Turn from Shadab. Well, that's good signs for Tom Latham. He'll enjoy that as captain, because he said playing on a used wicket, and I think it might deteriorate a little bit and take some turn. Swept, and swept well from McConkey. Will be chased down. Oh, brilliant. Brilliant work. Pakistan, their fielding has been electric during this series. Shan Masood was the man, full stretch, pulling that back.
Yeah, he had to make a lot of ground to his right, Shan Masood. Deep backward square. The ball hit nicely around the fine fielder. I reckon he's done a good job. Boundary check still awaiting confirmation. Just when he releases the ball, whether his right knee hits that advertising cushion, his right toe.
You'd be a great TV umpire, Rouge. Detail. All the detail that you look at. In fact, if I was the TV umpire, I'd almost turn the volume up so I could listen to you, just to see all the detail that you talk about.
Attention to detail. Well, it comes naturally for women anyways. Yeah, confirmation. Excellent 2-run save by Shan Masood.
Punched. It was to the left. To the left of the fielder. So very good single there from McConkey to end the over. 6 from it. 220 for 4. Karachi, the city of lights, and they're on. The projected score, I'm sure there'll be a lot of discussion from Gary Stead and the senior players. Going to work out what's a winning score, not a pass score. We saw Pakistan in the last ODI where they scored 74 in the last 5 overs. It was just 20 runs to Rouge from overs 40 to 45. 24, sorry, corrected. Thank you, Mazza. The first 5, and then the last 5 it was 70 runs. So he has the ability to accelerate through in those last 10. On this surface, what do you think in the last 10 the Kiwis will be looking at? Well, it depends on wickets. Rachin Ravindra to come. Tom Latham has to go big. He has to go deep here. Sensitivity free moment. because life is too short for sensitive teeth. I always look at that red lolly. Always looks good, the ice lolly.
Oh, 36 degrees outside. That will do.
You talk about Latham going big. Latham needs 80 plus here. You break it down, you've got 10 overs after this, a 60 ball, so he'll face another 30. So worst case scenario, run a ball for Latham. He's looking at 80 not out at the end. He gets 3 or 4 boundaries away. Could get 100. This is well placed by McConkey. They're going to run hard. Taps down. No, just the one.
Yeah, I think this is what's important. Keep searching for the boundary opportunity. Keep trying to put Pakistan fielders and bowlers under pressure, but keep looking for those huge pockets available in terms of picking up 2 runs every time on offer. Just a 3 in this over. And a swivel around the legs. Oh, that's a close one. Outstretched right hand. And in the end, just the one. So good over from Osama Mir. 4 comes off it in terms of singles. 40 done is 224 for 4.
It's that time of the game now. Fielding restrictions, which means it's good for the fielding team, not so good for the batting team. It's all right because New Zealand are just 4 down, so 5 fielders are allowed outside the 30-yard circle. So it provides a little bit more cover for the bowlers. It means the batters have to be a little bit more precise in where they hit it. Latham's on 49. Well, easy as you like. Well, that's brilliant from Tom Latham. Captain's innings once again. 21st ODI 50. And to add to his 700s. Absolutely brilliant. Mr. Consistency, reliable player. And I'll know that he's not finished yet. And that will give you 50,000 PKR to celebrate 50 years of Brighto Paints. That's for any player that gets 50. And Tom Latham has been in great form this tour. He's reliable, he's a man for moments. 50 years of Brighto Paints. Any player who scores 50 will be awarded 50,000 PKR. Crunched by Cole McConkey. We saw this in his first ODI, and he's repeating it here with Shadab. A little bit of medicine for him.
Well, no matter what team you're supporting, you love the ball to fly into the ground. And given the ball some air, has a fuller length, he's able to get right under this. 94 meters the distance. That was one of those crowd catchers. Paul McConkey picking up from where he left off.
This time cut away. Has he gapped it well enough? It's just 2 now. Cole McConkey is looking comfortable out there. He looks like a complete player. Just his 3rd ODI. Really promising to see.
Very straight field on the leg side boundary. Deep mid wicket, straightish for McConkey. It doesn't matter. He lost it in the sun. He lost it in the sun, but that was hit very, very hard. Salman Agha, very good fielder. And where you could see the gesture while the ball was traveling. And once again, a cracking shot from McConkey.
Oh, he crunched it in the middle of the bat. He hit it low, he hit it hard. Salman there. He's saying, well, I didn't see it. Get your sunglasses on. Maybe called wide. Gets away with it. Finish the over. 237 for 4. Manhattan. 1 over just sticks out, number 34. That was when New Zealand put their foot down. Unfortunately for them, Pakistan keep getting wickets.
That's where they're to be won, Salman. You got the equipment used in the right places. Eye shades on.
Swept away by Latham and gapped perfectly. New Zealand on the charge here.
And this is a good aggressive counter punch. And after the Chapman wicket fell, New Zealand haven't taken a backseat. And more importantly, Latham once again with the acceleration. Picks up length again. Hits it on the left of the deep square fielder who was there for that shot. Latham's expands with that lap shot, hard sweep square, and the placement in front very good.
This time a little shimmy outside off, trying to get it squarer. He's manipulating the field here and running hard, Tom Latham. Aggressive stuff from the captain.
Yeah, very good run. Now this car in the meantime will be awarded to PCB to the winner of the Jazz recharge activity in the Pakistan versus New Zealand series.
Catch it.
This partnership now, 31 off just 27. It's exactly what New Zealand need.
Yeah, Tom Latham was always looking at the field. As the fielder went onto the ground in terms of sliding and picking up that ball. At one point, he looked like he would have been short, but excellent awareness and good running.
What I like about that shot, though, is he hit one fine, and he got it just inside that backward square leg, and then the next one he shimmied across to the offside because he wanted to get it squarer. So he's manipulating the field by maneuvering his feet around the crease, providing angles for himself as a player, so he can keep the bowler guessing. Oh, once again outside off. Trying to get the short side as well. He's coming back for 2. Could be trouble, no. Easy in the end.
13 in the previous over, 10 so far from the first 5 here. Now once again moves across to the offside. He'll feel he missed out in terms of getting under that ball. New Zealand now going after the 2 leg spinners. Osama Mir will hope that he finishes it over without giving another boundary.
Catch it.
Square cut in the air and taken. Brilliantly caught by someone. Tom Latham trying to push this total on. But Osama, well, he gets him in the end.
Well, the first 5 went for 10. And the last one picks up a wicket. It was again dropped down short. And this time decides to go in front of square. Tom Latham doesn't get all of it. And a very good knock comes to an end. 59 of 58 was Latham got this afternoon. Osama Mir with his second wicket. New Zealand 247-5.
Ravindra. He's the new man. In at number 7 for New Zealand. Young man of great promise. And great hair, I might add. He's out there because Osama Mir is tempted Latham into the leg side, and it was really nicely pouched by Salmanaga. Made a relatively tricky catch, but pretty simple. 8 overs to go then. New Zealand 5 down. Run rate just a tick under 6. Are they going to be able to accelerate into the 50th over against the high quality pace and variations of Pakistan's bowling attack? Shaheen has 4 left. Rauf has 4. Wasim has 4. Baba can take his pick and enjoy.
Yeah, he's used his 6 bowlers exceptionally well, hasn't he? To give him the option. Depending if someone gets hit, potentially, he can rotate them around.
Yeah, I wonder if perhaps he'll look back on it and think that he overdid it with Salmon, given that he had the 2 specialist leg break bowlers. He went for Salmanaga when Chapman came to the crease, because there were 2 left-handers out there, and well, Chapman took him down. Osama and Shadab will end up probably not finishing their allocated 10.
You're talking about it, the total and potentially what New Zealand could get, and given how well Pakistan bowl at the death, current run rate gets them to 293. I think they've just got to slightly get over that 300 mark. And Coleman Conkey, we've already seen what he's been able to do with the bat in hand. 64 not out off 45, 2 sixes, 6 fours. It was a wonderful innings, and they're hoping potentially that he can almost emulate what he did in that game as well. He struck the ball nicely as soon as he's come out, similar to what he did in that 3rd ODI.
They are still coming in here Sunday afternoon, perhaps waited for the sun to leave its zenith. Temperature to drop a little. Not going to be easy, that is for sure. It's Pakistan's prime period with the ball. A little bit of reverse perhaps. 3 bowlers who are all very adept at getting a Yorker in. How many of those have turned up to see Baba bat this evening? Playing in his 100th ODI. Captain Pakistan to the top of the ICC charts as well. And they're rather fond of him. Excellent. So good. Shadab at backward point. 250 for 5. National Stadium here in Karachi, filling up as we move towards the end of the 1st innings. New Zealand winning the toss for the 3rd time, and this time deciding to post a total, and they make it a significant one. Babarazam could bowl his quicks out to the 50th, but decides to keep Osama Mir going.
Yeah, and I don't mind it, given the fact that Cole McConkey, if he wants to go the powerful side, he's got to go to the big boundary, 80 metres into the breeze as well. And the ball is turning, so why not just take the pace off, ask them to go hard at it, and you might be able to extract another New Zealand wicket.
Yeah, Ravindra is looking towards the leg side. Osama might go googly. Nearly got him.
It's the way to bowl it, isn't it? There's the leggy, actually. But he's going to go full, because he knows that actually this is the side that Rachin can really actually capitalise.
And there he goes, and there he goes. Didn't manage to get this one underneath him, stuck with the leg break. And Ravindra only has eyes for the leg side.
Because he's going and hitting to the short side, and it's with the wind as well. So it doesn't matter that he's only come out and faced 5 deliveries. That's why it was a brave move by Babarazam to bowl Osama Mir again, given the right-left combination. And Ravindra do it again.
Yeah, nicely played. That may well have been the wrong one. And Rachin picked it and knocked it nicely up towards mid-off. I tell you, I don't know, I'd bowl leg spin to save my life, but if I could, I'd be bowling googlies every ball to the left-hander hit. Eight from the over so far, 1 ball left. McConkey can't get it through. Dot to finish, 258 for 5. In sight for New Zealand, though Pakistan might feel to themselves they get one of these 2 out and they'll have an end slightly open. Shaheen and Harris Ralph will be more than happy to go charging through that door. Shot. Oh, that's magnificent. He's onto that in a flash.
Just in control, wasn't he? He picked up the length perfectly, very still, watched it onto the bat as well. And for those that are new to watching Rachin Ravindra, he actually opens in domestic cricket and has picked up 3 centuries as well for the Wellington side. So he's more equipped with the fast bowlers.
Okay, the Jazz fan polls question. Who has the highest amount of wickets in an ODI World Cup match? Is it number 1, Saqlain Mushtaq, number 2, Glenn McGrath? No Wasim Akram option. What's the world coming to? There's Saki. Absolute legend of a bowler and bloke. Great man. Well, that's going to run away for 4. That'll do. Didn't go where McConkey was aiming it, but he will not mind.
Ugly cricket works when you need to put a score on the board. He's going big anyway. And just got over the bottom edge, and when your fine is up, it's very hard to defend. Real challenge for Pakistan bowlers, because these guys are going to come out and go hard now. They've got nothing else to lose.
Into the leg side, there's a man out there, takes the catch. Iftikhar Ahmed pouches it, Oz style, fingers up to the sky. Shaheen has his man, gets his revenge. And now they have that door open, Pakistan. McConkey goes.
It was the right idea. It was to the short side with the breeze. Looks like he actually got the ball just on the bottom edge of the bat. Didn't find the middle, and that's why it was comfortably pouched out in the deep. Well, McConkey, he goes for 26. It's 267 for 6.
Adam Milne makes his way out to join Rachin Ravindra. .45 matches under his belt. Best of 36, decent strike rate as well. Slower ball from Shaheen Shah Afridi, 121 kilometres per hour. Good footwork from Iftikhar. Thumbs up from Baba. Sharp again in the field this afternoon, Pakistan.
Certainly an area that they've improved, isn't it? Especially the ground fielding. Good pick up and throw. Shadab Khan has been excellent in that backward point region as well.
Round the wicket. And Pakistan will be more than happy with that. Ravindra kept off strike. 268 for 6. So all of the Black Caps batters have got themselves in. Another one of those surfaces here in Karachi whereby relatively easy to get yourself in. It's not easy to blow people away when they first come to the crease as a bowler. Difficulty comes in sort of maintaining your momentum. Strike rate as the ball gets a little older. Haris Rauf then. That will be the end of spin, you would think, for the afternoon.
Whenever Pakistan are out in the field, there's always eyeballs on their fielding. And whether the intensity is right, the application is good. It has been. Shadab Khan, I feel, has really set the standard. You've got to want the ball. Mohammad Rizwan has been able to anticipate even behind the stumps and then And the catches, and the ball has been aerial, should I say, they've been able to take the catches. Probably one that I've probably missed more from the Sun. I think it was Salman who actually found it a little bit difficult at a point. That's the standard that they have to keep. Maybe it was after Grant Elliott did his fielding demo.
Without any question. Wonder what he's got for us during the half-time break today. Oh, that's a beauty. Just opened the blade, laced it through cover.
This is a valuable opportunity for Ravindra, just to show what he can do at the back end. He's already played a beautiful pull shot. Now he's got the skills just to open the blade up nicely and hit the ball late and powerfully as well. Very tough to bowl to.
Yep, you know the drill by now. If you want to avoid the drill, get yourself some sensor time, because life is too short for sensitive teeth. A faint sound, but nothing doing. Mohammad Rizwan has had an excellent evening behind the stumps. Picked up 3 catches. None of them straightforward. Glove work has been good. He's looked really sharp. He's kept the fielders going through the heat of the afternoon.
I don't mind what Harris Ralph does, in the sense that changes his length nicely, slower deliveries, but also taking the ball outside of the arc of the batter. 2 balls ago, that's exactly what he did to Adam Milne. Fast bowlers tend to kind of plant the foot and free the arms and go hard. Ravindra is slightly different in the sense that he's a traditional batter, bats normally up the top. We haven't seen him be inventive just yet.
Well, that might do. That'll do. It's not what Harris Ralph was aiming for when he left the top of his mark. And a tidy-ish over has now become a relatively expensive one. 11 from it, 279 for 6. Four overs to go, 24 legitimate deliveries. Director is having a wonderful time with the sunset there. Didn't get hold of it, but should land safely. A rare miss when attempting the Yorker from Harris Ralph. slow ball. Mentioned Mohammed Rizwan before. Keepers so important, aren't they, particularly to you slow bowlers?
Yeah, he's been agile behind the crease and he's anticipated well. He's been a couple of times that he's missed some stumping opportunities, but today he's been switched on, which is highly important when the ball is turning and dipping and lots going on. The other thing that I've been impressed with him, and I don't see many keepers do it, is when players actually kind of lap or look to do that, he's actually taking off. He backs the batter to actually hit it and become an extra fielder. There's only one other keeper I remember doing it, Sarah Taylor, and she took a wonderful catch against Jodie Fields in the Ashes.
Yeah, Mawaldi, wasn't it? Anticipated the fine sweep, caught it off the face of the bat. So good. Where are you going to hit that? Unless you get down on one knee and try to meet it before it bounces.
I really feel like Pakistan have got wonderful death bowlers. They are absolutely right up there with the best in the world. Their skills over, around, slower deliveries, Yorkers they're able to execute, cutters.
In the air, this should be another one. Iftikhar underneath it. Takes the catch. Brilliant over from Shaheen Shah Afridi. Finishes up with the wicket of Adam Milne. Just as Lisa Sthalekar was telling you, these boys know what they're doing at the death.
Another one bites the dust. All right, slower delivery. Certainly in the arc, and Adam Milne eyes lit up, but pace taken off as well. Again, 120 kilometres an hour. And literally his fastest delivery was only a few balls before at 140. Adam Milne, he goes for 4. New Zealand just faltering at the end, 283 for 7.
Henry Shipley makes his way out to the middle. He'll be at the non-striker's end. Rachin Ravindra is 24 from 15 facing Harris Ralph.
A couple of balls before that was the fast Yorker that Adam Milne was able to dig out. This time he thought, hang on, here's a boundary, short side. The pace was taken off. And it really disrupts the swing path of Adam Milne. Everyone's happy. They like to see wickets, especially from that man.
going down the leg side, but it was rapid. And, big Henry Shipley had to get those boots out of the way pronto.
As soon as you see someone that tall, you're thinking, surely they're not going to be able to get down nice and full. Looks like an absolute toothpick in his hand. Look how small the bat is compared to him. And it was absolutely fired in, 140 clicks, reversing as well. Issue is that it was actually going down leg, unfortunately.
Yeah, a couple of leg buys means he's going to have to face the music again. He's got his toe caps on.
Tall guy. You'll see him obviously from a bowling point of view, but his best was 7, and that was actually against these guys in the third ODI. Because of his height, you know, I kind of refer to Shaheen Shah Afridi. He's really worked on his batting, hasn't he? Long levers can be a huge advantage. It's really important now in white ball cricket that the bowlers are actually able to provide some runs. You don't want any bunnies down there. And Shaheen Shah Afridi has certainly given Pakistan a little bit of cream on top down the bottom with the amount of sixes that he's been able to hit. I believe just this year he's hit 14 sixes, strike rate of 170 in all formats. It's pretty impressive. All bowlers should learn, even him.
Pensive, brooding. Working on some TV gold for us during the half-time break. Oh, wow. Might not be out, but it might well have hurt. What a Yorker. Oh, brilliant. 48 gone, 290 for 7. Well, I think New Zealand got the memo. They tried to push really hard in that middle period, knowing that the death is not going to be straightforward. They just had a bit of luck. They might well have had one of their set batters still in at this stage. Just so hard to accelerate against these guys at the end because of this. Oh. Straight up in the air. Should be another for Shaheen. And it is. Shadab with a catch to go with the brilliant efforts of ground fielding today. Shaheen Shah Afridi has 3 for 40.
He just picks up wickets for fun, doesn't he, at the end? Especially when he's bowling to the bowlers. He's licking his chops because he knows that he can pick up quite a few. Again, into the pitch this time, pace on. Previous dismissals have been slower deliveries, 139 kilometres an hour. That's hard to contend with for a tall man of Shipley. He goes for 5. It's 291 for 8.
Matt Henry. Wide-eyed down there at the tail end of the innings against these guys. Makes decent contact, got the feet out of the way, which is extremely smart.
Yeah, I think it was extremely well played. The reason why he's there is Shaheen Shah Afridi is a handful at the end, coming around the wicket. Everyone expecting a simple catch taken by Shadab Khan. And exactly was taken. Yeah, I was mentioning about Shaheen Shah Afridi and bowlers, what they need to start to do. And especially at the power play, like the wickets and dots and other deliveries, you can see that he really still goes nice and full. Nothing short, really. Only the one wicket so far this series, but everything has been that good to full length. And then just changes the pace, doesn't he, depending on who's batting, and I guess a gut feel of which side is the bigger side, the smaller side. Very clear in what he needs to do at the end.
Best of 48 not out, Matt Henry. The thing that makes Pakistan so good at the end is they're just all so confident in getting the Yorker in. Everybody can bowl the variations. Everybody does bowl the variations. But these guys have no worries whatsoever about, I mean, obviously you're bowling to the tail ends at the death, it makes it that little bit easier, but they have no problem with trying to hit the block hole. Here are the 3 wickets. Shaheen and Conky was the first to go, courtesy of a catch from Iftikhar. Then the same combination did for Adam Milne. And Shadab picked one up at extra cover. Shaheen Shah Afridi has 3 for 45 with 1 delivery left. Can he make it 4? 3 back on the leg side to the left-handed Ravindra. Mid-off up. He's looking in that direction, but again the delivery was too good. Didn't give him anything that he could get underneath, and that's an excellent spell from Shaheen. 3 for 46 for him. New Zealand have 1 left. It's 297 for 8. Haris Ralph then to finish things off. New Zealand 3 away from 300. Has he got all of it? He has not. He has not. Haris Ralph picks up his first of the evening. He praises Allah. Babar Azam, the skipper, with the catch out there at long on. And that is the last of New Zealand's recognised hitters on his way back.
He had to take the risk, didn't he? He had to find the boundary. He got a good piece of it. He really did, and I think for a moment he thought, okay, this might be going all the way. Get up! Oh dear. Even a little jump didn't help. But a nice little innings by Ravindra, just showing us what he can do with the willow. He goes for 28. New Zealand 297 for 9.
Ish Sodhi, last man in. I think that was an afterthought from Haris Rauf. I think he actually lost his run-up. And then thought, hang on a second. There's still something to be done from this position. Almost. Well, they might get two here. They might get two. Yeah. The off-cutter uses that to great effect, Haris Rauf. And that Ravindra just couldn't get enough on it. And Bubba again takes it Oz style. Fingers pointing to the sky. 3 catches been caught like that by Pakistan in the outfield. And there's the 300 for New Zealand. Oh no, it's not the 300 for New Zealand. That is the end of the innings. Direct hit from Shadab Khan, who has been a live wire out there in the field, has caught Ish Sodhi way short of his ground. And Pakistan have cleaned up New Zealand for 1 short of 300, 299 all out with 3 deliveries to go. And in the last 30 deliveries, we've spoken about this at length. From before a ball was bowled today, Pakistan at the death. The last 30 deliveries, the last 5 overs, 32 for 5.
Just exceptional from Pakistan to be able to bowl out New Zealand, take out batters that are set, and be able to restrict New Zealand as well. Excellent work from everyone out there in the field. Fielding, Shadab Khan, excellent in the field. Good catches, good intent, good energy. All of that really important. Pakistan have already won the series. They're already #1. But you can see that they're playing with real purpose. Their last home game, Babar Azam's 100th ODI. They certainly want to do it for him, get him another victory, and also secure that #1 position in the ICC rankings for ODIs. Everyone played their role. Now it's up to the batters to be able to now chase down the runs. As for New Zealand, they won the toss and elected to bat and started off nicely. Will Young looked excellent. Again, unfortunately getting out in the 80s. He did so in the first ODI as well. All players getting in. Latham, he looked a little bit busier. Chapman was excellent and unfortunately was out in an unusual fashion. But no set batter was there at the end to be able to cope with what we name as the best bowling attack in the death. Partnerships there of note, Young and Latham, Chapman and Latham. But as we said, unfortunately none of those went into triple figures, which meant that New Zealand is slightly short. For Pakistan, they had the 6 bowlers used, and the 2 leggies picked up 4 wickets, and Shaheen Shah Afridi, the pick of the bowlers as well, picking up 3 wickets off his 10 overs. Well, let's join Sikandar Butt down at the ground.
Will Young alongside me, the man in form. Well, first of all, 2 scores in the 80s in the ODI series. Must be feeling. We'd love to get to that 100.
Yeah, cricket's a funny game, isn't it? You always want a few more, and to fall a couple short of 100 is always disappointing. But look, as an opening batter, your job's to set the platform, and I feel like I did that.
Just middling everything out there, especially it was a determined effort there to attack the spinners against Shadab and everyone. Feel the surface were better, how it played in the 3rd ODI?
I think the surface is quite low and slow. For the seamers, like just trying to hit straight lines, hopefully get a gap, but to the spin there's a few more gaps, so you can sort of manipulate the ball into those gaps and score a bit more freely.
How do you feel about the score? 300 to get. You feel that a little more was available, or this is par, this is fine?
sort of, I reckon par. I think early in the innings, potentially would have took 280. And as things got going well, a few nice partnerships. I thought Mark Chapman came out and played beautifully again. We thought maybe 320 was on the card, so we'll take 300.
You got a fair opportunity out here to open the innings. The tour so far as a batter, how do you feel, and what have you grasped with subcontinent conditions may come helpful for the World Cup?
Yeah, exactly. I think it's awesome to have these opportunities to play in the subcontinent against such a high quality attack. So I'll take some learnings and hopefully keep progressing my game forward.
Really well played. Enjoyed your knock, and good luck for the remaining of the game.
Thank you. Cheers.
Well, cricket is a funny game, but you do learn so much. Well, Pakistan, they need an even 300 off their 50 overs to secure this series 5-0. Remembering, it's Babar Azam's 100th ODI. Can he produce a special knock? It will be
Well, New Zealand won the toss and they elected to bat first. Started off certainly well with a 50 from Will Young, getting out in his 80s once again. And then we also had Tom Latham chipping in with some runs. He seemed to have shown better intent today. That partnership with Mark Chapman seemed to have given them some kind of control. And it seemed like New Zealand are on par to make that 300 total that we were talking about. But Shaheen Shah Afridi pulled things out in the end when Pakistan managed to give away only 32 runs in those last 5 overs, and they also got like 5 wickets. Hello and welcome to Inverix Solar Energy Pitchside Show. I've been joined by Rooj Mumtaz and Mark Butcher. Rooj, Butch said in his pitch report that 300 is going to be a decent total. At one point it looked like they might get even more. Last 5 overs went well for Pakistan.
I mean, it was again the speed trio. No matter which one of the combination, Babar or Pakistan bowl, they pull them back at the back end. It's about what happens before that. I mean, we're just talking off air, and Butch will probably allude to it a little bit later, that none of our fast bowlers except for Shaheen bowled out completely. And that's the kind of impact they have. Last 5, like you mentioned, 32 for 5 wickets. That's what stemmed them from probably getting, say, 325. That's when Cole, McConkey, Rachin and Chapman were going. So Pakistan picking up wickets at the right time. And I think par 300 is fine. They could have stopped them for a little bit less.
Those middle overs, you know, we keep harping on about them when Pakistan is playing. We saw a bit of intent and impetus from New Zealand when Chapman and Latham were playing. So, which is why they are in the position that they're in.
Yeah, I think they read the race pretty well, batting first. The only problem for them was they ended up losing the set batters just before the end. You really need to have at least one guy who's in when Pakistan get going at you at the death. But, you know, I thought they played it pretty well, in truth. I think there's a couple of question marks over the way that Babar used his bowlers today. He had 5 frontline bowlers today, and only one of them bowled all 10 overs. Wasim Jr. had got 1 for 24 off 6, still had 4 left. And when Pakistan had 15 overs left, or when New Zealand had 15 overs left to bat, Babar could have used his fast bowlers for 14 of them. And so, therefore, you know, there was kind of an area there where perhaps until he got up to the last 5, that he used his spinners a little bit too long. They gave away 1 or 2 more runs. So 299 actually could have been 280, I think. So it's one of those little things. He might look back on the innings and go, you know what, if I was being really clinical, if we were really kind of nailing this down, that extra 20 runs could hurt us, you know, against another team. They might even hurt them tonight, because I think 300 is a reasonable score.
Right. Rooj, from a Pakistan perspective, you know, you said that they have so many different options to choose from. It almost gets confusing sometimes for a captain like Babar Azam who to use where. But whenever he needs to turn to somebody, it's always Shaheen Shah Afridi. You know, he got 3 wickets. He was the leader of the pack, as always. And, you know, he just seems to get better and better.
That's why he's right up there. And again, like Butch is saying, had he probably rotated those fast bowlers a little bit better, it would have been a different story. But let's just look at the 3 wickets from Shaheen Shah Afridi. They came towards the back end and picked up the wickets when it mattered. When the New Zealand middle order was teeing off and they took the spinners to all around the park, it was Shaheen Shah Afridi in his 3 wickets, bowled them in the right areas, and it was difficult for them to get under. And that's why he's there, along with Haris Rauf, who's by far the best at the death. Had he bowled his overs out, and Wasim Jr., that's what it is.
But you know, we talk about using your bowlers really well as a captain, and often you see that teams are always short of a bowler, so they're trying to get their part-timers in to fill in. With Pakistan, they actually have quite a few options. Does it get difficult as a captain to know where to use which bowler?
Listen, I'll tell you what happened this afternoon was that the wicket was taken. I think it was when Young got out. Right, Shadab got in with an absolute beauty. Now, immediately, that Chapman came to the crease to join Tom Latham. There were 2 left-handers in, so it took Shadab out of the attack straight away and went to Agha Salman, the off-spinner. Right, the matchup of off-spin versus the 2 left-handers, and then he banged in for 22. Now, Agha Salman ended up getting through, what, 8 overs and went 0 for 60. You've got the 2 specialist leg spin bowlers, neither of whom bowled out. 2 for 67 for Shadab, 2 for 53 for Osama Mir. And Wasim Jr. had 4 overs left. You know, so there was a miscalculation there somewhere. Yes, I understand you get matchups and you want the ball being turned away from the left-handers, but you've got two leggies there, both of whom are capable of bowling a googly, so that can move away from the left-handed batter. And as I said before, you could have bowled 14 out of your 15 overs at the death with seam, and they didn't. Which I think has cost them probably 15 to 20 runs. We'll see whether that makes any difference come the end. And it might be that Pakistan chased them down and therefore no harm. But it's one of those areas where I hope, and this is what anybody that leads a team should do, you look back on the day and go, okay, how did that go? We may have won the game. Did I make the right calls here? If the same thing happened again, would I do it exactly the same? And I'm guessing the answer would be no.
Yeah, it's just about reflecting back on your own, performance and how to improve it. And speaking of improvement, one aspect which has sort of improved over the course of the series has been Pakistan's fielding. When they started off initially, it was difficult to get that ground fielding, up to the mark. But today, just hitting the stumps, Shadab Khan saving boundaries, runs. Good to see.
Yeah, Rizwan as well behind the stumps. I thought his anticipation was really good. Again, wonderful to see this. And what hurts is that they can do it. It's just about why is it today? Why doesn't it happen on a regular basis? And that's, again, that should be a huge part of their reflection every time they go in. They should set standards like today, and they shouldn't settle for anything less.
That is true. I mean, it shouldn't really take this long as they speak, but sometimes, you need to have that experience to be getting better. It's just about learning from your mistakes. That's what we're seeing. Right. We are now ready with ground zero. It's over to Sikandar Bakht, who's with Grant Elliott.
Ground Zero, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Thank you, Zainab. Time for Ground Zero, and the man who has to tell us how to operate out here on surfaces like these when you've got the bat in your hand. The man who's performed very well top of the order in New Zealand for New Zealand is, of course, Will Young. He's got 2 scores in the high 80s. Again, today he was just spectacular. What is he doing right? Grant would tell us. I hope you're not facing any Yorkers with that bat.
No. This is a fielding bat. We were lucky to get it, but I think it might be Aruj Mumtaz's bat.
Oh, so nice of her to lend you a bat.
Thanks, Aruj.
Okay. So just tell us about Will Young and his approach today against spin and the paces.
Well, listen, we had a look at Tom Latham, and we had a look at his sweep shots, and he manipulated the ball really nicely by playing, fine sweeps, hard sweeps, slog sweeps. But Will Young, if we can roll the visuals, let's have a look at how he played the same delivery. Now, this is a delivery that Shadab is trying to bowl in an area that's asking questions. It's going to be bowling. They're trying to spin it away from the blade of Will Young. And you can see that collection of deliveries is all on the same spot. That's the spot that Shadab thinks he's most dangerous in, where he can bowl dot balls. But what Will Young has done so well is he's come down the wicket, and to that same length, he's got inside it and been able to manipulate the ball through the leg side and over mid-on. But to that very same delivery, because there's only 4 out in the middle stages, he can then come down to that same delivery and give himself a little bit of room outside the leg stump and then go over extra cover. Now, that shot for me was probably the best of the bunch. But what it did is it showed a lot of aggression. It showed that New Zealand were prepared to be aggressive through those middle stages and push their total on.
So is that the way to approach on subcontinent conditions, where we saw that the Kiwis were trying to, just get the feel of it earlier on the T20s, and now they have a better understanding of how to play spin over here, especially with no dew?
Yeah, good points. I think they're finding a way. And as I said, Latham found his way through sweep shots. That was his strength. Whereas Will Young found that coming down the wicket and trying to get to that length would be his way of dominance. And then hopefully what happens is the spinner has to change their line, change their length, maybe come round the wicket, change their field. And so many times as we see a change of field, we see a new area opening up, and therefore the player has to play a new stroke to try and get it into those pockets and those areas which are available in the middle stages.
We speak of middle stages, something important. Now, what do you think the spinners especially have picked up from Pakistan's bowling? How to go about over here on this surface when you're trying to, hold Pakistan back and defend that total?
Well, it's going to be about staying one step ahead and the ability to be consistent, but it's about dot balls. They're going to have to bowl dot balls through the middle. So that means being one step ahead of the batter, watching their feet. So if they do come down, the ability to drag it down or push it into their legs so they can just push for one. Limit those boundaries through the middle stages so that they can limit the flow of runs. Means the batsmen have to take more risks, gives you a chance of getting wickets through pressure.
Great. Thanks for all the insights. Thanks for the Baton Rouge. And over to you guys.
Ground Zero, brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy.
Well done, Arooj, on lending your bat. You're definitely a friend in need is a friend indeed. All right, Butch, coming back to what we just saw. I mean, it's interesting to see how batters can sort of maneuver the fields around in different ways of using your feet. Or you as a batsman, when you were playing, what was your preference? Going down the wicket, creating room for yourself? I mean, what is the one area or one technique that you sort of back that this is something that I really back myself on?
In England, I'd use my feet more. In the subcontinent, I'd probably sweep more against spin. I wasn't a terrific player of spin by any means, but I found more comfortable. In England, with the ball coming onto the bat a little bit more, it doesn't hold quite so much. It was much easier to kind of meet it and go over the top or drill it along the ground. But in the subcontinent, I found that very, very difficult and found that I had to try and work my angle square of the wicket a lot more, unless it was right underneath me. But the Kiwis will have learnt some really good lessons from this trip, you know. So, whatever happens with the scoreline, valuable stuff for some of their top order batters.
It is indeed a great opportunity for them. You know, their main players are not playing in this series. Some of the others have scored some runs. Great experience, different conditions altogether. And now they've put up a 300 total, which could potentially be a match-winning one. We'll have to find that out later on. But on the other side, thank you so much, Butch. On the other side, we'll be joined by Grant Elliott, so don't go anywhere.
It's with a heavy heart that I finished.
back on the Inverex Solar Energy pitch side show, and 300 is the target that Pakistan will be looking at. I've been joined by Grant David Elliott. David, as a Kiwi, are you a happier Kiwi seeing the 300 as a target? Are you on the fence? What do you feel about it?
I've been a very unhappy Kiwi since I've been here because we're 4-0 down in the series. But what I will say is that today is the day for redemption. Butch spoke about maybe 290 being a par score, and I do feel like this is, Will Young actually confirmed it. He said he thought that was par. And the only difference is one player just going on and scoring 100, scoring a big 100. And I think that if you do that, then you get that score of 320, 330.
You spoke about being unhappy on this tour. Is that a case of misplaced aggression at all?
No. I'm very happy with the crew we've got. I'm just unhappy. I like to win. You know, as a Kiwi, I'm very competitive. I wanted to see this team come out here and just perform well. We did well in the T20s, but yeah, I think today would be a nice day to finish the tour on a good note.
I think you'll tell us very shortly why he's been so unhappy.
Yeah, I think he was quite unhappy because he had a bit of a knocking session yesterday, rather, and let's find out how that went.
It's with a heavy heart that I finished the tour here in Karachi. I've had a great time, been to the Zanab market, and now it's time to actually see where the real passion of Pakistan lies, and that's tape ball cricket. Here at this park, I'm going to go and experience playing a little bit of cricket with the locals here, and I can't wait. A little bit nervous. I'm sure there's going to be someone bowling 140 k's an hour. Okay, a little lesson here in how to tape the ball up. So when I used to play with my brother, we always used to tape half the ball, and then it used to swing. Yeah. Oh, okay. So you just keep twining it like that until the whole ball is full. Is he the master of taping the ball? It's good, eh? It's quite hard, though. Hey? It's a hard tennis ball. Okay. I'm a bit nervous. Let's do it. Oh, Zach! Touch! Upstairs! So you can't take it easy here in Pakistan. Everyone bowls 140 k's. This isn't. It's probably 120. Trying to get it up there. This one's going to be the slow ball. Split finger. Ah! Okay. Slightly nervous here. Is he fast bowler, this one? Jesus, that is rapid. Woo! No. That's rapid. He's quick. This guy is... He's really quick, this guy. Okay, I'm up for the challenge here. I try. He's quick, though, this guy. He's really quick. He's like Zaman. He's quick, man. Bowled, Yorker. Pakistan Yorker. Very quick. It's good. Quick bowling. Karachi, mere jane.
You've certainly aced your Urdu as well as your bat dropping skills as well. I mean, but that guy seemed quick. I mean, barefooted bowling thunderbolts at you.
It was a lot of fun, I must admit, but I thought it was my day off, and I just rocked up at the park. Next thing, I had the adrenaline flowing. I felt like I was in the middle here in the Karachi Stadium facing Harris Ralph. It was incredible, the skill level, but what an experience just to go out there and see where, you know, the heart of Pakistan cricket comes from, and to experience that in my last couple of days before leaving here. It's been a special time. Thanks to you guys and everyone in Pakistan that's made it a very special time for me. Very memorable.
Roosh, let's get back to the game itself. That was a fantastic piece there by you, Grant. Important innings for Shan Masood as well, because he's got this opportunity now. You know, he's been included in the side, and you know they're chasing 300, so great time to score some runs to cement his place.
Oh, you sort of hit the nail on the head. It's a great opportunity, and you would imagine one of the last to come for Shan Masood. You don't see him in the front line anyways, because what Imam and Fakhr are doing on top, but if he's the third opener to go with the team, it'll be important for him to get big runs here. Big runs in a winning cause, big runs, quick runs, and just show what capacity he has, what he's made of. Because off late, in the longer version, in the Test cricket in the season that went by, he didn't have a good run. PSL, a different story, but now I'd reckon with this one game, it's his opportunity to shine, whether he grabs it or not. But again, for Pakistan and the batting that they have, they should back themselves again to chase this quite comfortably with the strength that they have. So it shouldn't be sort of a last-minute scrap through the finish line.
All right, thank you, Mr. David Grant Elliott and Dr. Arooj Mumtaz Khan. That was it pretty much from them. Like I said, 300 is the target. Pakistan will be looking to start off really well. They've got Fakhr Zaman, Babar Azam, Shan Masood, plenty of players to give them that start. But New Zealand will be feeling a little comfortable as well. It should be an interesting one, this chase. So we'll see you guys on the other side.
Welcome back once again to the National Bank Cricket Stadium in Karachi. The Tafan News presents KFC Pakistan versus New Zealand ODI series, the 5th and final ODI here at this ground. Tom Latham knows exactly what's required. They are defending 300 for Pakistan to get, and Pakistan would like to keep their ODI ranking, that #1 position, if they win this, and they need 300 runs for that. Lots of occasions here. Yesterday, or day before rather, we saw Babar Azam becoming the quickest to 5,000 ODI runs. Then, of course, today being his 100th ODI, Pakistan would like to wrap up this season with a win and make it 5-0 up. Whitewash would be an ideal thing for them to enjoy for some time to come, because there won't be much cricket happening at home for a while. Well, coming back to this game, it's the job of man in form, Fakhr Zaman, who's been tremendous with that bat in his hand. He's got 300s in recent times, and of course those numbers do suggest that he is a man. If you get him early, you fancy your chances and put pressure on Pakistan. Good thing for Pakistan, getting to his opening slot. Shan Masood made full use of it in the 4th game. Looked very dangerous for the opposition, was dismissed, but this time around again he has a chance out there. Not many games for him in this format, but he surely knows what is required. He's got the experience in the county, he's got the experience white ball for Pakistan, and of course a great domestic season some time back. Adam Milne, he's been skipping one game, coming back into the 11, so he's done well by just giving his body a bit of rest, and he's all set, roaring to go from our media. And Uruj is also here with us. He's raced upstairs from that studio and looking at 300 to win. This could be a bit of a challenge, because those middle overs with the 2 spinners on, and if we don't get any dew, it'll require some skill to keep that scoreboard moving. 300 of 300. Langton Rosera says play. Adam Milne with that flying slip, a second slip in position for Fakhr Zaman. And Pakistan are on their way with that single.
Yes, Sikandar, we haven't seen any dew, especially with the wind that's been blowing at this time in the night in Karachi for the past week or so. We haven't seen any dew, or any dew in terms of having any effect. At the moment, none whatsoever. And it's been a case for the previous 2 games as well. And like you say, with a little bit of dew, the ball skids on a little bit better. It becomes difficult for the spinners to bowl. None of that at the moment. None of that in the previous 2 games. So this will be an important game for Pakistan in terms of, like you mentioned, holding on, retaining that #1 spot, whitewashing the series at home 5-0, and more importantly, getting home convincingly. For Shan Masood, plenty of talk around him and his numbers. He's got the numbers to show for in his List A career. Doesn't quite have the same to reflect in the one-day opportunities. His 9th opportunity today, so not a lot of opportunities in terms of that, but yes, has the numbers in List A career.
Shan wants to, and why not? There's a lot of space there on that onside, big boundary. Always push that ball in. We were discussing this earlier, Rouge, that as a batter you understand the dimensions of the ground and you know exactly how many are available. I'm telling you, that boundary on square leg at this moment, you can actually easily push it and try and run. I don't know, maybe 4 would be squeezing with a misfield, yes. That's probably he wants to bowl with that slip in position, just angle it across the left-hander.
Yeah, you talk about the big pockets available, especially to the leg side of Shan Masood at the moment. And New Zealand made good use of that. They ran a lot of 3s. We saw in the previous game run 4 off an overthrow as well. So while the boundaries keep coming along, running between the wickets, especially when you've got one side of the field available in terms of those big pockets. Make use of them. Well, what you get with Adam Milne as well is that a little bit of extra pace, a little bit of extra zip off the surface. And 144.2, that was a third delivery off the over, so that is just something different Pakistan will have to contend with. That extra pace, the short delivery has been the undoing in the entire season for quite a few batters for Pakistan. Whether he employs that or not, Adam Milne, we'll have to see.
End of the first over, Pakistan 3 for no loss. That's the New Zealand batting card. What a start that was given by Will Young, 87. And then down the order, Chapman has a quick fire, 43 of 33. Gave them that boost that they required, 59 from Latham. 299 all out. Matt Henry, their spearhead in the bowling attack, is now going to be operating from the University Road end. Good shot. Beats the short cover. It's a long boundary, might not get there. Russian will do the cleaning up, and the batters complete too.
That's actually well tracked down by Rachin Ravindra. Now it's timed nicely. It pierced the offside field. Rachin has done really well to keep this down to 2. Matt Henry is one of those Kiwi players who will be very happy on that trip back home. He's had an outing he'll remember. He picked up a T20 hat-trick as well, the 4th male Kiwi player to do so in T20 cricket. He's bowled really good channels, has kept pressure on the Pakistani batters, and more importantly has been the leading wicket taker. Picked up 6 wickets, an average of just 14 in the T20 games, and so far 7 wickets in this one-day version.
Again, full face of the bat. Just couldn't pierce that field. It's a very strong offside field. It's packed inside the circle, though Adam Milne was bowling to 6-3 offside field, but here's still an extra man on the onside. Again, it's the fact that the boundary is shorter on the leg side at the moment. So just that extra man is there at deep square leg.
That is a really good delivery. Just under 140 Ks and carries through to the keeper. Just a channel outside the left-hander's off stump. Fakhr Zaman does well. Watchful and lets it go through. And Pakistan will need a good start. They will have to make use of this first power play.
Again, very good line there from Matt Henry. 5 for no loss.
as the ODI careers for the players in this squad. And Babar Azam playing his 100th ODI today. I would love to see him get a big score just like in the 4th game. 18th ODI century for Babar. Oh, what a delivery. What a ball. It's just that channel which, you know, just almost forces you as a batter to poke at it.
First Matt Henry and now Adam Milne. 143 Ks and gets Shan Masood in a very awkward position, just poking at that one, and a hint of movement away from the left-hander as well. Pressure on because of some really tight channels. Really good bowling in Tom Latham, made off in appreciation of it as well.
Wow, that's a replica of what we just saw a delivery ago. Is just millimeters away from the shoulder of the bat.
This one even better because it's not a tentative push. And this, he's gone at it. It wasn't a bit of a poke, and then in this one he's played a full forward defense, and once the ball's left him, he's just changed the position of the bat. He thinks he's played down the right line. It's an excellent angle across the left-hander.
Short ball. Now that's a bit of a gamble there, because yes, the boundary is big, but once you beat that short mid-wicket, there's no one patrolling. That's Pakistan's 11 today. Very heavy middle order there. Lots of runs, lots of form, and then some good finishers. We saw a great knock from Salman in the previous game. Shadab comes back, and then the bowlers. Oh, Fakhar's not interested in that. Idea was right, just to play soft hands, because the fielders in the circle are at the edge of that circle, 30-yard marker.
Yeah, in positions like this, it's best to get off the mark, off the striking end rather. Just get down the wicket and let the non-striker face the music. Even rotate strike.
Yeah, Sam, that leading edge. It's very tentative outside that channel, that 4th off stump. Very good lines from Adam Milne.
One individual batter who loves chasing, and in particular loves chasing targets of 300 or more, is Fakhar Zaman. His average when in chasing 300 plus scores is 83, beg your pardon. Strikes at 113 as well. That's exactly what you need when you're chasing 6 runs per over or more. 300s as well. 180 not out already in this series in that big chase.
Pakistan 7 for no loss. Go. Wow. Oh, he's got his head in his hands. Matt Henry doesn't know how that doesn't clip that off stump. And then it beats the keeper as well.
A little too perfect. A little too perfect for Matt Henry. Cuts Fakhar Zaman in half. He plays outside the line. Tom Latham couldn't stop it as well. Just a hint of shape back into the right-hander. Back into the left-hander. This is really good bowling in tandem from the New Zealand seamers up front. It's quite extraordinary. Really good. Doesn't get off the surface again. Awkward bounce to Latham. Really good angles from Henry.
Oh, this time it's over the set of the stumps. This one's even better. Now that exactly is what Uruji said, cut into half. Again, yes, yeah, you would have that reaction if you were Matt Henry. How am I not striking the stumps?
Unbelievable. He deserves the zingers to go off there. How that is missed the top of the bails. Blundell this time with an excellent take. Matt Henry. Yeah, he cannot believe it. Quite some bowling here. It's been an excellent display so far from the quick of Adam Mill and Matt Henry. Both left-handers on the crease for Pakistan in a spot of bother. Fakhar Zaman will feel very, very lucky for that one in particular, not to rattle the stumps behind.
That's brilliantly done. That's super work. The dive was perfect. He got a good bounce there. Very well done by the fielder at backward point. McConkey there. That ball was travelling, I can tell you that.
Yes, one of those. You have to time your jump absolutely spot on, and he's done just that. Goes with the one outstretched hand. Saves a certain boundary.
That's an excellent over. Brilliant over. Apart from those 4 byes, nothing coming in. 11 for no loss. Pakistan have a very good opportunity to repeat the heroics of 2003 when they beat New Zealand 5-0 at home. It was in Zamam's captaincy. Here they have another opportunity if they can score the 300 runs and have a 5-0 to their name. 20 years ago, 2003.
Well, they've got the players to do so. They've got the players that are in form as well. Fakhar Zaman, Babar Azam. And the middle order came to the party in the previous game. Salman was really good. Iftikhar, Haris. And Shaheen with the finishing touches. But it'll have to be before that. The game will have to be set up by this top order. Brilliant from Blundell again behind the stumps. My memory serves me correct. In 2022, Blundell did not drop a single catch. 29 catches came his way, not a single one put down, and has a new look as well today. The Karachi Heat.
It's a very similar start from New Zealand when they were batting at this stage. Exactly 12 runs on the board. That new ball. Two openers just want to be very, very sure that they understand the pace and the bounce on the pitch today. But you've got to give it to Matt Henry and Adam Milne. They've just been superb. I mean, great to watch. Bowling that outside the off-stump channel, and a couple of them just going over the stumps. Need a bit of luck here.
Now once again it's that line. And they've been hitting that length. And this one keeping low. Shan Masood doing well to get his bat just in time. Down just in time. Adam Milne clocking up some speeds. 146 the fastest.
The one in the middle, they're finding the fielders, so it's some very accurate, very good bowling according to their field. The two fast bowlers here.
It's one-day international cricket. A long time to go in this game. Pakistan, both batters 3 of 14 at the moment. Still no boundaries and still unable to pierce the gap. Latham has his fielders in really good positions and the bowler's execution has been spot on so far. Speeds as well. It's been a quick over from Adam Milne. Consistently 140 plus, 145 plus on 3 occasions. And just the one wide hasn't given away any runs off the bat in this over.
End of another good over, just a wide in that. 12 for no loss. Quiet 5 first overs in the first power play, and that's credit to Matt Henry and Adam Milne with some immaculate lines to the two left-handers. Short ball, and that he would like in front of the eye line, and he smacks that in front of mid-wicket. That's what he wanted. Bat on ball.
Yeah, the way he sets up, once it is around shoulder height, it is really good for Fakhar Zaman. He's got that really good swivel into the leg side. First boundary for Pakistan. That's a piece of silverware the teams are playing for. Already played for in terms of who takes that home. It is Pakistan. They are already 4-0 ahead in the series. More importantly, they win tonight and they hold on the one-day international rank #1. And why that's important is because in one-day international cricket, rankings change after every game. Hence why it is important for Pakistan to win this one. Otherwise, they fall down to #3. In Test cricket, they wait for the end of the series before they update rankings. That's how the ranking system works. So Pakistan have enjoyed the top spots for a couple of nights, and for their sake, they'll want to enjoy it for a slightly longer period.
There should be a ranking for commentators. Should change after every stint.
Who decides that, Sikandar? That's more important. Who's jury?
The guys who've done the stint before them.
Yeah, just confirmation. It is points that separate the top three. They are same on ratings, but it's by just decimal points difference. Pakistan have to win in order to hang on to number 1. And if they don't, they drop down to number 3. Australia jumps ahead and gets into the number 1 position again.
Before, nothing that square leg can do or the deep square leg can. This was traveling. It was Matt Henry a space. He put bat on that and just flies.
Yeah, just straying in line slightly more onto outside leg stump line, which allows Fakhar Zaman to swing across. That is his favorite shot. Half tracker as well. He finds the boundary. So 2 boundaries in this over, 1 to come. Oh, he needs to get back. Shy at the stumps. Doesn't disturb them. 6 done is 20 for no loss.
That one rare big over where Fakhar Zaman got 2 boundaries of Matt Henry. Suddenly you feel that Henry changed his length, started bowling short, was smashed in front of the square on the onside on the first one. And then that leg stumpish line which was put away, deep backward square leg. Coming back to the ranking that you're talking about, of course, it also matters the number of games that you played as a side. I'm just looking at the 3 teams right on top. Pakistan is right there, 113 rating for Pakistan, Australia and India. In terms of number of games played, of course, Pakistan has much lesser games to get to the same rating. It also helps them to be right there. Good looking shot just for a single.
The last game of the season, it's been a very good season for Pakistan cricket. England have toured twice, New Zealand have toured twice, PSL in the middle is there as well. And the Karachi crowd for the one last time have come out in numbers. Just the one.
Now all those camera lights are on. It's a big crowd here on a Sunday evening in Karachi. They know the last game of the season, so want to be here. And it's also a special occasion. Pakistan can get a whitewash 5-0 and retain that #1 position in the ICC ODI rankings, and also 100th ODI for captain Babar Azam. And you would probably want to hear the roar if he comes out to bat anytime. Yes, just a quick one. Pakistan has played 29 matches to get the same rating compared to Australia 35, India 47. Short ball, that's a bad ball with so much landscape available on the onside. It's a big boundary, it'll just roll over, might be. That's very well done. As he flicked it back in time. We'll have to wait and see. But the run 3 in the moment, that's Rachin Ravindra. Very well done, full marks for the effort.
And that's now twice from Rachin. He's chased his ball down, put his head down and put the scamper in. And
We'll have a look at this, but this is a top effort. And I reckon he has pulled this back in time. His right leg still seems to be in the air when he's got his fingers under. I think that is an exceptional piece of fielding. His right heel there just clips the top of the advertising cushion. I don't think the ball was in his hand at that moment.
Yeah, his boot does brush the side skirting, but he's not in contact with the ball at that time. Only comes in contact after the foot has actually passed. And it's exactly that. Just 3 runs. Very well done. That's a shot. It was a full, it was wide outside off, and Fakhr Zaman swings his bat through.
It was in the slot to be put away. Fakhr Zaman, who's been a bit tied down in the earlier piece, and gets his 3rd boundary. In very similar fashion, plants his front foot in that leg stump line and has a crack at that. Yeah, appreciation by the young fans as well. 9 of this over, 1 to go. Seven done, 29 for no loss. It's been an international cricket season in Pakistan that has been very busy, but this is men's cricket. England toured twice, New Zealand have toured twice. Earlier on they played the test and the one-day. The results, well, they haven't really gone Pakistan's way. 4-3 T20 series to England, 3-0 England took the test series. Pakistan drew the series to New Zealand in test cricket. Oh, chopped on! Shan Masood, well, he will have to make the long walk back to the dugout. Not his day once again, 7 just for him. And it took 20 deliveries.
Yeah, again, that inside edge onto the stumps. Slow and slow, that's what Will Young said. Right away from the body, trying to work it into the covers, and Shan Masood walks back for 7. Pakistan 29 for 1. Quickest to 5,000 runs, yes, we know that. And now today the 100th ODI for Babar Azam is wearing that jersey which says 100. The usual jersey number is 56, but on this occasion he's wearing 100 on that jersey. Remember that chat with him where he acknowledged that 9 years ago on the day of that 4th ODI he was called into the seniors camp, and today he is, look at those numbers, 26 50s, 1800s. 100th one-day international Babar.
Yeah, what a reception. Amp up that volume because it was really loud here. The reception for Babar Azam in his 100th game. Every time he walks out on a cricket field, he has got fans. He's got a separate fan base, not just in Karachi, but in the world of cricket. Oh, what a piece of timing. Straight to the fielder. Shan Masood, Matt Henry with a change of angle around the wicket to cramp him for room. Shan Masood thought he had the width on offer, he didn't. The only thing he managed was rattling his stumps.
Yeah, unable to pierce that gap, but he is middling it, isn't he?
Shan Masood, I'm sure not happy watching that dismissal again and again in the dugout. The cheer for Babar Azam is still on. What a journey he's had. And off the mark. Off the mark to a huge roar in his 100th game. What a journey. 2007, Sikandar, you mentioned. First started with as ball picker around when South Africa was touring Pakistan. 2012 captain Pakistan in the Under-19 World Cup. ODI debut in 2015 versus Zimbabwe. 3 centuries on a trot twice, the only player to do so. Fastest to 5,000 runs. #1 batter in ODI cricket, and now captain of the #1 team in the world as well.
When I recall, one of his best hundreds, which I probably liked, was the World Cup 100 against the same side, New Zealand. Pakistan was chasing, and that was 100 to watch. It had rained, spinners were right on top, and the way he crafted that knock. And Pakistan won that with him being around. That was the most important thing. 8 overs gone, 30 for 1.
Excellent start from New Zealand's bowlers. They've been rewarded with the wicket of the struggling Shan Masood. Now as first change bowler Henry Shipley comes into the attack, they've got to deal with Babar Azam. Got him! Gone! What a start for Shipley. And the ground has gone deathly silent as their hero on his 100th one-day international appearance has gone back to the pavilion for one. Brilliant from Shipley. New Zealand will be absolutely ecstatic. He's not, the crowd isn't. They came here to watch Babar Azam destroy New Zealand, and not today. It was in the right length, the right line. Babar Azam opened the face of the blade. And unfortunately for the crowd here in Karachi, but fortunately for Henry Shipley, he doesn't have to bowl to Babar Azam anymore because he's gone. He goes for one. It's 30 for 2. Rizwan. hero of Pakistan cricket has come out, but unfortunately the crowd are not in quite the same mood. I mentioned on commentary a couple of days ago that the trouble with having a fan favourite like Babar is that the audience can very quickly lose its ardour for the contest when he leaves the field, and Henry Shipley bowled the ball into that area there, that area where Babar is so strong. Bowler at the other end did exactly the same, tempted him with a few teasers outside off stump, trying to get him to play that extra cover drive before the feet were moving. And that is exactly what has happened here. Henry Shipley will be a very, very popular man in that Kiwi dressing room right now. Time to focus for Rizwan. Backer 16 from 24. Pakistan have plenty of batting depth. Desperately want to cling on to that #1 ranking in ODIs. They have to win the game to do so. They've got a real challenge on their hands now. New Zealand posted what I think is a good score. I think it's just a smidge over par on this surface. And now they're in the box seat, 30 for 2.
Yeah, a lot of the time, Butch, you in the subcontinent, you've toured for a long period of time, and it's easy. The Kiwis are out tonight. They leave for the airport tonight. Sometimes you can just have one foot on the plane, but you do get the sense here that it's just a little bit of a sniff. New Zealand maybe got just over par in their score, maybe par being 290. Will Young felt that it was par. Scamper through for the one. Rizwan dives and opens up that hip burn again that he got for ODI #4. But you do sense that the Kiwis, there's just a little spring in their step now after dismissing Babar.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they did the right thing at the toss, which was a big help. And they batted really well. Hey, things slowed up for them and lost wickets at the death, but you kind of expect that against Pakistan. What they did really well was go hard through the middle period. Babar perhaps didn't have his best day as a captain with bowling changes. New Zealand are buzzing here. They've got a real opportunity. And for Pakistan, well, it's another opportunity for them. One match is defending. They've got brilliant death bowling. They've been able to put scores on the board and defend them. Can they go out there and chase them down on a wearing surface? Extra bounce, a lot of extra bounce from the high tower that is Shipley.
And you also sense that Fakhar Zaman now, maybe a little bit of pressure on him, because when you look at the batting order, ow, that's a little bit of knuckle involved in that one. But we've spoken so much about the middle order, Iftikhar Ahmed, Shadab Khan and Salman Agha. Then you got Shane Shah Afridi at 8.
Pulled away. Rizwan at his best. 36 for 2. Well, we've got a game on our hands here at the National Stadium in Karachi. Pakistan in pursuit of 300 and lost their skipper.
How good has Matt Henry been? Mr. Consistency. He's just been toiling all tour. But Pakistan won't give up. It was an excellent over from Henry Shipley. Rizwan That's just a dominant shot. Just 4 deliveries that he's faced. He looks like he's been there for 20 overs. Well, we've seen 2 bowlers on this tour, Naseem Shah and Matt Henry. They've bowled consistently well, good areas, and that's what happens. You get rewards, back of a length, just a little bit of nibble, 2 square for Shah Masood, and you get the rewards. Look at the line and length that he's bowled. As Fakhar Zaman just opens the face of that one, just a little bit of width. Rachin Ravindra can't hold that one in.
Fakhar Zaman will naturally stay a bit leg side of the ball. And if you allow the ball to get close enough to you, then you can open the face with the ball around the wicket and get it through the offside. Shah Masood is more of a back and across player, so he cramped himself a room in the first place and then tried to hit it 2 square. That's where the drag on comes in. Important man now, Fakhar.
Yeah, so just as I put the curse into Henry, he gave a little bit of width and got sliced through cover point, but he's been bowling to left-handers in this series, and this is just in the power play. You can see there the line. The ones on the right of your screen is him coming around the wicket, but his length has been unbelievable, and there's a little heat map there. You can see that orange or red area. It's just around 4th or 5th stump that he's just been peppering.
That hit him on the helmet. I think that's come off his head. The Kiwis with half an appeal, but I think that that's come off the helmet of Fakhar. Really good sharp bounce up.
Got to go upstairs here, Butch, I reckon. Maybe a little glove.
You already did go upstairs.
Right, giving it out.
Right to the penthouse suite. In the grill.
Oh, grill sandwich early on.
Big Cliffy Deacon come out to inspect Fakhar. That really clonked him on the head. Quick bumper, skiddy bumper. Yeah, almost hit the badge of Fakhar Zaman. Beauty.
Gee, we haven't seen a lot of that either. These wickets, Pindi or here in Karachi, that's the first one we've really seen a player look uncomfortable and get badged. Hopefully he's all right. He'll go through the concussion tests.
The difference it makes to the bowlers to be running up and bowling at this time of the evening rather than in the heat of the day. New Zealand last 2 games here in Karachi, I reckon today was the hottest of the lot. They've had to take the new ball and run in and bowl when it's burning hot. You don't have the same sort of energy in your 4th or 5th over. There's the end of Shah Masood. You see the back and across, cramped himself for a bit of room. That was brilliant, I think. I think that was a plan from New Zealand. Matt Henry hung it out there to Baba for his first 3 or 4 deliveries. Shipley did exactly the same thing and picked up his wicket. A couple of boundaries, one to Fakhar, one to Rizwan. And with 1 ball left in the power play, Fakhar is perhaps not seeing pink elephants anymore. You've got to check him. Oh, that's not going to do him any good. Jazz fan polls question. Which Pakistani batting pair has the highest 10th wicket partnership in ODIs? Mohammad Amir, Saeed Ajmal, or Mohammad Amir and Yasir Shah? If the Jazz fan polls quizmasters are planning for a 10th wicket drama at the the back end of this one as Pakistan try to hold on with their #1 ranking. Tafaka seems to be okay. The modern helmets are pretty good. Needed to be. Tough man, military man. Somebody that Pakistan will be pinning their hopes on in this run chase.
And the most important delivery now is how Matt Henry follows this up. Demand back at square leg and fine leg. Does he go short, or does he just try and get that awkward length?
Third man is up as well. Dot to finish the 10th, finish the power play. Pakistan 40 for 2. So phase 2 then, it's officially known as power play 2, but it was more like a phase to me. 4 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. We've spoken a lot about it during the ODI series, and the fact that the ball gets a little older, as the pitches get tireder, it becomes more difficult to go big in the final power play when there are 5 fielders out. And that this period against spin, where you're only allowed the 4 boundary riders, is a time to put opposition captains under pressure. Sodi into the attack early. Captain Latham just waiting until he's got that little bit more cover in the outfield. Rizwan will sweep, that is for sure. Give himself a bit of room as well and cut it away on the offside, but the leg side is where he'll be looking.
You mentioned an opportunity for the captains to put the opposition under pressure, but it'll be fascinating to see how Latham rotates his spinners. He's got the option of 3 spinners here. Paul McConkey, who's come into the team midway through the series, who's performed extremely well. 0 for 46 in his first one, and 0 for 61, and 1 for 61 in the second, and unfortunately got hit for 15 off his last over. And then you've got Rachin Ravindra, who's come into the team. Actually performed quite well with the ball.
I mean, look, there's a threat there from spin. There's a threat there from Ish Sodi, the leg spinner. But throughout the course of the series and the matches here in Karachi, the spinners have been easier to score off than the pace bowlers. Oh, that's close. Sodi thinks it might be height that's the problem. Wasn't a massive appeal from behind the stumps. Latham says the height's good. Okay, I'm going for it.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. The original decision is not out. I've already checked the front foot and it's a fair delivery. Front on, please. Ball might have made contact with the glove, it looks like. Can you give me ultra edge just to confirm that? Standing by for ultra edge, Langton. Slow, flat line as it's passing the bat. Slow, slow to the glove. Yeah, the ball has hit the glove. So, Lankan, you'll be staying with your original decision of not out. I'll let you know when you're on screen. Stand by. You're on screen, signal now.
Yeah, it would have appeared perhaps that was a very straightforward decision, but what Joel Wilson had to make sure of was that the ball had hit some part of Facker's glove. If it had hit him on the arm, then you can still be out LBW. I think it might have gone over the top anyway.
I'm just glad I'm not the TV umpire. That's when you need Uruj Mumtaz. She's great at talking you through it. It's very detailed. I told her she should actually do a double stint. Go from here to the TV umpire's room. But you're right, Butch. Had that hit the arm, and because he reversed his feet, he's playing essentially as a right-hander, it would have taken away the outside leg call as well. So, been given out LB there, fucker.
Challenging over from Ish Sodhi, just the 2 runs from it, 42 for 2. Stiff chase this under lights for Pakistan, particularly now the linchpin of their batting, Babar Azam, is no longer at the crease. Henry Shipley picked him up his very first over. He's now had a change of ends. You're on your way back tonight, aren't you? Hopping on the bus with the Kiwi boys tonight?
I will be hopping on the bus, but not on the same plane.
Right.
But it will be a much better bus ride if they win, I'd say. Otherwise, maybe a few things that I've said in the commentary box might not go down too well. Always have to be careful, but I'll celebrate their tour nonetheless. I guess 2-all in the series, the T20 series, and 4-0 down here means that they can probably celebrate the T20 series with a nice drop at Tapal T in the lounge when they get there. Pakistan's number 1 tee, Garam Garam. Time for Tapal T lounge. Yeah, they would have had a number of cups of those while they've been on tour, but the T20 series, you'd say, well done, hats off to them with that squad. And then maybe they came in with a few expectations into the one-dayers. To be 4-0 down, it will be cherry on the top if they can go away with just 1 victory here. But the bus rides are the best, Butch. The best bus rides in cricket have to be in England. When you're touring England and you get those massive buses with TV going, there's nowhere to hide. You have a bad day and you have to walk into the bus and you're with your team. Good banter, good stories, great camaraderie, and you really do feel that the team spirit and ethos, and there's nothing that brings a team closer together than a full month on tour somewhere. Having a look at Babar Azam's 100th game. Obviously it would have been nice for him to score 100 in his 100th game. Butch, I had a look at your 100th innings, your 100th test innings. What you got.
Trouble. Oh boy. They're not communicating particularly well, these two. Couple of occasions Rizwan has thought that Faker should have come. This time they both thought about it and then thought better of it.
Went for the Yorker, trying to almost finish the over well. Gee, that would have been good. Matt Henry's done it before. Oh, that's a moment that changes the game right there. 50-50 chance in the hand. Had he hit, Fakhr was gone. Pakistan would have been in a little bit of trouble.
He's going to go this time. And then he'll keep the strike. Another tight over, 44 for 2. From 38. Pakistan to clean sweep Kiwis. Stay at the top of the ICC rankings. In the air. Excellent drop from Ish Sodhi.
Yes, I worked out your 100th innings, Butch, just because we're dealing in hundreds. It was a good innings. Let's have a look at this. Open blade, a little bit airborne. That's where Sodhi will look to try and get him out, maybe caught at short cover. Oh, missed by Blundell. This will be runs, buys, wides actually. Maybe buys, that'll be a bit harsh. Wides for him. Luckily it wasn't 4 of them, 5 of them. Yeah, so it was against South Africa, the 100th innings. It was at Leeds. Are you good with numbers? Good with memory of innings? 77 in the first. In the 100th innings, he scored 61. There you go.
Lost the test match. Not nothing I did, but we lost the test match.
Should have got 100.
Yeah, in both innings.
Probably not quite as memorable. No one remembers your 100th innings. It's not really celebrated, is it? It's more your 100th game. So I will remember this. It was great. You got the shirt at the start of the game and got to wear 100. All the hype for it, and you could see the disappointment from the crowd.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the expectation, isn't it? I mean, I guess when you put so much store into one player for your entertainment and enjoyment, you can't score 100 every time they play. Not even him. So 1 or 2 might have got up and left their seats, but most have stayed. Most enthralled by this contest, because their team is being challenged here by a fighting unit. It's not their best 11, New Zealand. A very, very proud cricketing nation, and they will scrap for everything here. Late night entertainment on a Sunday night here in Karachi. Really good this from Ish Sodhi. Just locked into an excellent line and length. Just getting the ball to drop a little bit. Perhaps got a bit of breeze to play with as well. Bowling from the pavilion end. Breeze blowing across the ground from left to right as he bowls, so he can get a little drift away from Fakhr. And then a bit of turn back in. Decent over. again. Pakistan have gone past 50, but it's been a struggle. 51 for 2 from 13. Parch looking square under lights, seeing a lot of action during the course of this cricketing season. Still one more story to be told.
This is the dismissal. Babar Azam, look at the crowd. They came here to watch him on his 100th game. Well, you just can't predict success. That man there was ready to almost run on the field, dressed in his Pakistan gear. This one, Tom Latham, we've seen so many times, loves getting horizontal in that mid-off position.
Yeah, don't we all? Looks like the Afridi celebration. Be Shane Shah Afridi. Shaheen Afridi as well. Both like to stand in the middle of the park with arms and legs apart in celebration.
Get the real sense here that Pakistan just sense New Zealand are on top, and they need to try and wrestle back a little bit of the assertiveness in this game and momentum. They don't have the momentum. New Zealand have got the momentum, and you sense that Fakhar Zaman has almost taken a bit of a submissive role here. He's not playing his natural game. Something is about to happen here, whether it's a big over or a wicket.
Might be a wicket, it is. That ball has stayed down. Shipley is a very tall man. It was back of a length and the ball seemed to hit Mohammad Razwan and the shin. Finger went up straight away from Rashid Riaz. He's going to take a look.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. The original decision is out. I've already checked the front foot. It's a fair delivery. Front on, please. But I'm not sure if there's any bat involved. Can you give me ultra edge, please? Ultra edge coming up. Flat line, a little gap as the ball passes the bat. I'm satisfied with no bat involved. Ball tracker when you're ready. Waiting on ball tracker, Rashid. Hold on, stand by. Ball tracker coming up, original decision is out. Ball pitching outside off, impact in line, and the wicket's hitting. Rashid will be saying with your original decision out. I'll let you know when you're on screen. Stand by. You're on screen, signal now.
Excellent decision from Rashid Riaz. It looked stone dead live. Turns out it was. Mohammad Rizwan goes for 9. Pakistan in big trouble, 52 for 3. Well, Pakistan find themselves in a spot of bother. 52 for 3. Shan, Baba and Rizwan all back in the hutch. Henry Shipley having a night out here at the National Stadium. Back of a length, good bounce. And that's the end of another excellent over. 1 run and a wicket from it, 52 for 3. New Zealand winning the toss. Bowled out inside 50 overs, just 3 balls inside, made 299. Just a bit above par, I reckon. Sodhi into his third, none for 9. And the pressure mounting on Fakhar Zaman, who's 26 from 44. Hasn't been able to get going. He's lost a couple of senior players at the other end.
He's the sort of player that loves to feel bat and ball, loves to get boundaries. He's just got the 4 boundaries, Fakhar Zaman. We see the Rizwan dismissal. He reviewed it. Once he saw it wasn't outside the line, he just started walking off. He knew it wasn't going over. Brilliant line and length from Henry Shipley. He's come to play in this last ODI. And you get the sense that because Fakhar Zaman, he's not as proficient as working the ball around, getting those singles. Wants to be hitting boundaries, hasn't for a while. So can the Kiwis make him take an unnecessary risk here?
No, I actually think that Pakistan, the only way to get themselves out of this is to start throwing a few punches back at the moment. Kiwis have just been very, very good. They're unlikely to start bowling a pile of rubbish at the moment, so they need to be knocked off their length. Off the pad, I think. Brilliant from Blundell. Sodhi thinks pad 2. But you get what I mean. If Pakistan just sit out there and just look to try and find singles and knock the ball into gaps, I think they're going to get into trouble. They're only going at 3.5 at the moment. I think someone has to come out and really go at New Zealand here to try and wrestle the initiative back.
Yeah, if you don't do that, the bowlers are not going to change what they're doing at the moment. A little bit too submissive from Pakistan. You're right, Butch. Be aggressive. Take the risk.
New Zealand understandably looking extremely sharp out there at the moment. 15 overs gone, 53 for 3 Pakistan.
Pakistan in a spot of bother after losing. Babar Azam also in form, 100 in the 4th ODI, and just for 1 run in this 100th match for him. It's just made people just think about, can Pakistan go ahead and have that whitewash which they've been waiting for, or retain their ODI ranking status? If they want to get there to that 300, he will have a major role to play. Fakhar Zaman. It's well bowled again. Shipley this time round the wicket, just closing in with the angle, just not allowing Fakhar to free his arms. He's just smashed that, but again finding Latham at mid-off. Good thing from the New Zealand quicks is that they're not allowing any room to the fast bowlers. Henry started so well along with Adam Milne, and they were so accurate again, bowling it across the left-handers with that great length. Now Shipley just complementing that. Look at those numbers there. 4, none for 14, 5 overs, 1 for 15. Good stop. Good stop. They are right on top. They know that they've got Pakistan where they want them to be.
And Chad Bose again. He's been a gun fielder throughout this series. Shipley's had a wonderful outing, like you mentioned, Sikandar. And the definite ploy against Mohammad Rizwan was to bowl short. They targeted him with the short delivery. He got 9 of 15. And the plan paid off in the end. There was around 7 or 8 deliveries, short length, and more importantly, they were well targeted. Just outside the channel of off stump, cramping him of room at times with the angled Shipley, and that was the one that eventually got him slightly fuller at that length of short. That was brilliant. A brilliant setup and a wicket off to show for. Maiden over from Shipley as well. He's just given away 2 runs in 3 overs so far. 16 done, 53 for 3.
Four bowlers, 1 spinner there. Still got Rachin to come out and bowl his spell, but that will be a crucial one. The 2 spinners, when they will be operating from both ends. At the moment, Sodhi, he's bowled 3 overs, none for 10. Yes, very well done by Salman. Waited on that and just opening the face of the bat and running it down to third. Yeah, he's very good against spin. He just knew it. With the third inside the circle, if he plays it fine, he'll get runs. A welcome boundary there.
Yeah, he was a driving factor in the first game, and this is a trademark of his batting ability to create the angles, play spin well. And why he plays it well? Because he plays it very late. Either gets down the track to negate any spin on offer, or gets right back in his crease and plays the ball late after it has spun. Oh, he's put that down. He has put that down. He's Sodhi well. A relatively simpler grab in his follow-through.
Yeah, that would have been embarrassing for Salman. Would have been a soft dismissal. Full toss, played it back to Ish Sodhi. Those just have to stick in the middle of the palm, otherwise just go down. This time waits, and he feels he's missed out on an opportunity there, Salman. Could have just easily played it to the right of that fielder on the offside.
That's a drop. He stuck his right hand out. Had enough time because he wasn't hit with too much force. Salman now played that one to the hand. The next one couldn't carve it through the offside.
The wrong one. It's well read, just working it around using the wrist, Salman. The last 5 overs, just 15 runs have come, and they've lost 1 wicket. Things have really slowed down. That welcome boundary just a while ago in the over. Otherwise, before this over, Pakistan has made just 2 runs in the last 3 overs, as mentioned by you, Uruj. Down the wicket, and he finds the gap. Fakhr Zaman, something's got to give. You've got to create those lengths, and he's had enough of waiting around in the box.
With the leg spinner on, that shot is always on for Fakhr Zaman. Again, does well to get down to the track, to the pitch of the ball, and plays it with the spin, gets enough elevation to hit it over mid-wicket. The only fielder inside the ring at that angle, deep backward square and long on the fence.
Good stop again. Slight deflection allows them to get a single, so it's a good over from Pakistan's point of view. 2 boundaries and 10 runs coming off it. 63 for 3. That's the biggest over up till now in this innings. 10 runs off it. 2 boundaries coming off it. One from Fakhar, one from Salman. Shipley continuing. Oh, that's a good throw. It's under army. It's home. But just a reminder that you can't just be walking around. You've got fielders who are looking to get you out.
Is pressure talking? Once again, Chad Bose with the direct throw.
TV and party director, we have an umpire review for run out at the bowler's end. Your best side on, please.
Oh, that is mighty
We take it
close.
back
I mean,
just take it back. And go forward slowly, slowly.
Outstretched.
Slow,
Salman.
slow. Free, right. Bat is grounded behind the crease. The bails are off. I have a decision for the big screen.
He's just an inch inside that line. He's safe.
Yeah, it's the mounting of the pressure. It's the mounting of the pressure because the asking rate is 7.22. At the moment, Pakistan have lost 3 wickets. 3.67 is what they are scoring at the moment. It's an uphill task from here on in, and they've lost Babar Shan and Rizwan along the way. Fakhr still there. And he likes a big chase, has the numbers to show for. But he will need support, and he will need support throughout the length of the middle order, and they will need support in terms of scoring quickly. Well, Sensodyne will give you support as well in a sensitivity-free movement because life is too short for sensitive teeth. Crowd's been good tonight. The one last time in the season, National Stadium has a good turnout.
A good single there. So important to keep that strike rotation because now the required is 7.23. Any more dot balls is just going to make it steeper and tougher. And they really got to work on that current run rate. That's 3.7. An over like the one before would surely help them. 2 boundaries in that. Good short ball, you making use of that height Shipley has, and also well directed. They need to lay the foundation so that he can come and immediately put Pakistan into top gear for that 300 target.
You mentioned, Sikandar, that they need to lay a foundation so the back end or the middle order, including Iftikhar, Shadab, can tee off, but they can't leave a lot of runs at the back end. Last 10. Yes, you can understand, but beyond that, it gets difficult. It gets difficult to score consistently at 12s, 14s, or 8, 10, 12 overs. So this middle phase and this partnership in particular becomes very important, and it'll have to be at a rapid pace. Yes, still building now at the moment, 13 of 24. Parker has obviously been tied down because he's lost wickets around him. They've also bowled really well to him. But both of them will have to put up a big partnership in quick time.
18 gone, 65 for 3. Look at that, how far down Pakistan is, and that direction needs to go a little vertical to join that green worm. Otherwise, Pakistan will find it very tough to catch up. These two will have to bat up to maybe 35th over, and then one of them bats right till the end, providing Iftikhar Ahmed enough room to go and get some big overs, maybe Shadab as well. Rachin for the first time. He's the extra spinner. Have gone one batter less in this 11. Both the sides playing extra spinners. Pakistan playing 2 leg spinners after 2018 when Shadab and Yasir Shah played in the 11. He's had such a good form, Will Young. Salman, if spin is going to operate from both ends, should be able to work things around, because he is your best bet when it comes to tackling spin.
Yeah, you'd imagine you'll see spin in tandem with Rachin and Sodhi. Would be a good opportunity for Rachin Ravindra with the pressure on Pakistan. Pakistan on the back foot at the moment. And if he can get a good 3-4 overs in, it mounts it even more. On the other hand, Pakistan again with Rachin's ball turning in, now bowling with a different angle. So with the angle as well, the pickup shot on, the hard sweep square on, the lap shot on. And if they keep running in those pockets, so fines just come up, deep backward square, deep mid wicket, and long on the boundary. And you'd imagine he'd keep the line outside as off stump and ask for Fakhr to drag it into the leg side.
Well, it'll take some hitting. 3 men in the deep, plus the biggest boundary on the onside against the wind. Will he take him on? He's played it high in the air. And the keeper says it's mine. This should be the 3rd time in a row the keeper takes Fakhr's catch. And it was just bound to happen. It was round the corner. Fakhr has been lured into it, and he loses his wicket. Now that really changes things here for Pakistan.
That is a huge dent, a huge wicket in the context of the game. And you just mentioned why that will be a difficult hit. Long boundary against the wind, and well, Rachin Ravindra, he has a last laugh. And why it is a huge wicket in the context of the game, because that man can single-handedly has the capability to take Pakistan over the line. Not tonight. He goes for 33 in quite slowish fashion. Pakistan now in a huge spot of bother, 66 for 4.
Iftikhar Ahmed, who has joined the squad when the Karachi ODI started, he's been given the opportunity in the last 2 games, that's 4 and 5. And he's got a big job on hand. Lots and lots of overs left in the game. And Pakistan are already 4 down. After this, you have Shadab Khan and the bowlers to come. And what a time straight away. Rushing into his first over. Ball number 3 and gets Fakhr Zaman to visit the dugout.
Yeah, third time on a trot now, Fakhr Zaman has fallen to that shot. Twice to the seamers. Once to the left arm spinner. All 3 times Tom Blundell took a beautiful skyer. Well, he's been phenomenal. Had an excellent 2022 with the gloves. 2023 as well. Not disappointing, Tom Blundell.
End of a successful over. Pakistan 67 for 4. Doesn't look good, does it? 3 men, not even in double figures in the top 4. And look down, Shadab, Osama, and then the bowlers. So Pakistan don't have many options left to experiment with. This got to be these two to take the game forward. And not the desired height. Fakhr Zaman, have a look at this. Just in same channel outside the off stump, and he just skies it, going into a release shot against quicks. This was match number 3. This is match number 4. Again, it's Blundell who calls for it. And now, not so long ago, it's very similar.
Well, the contrasting stories. 2 different halves of Fakhr Zaman. 2 centuries in the first to pack up the 1 century in the New Zealand tour to Pakistan earlier on in the year. Just 3 centuries on a trot then for him. And the following 3 games haven't gone his way. Now in similar fashion, similar strokes, Fakhr Zaman.
Well, there's consistency, whether it's in hundreds or mode of dismissal. Got to set some standards. You got to give it to New Zealand, the way they have actually kept, poking him in that channel, asking him to drag the ball from outside off into his favorite swing down to mid wicket.
Yeah, plenty of learning and adapting and applying those learnings from New Zealand. It's been good to watch. Every game they've gotten better.
Also the important part, just coming back to that, that's your challenge. We've been seeing that. KFC flip the bucket challenge. You flip it as quick as possible on top of your head. Win finger looking good prizes from KFC. We've seen Adam Milne and Matt Henry been bowling very well with that new ball. But what has happened when Shipley would come or Tickner would come, then Pakistan would get an opportunity to score runs against them. But today, no leg stump line from Shipley. He's just kept everything very accurate, even bowling to the left-handers round the wicket. And what that has done is the pressure on Pakistan batters has been maintained. It's just not come off.
Yeah, kudos to the way the Kiwis have applied themselves. Tom Latham at the very start said that obviously preparation time hasn't been ideal, only had the 1 practice session before the T20 series. So it's almost like adapting on the go, learning on the go. And also alluded to the fact in one of the post-match presentations that there were different players that stepped up on different occasions. 20 done, 69 for 4.
You see the difference in score and the number of wickets that have been taken at this stage. In the air, just past point. That was very, very close to that fielder. 4 runs, yes. Just playing with danger.
I don't think Latham or Rachin Ravindra would mind this because it's gone up in the air. The intention was right. The width was there. It was very close to the point fielder. Nonetheless, 4 to start the over off from Salman. You can see what Salman is trying to do, create angles with his sweep, reverse sweeps, not to be seen yet, but he's attempted the sweep. And this time inside edge pass, Blundell. And into the fence.
They've got to find a boundary every over, whether it's in this fashion or a proper shot, because they're above 7.5 runs an over. That's the required. So a boundary and a few singles will help the cause to just bring it down a bit. It's not easy out there at the moment with that pressure and then the accuracy with which the New Zealand bowlers are operating.
A reflection of that, the way this over is gone. First the cut slightly uppish, then the toe end of the bat back to the bowler. Previous delivery also trying to muscle the ball through the offside. This time the full face straight to the fielder. 223 from 29 from 0.1 overs. And just over 7.5 runs an over. It is getting really tough there for Pakistan.
Oh, that's good ball.
77 for 4 at the end of 21. That's how the bowlers have operated. 2 for 13 for Shipley. That's what I was talking about. That's the change that's worked with them to keep that pressure on after Milne and Henry's great start. Bringing in a bowling change, Adam Milne. 4 overs, none for 14. And now again a change. So change of mind from Tom Latham. Now bringing in McConkey. I guess Adam Milne had spent some time off the field, so you got to wait for equal amount of time till you can bowl again. So the umpire reminded that he can't bowl right now, he has to wait for some more time, which brings in Paul McConkey.
He made his debut in the 3rd ODI in the series, got 64 with the bat and picked up a wicket as well. Didn't go according to plan in the last game with the ball, 61 runs, no wickets. And he's here to bowl his off spin now. Short, one on one knee, Iftikhar Ahmed, and that is very easy pickings for the experienced campaigner. Pressure straight on to McConkey.
So yeah, that's more important here. The previous over had 2 boundaries and you start off a brand new over with 1. So you're definitely working on that 7.6 runs an over required. He just can work on a few singles. Also not a bad ploy to just welcome a brand new bowler with that. Just to try to control things before he starts commanding respect.
Well, the work's cut out for Pakistan. If they require just over 7.5 runs an over, they have to target one particular bowler at least. Rachin's bowled 2 overs, picked up the wicket. Sodhi's bowled 4 for 20. Seamers have done a prolific job for New Zealand. With off spinners on strike, McConkey might as well be the target for the Pakistani batters. In particular for Salman, who plays very strongly on both sides square of the wicket. And we saw in the previous game, wasn't afraid to use his feet when the ball was flighted. Big shots down the ground. Everything to play for Pakistan in terms of the bigger picture. 5-0 win and the one-day ranking.
Is a big test here for Salman as well, because if he manages to pull this off, now he's actually stamping some sort of confirmation for the selectors to look at him for the World Cup. Number 5 or 6 position. He's had a good outing in match 4, but if he wins the side of the game here or plays a good knock, takes them closer, he's surely going to feel he's done wonders to his chances. 84 for 4.
New Zealand in a wonderful position at the moment. We've picked up 4 wickets. And the required rate is up to just under 8. And they have made it so hard for Pakistan to really get going. Losing wickets regularly. It's nicely played late and into the gap by Iftikhar. And well run as well. All of a sudden the hustle between these two as they know that they need to get motoring. He didn't try to overhit it. Just wanted to place it in the gap and did so effectively.
Evening, Lisa. How the devil are you? Yeah, need to get motoring, these two. Salman run a ball so far, played brilliantly on Friday night. With Babar Azam for company. Of course, he is no longer there. Fakhar nor Rizwan either. 212 from 27 and a bit. New Zealand buzzing, trying to finish their tour on a high. Excellent fielding again. Single to finish the 23rd, 89 for 4. You're just joining us. New Zealand won the toss and batted first. First time they made that decision, having won the toss 3 times here in Karachi, and it's paying dividends for them so far. Iftikhar doesn't quite bisect the 2 fielders.
I was listening to Sikandar and Aruj, and they were talking about the fact that a huge opportunity for Iftikhar. Remember, brought into the squad halfway through this series because of an injury to Haris Sohail, and his list A performances, he's certainly been up there. He scored over 1,700 runs at an impressive average of 52, and the strike rate just under 100.
I'll sort of go back to the start of the series and the selections of the Pakistan team. There were a lot of people, cricket fans, who were absolutely baffled that he didn't make it into the squad in the first place. That often happens in the lead up to a World Cup. An injury or two will happen and the best laid plans will have to be put aside, and other players come in and get a chance, players that perhaps should have been there in the first place, and you can end up with the right team by default.
Yes, that's when you thank the cricketing gods, don't you? Sometimes when that happens. Yeah, but you also get as well some players, and I'm not saying that this is the case for Iftikhar at all, but their domestic record is outstanding. It's just the next level is just a little bit harder. Well, there's some players that probably underperform in domestic because they probably go down to that level, but you put them against some of the best in the world and that's where they play their best cricket. There's no rhyme or reason sometimes why that happens. It just happens, and I guess it's up to selectors and coaching staff to recognise those type of players and then to put them in the level that they're comfortable with.
Yeah, I mean, that's why numbers sometimes can be very misleading. That's why your selectors, your management group is so important in terms of knowing your player, knowing the character of these guys. Slight fumble, but recovery was good enough to keep them to 1. Zik Oil unveil the real peel to reveal, if you please. Good sharp fielding in the ring again. 24 gone, 94 for 4. Rachin Ravindra was having a good night. Big job to do here in the middle. Pakistan are down, they're behind the rate by some considerable margin. Milne and Henry and Shipley have been fantastic. They've got 14 overs left between them. McConkey, Sodhi and the young left-arm spinner Ravindra have got a big job to do. Next 10-11 overs or so. Pakistan aren't out of it yet. It's going to be tough. Players that can still hurt you as a bowling outfit. The spinners have, well, they've picked up wickets throughout the course of these matches here in Karachi. They've been more expensive as a general rule than the seamers.
The seamers have actually flourished in these conditions. And it's interesting because really these 3 ODIs, we've seen the ball turn in grip, haven't we? Sometimes it can turn too much and miss the outside edge, or there's been some missed stumping opportunities. That hasn't helped the spinners in picking up wickets.
I also think that with more turn, unless you're unbelievably accurate, more angles can disappear off, and other places batters can use that spin to their advantage. But straight balls are real trouble. As Iftikhar got outside the line, Langton Ruseri is unmoved, but it was straight. Now I think that's the right call.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. The original decision is not out. I've already checked the front foot, it's a fair delivery. Let's move on to front on, please. Doesn't appear to be any bat involved. Can you give me ultra edge just to confirm that? Standing by for ultra edge, Anthony. Still standing by. Ultra edge coming up now. There's a gap between the batter and the ball. There's some murmurs. Right, so there's no bat involved. Can you give me ball tracker when you're ready, please? Ball tracker coming up now. Original decision is not out. Ball pitching outside of impact, umpire's call and wicket umpire's call. You'll be staying with your original decision of not out. I'll let you know when you're on the screen. Stand by.
Oh, it was close.
On screen, signal now.
It was close. That's an excellent decision from Langton Ruseri. He would have been right either way. Ball just straightened, didn't it? Just turned. 98 for 4. second time we've had cause to look at an LBW decision where the ball has struck the batter on the arm. First time it clipped a glove on the way through. This time it hit Iftikhar on the armband. So LBW is still in play. And the thing that saved Iftikhar and disappointed Ravindra was the fact that that ball just turned a fraction, hitting Iftikhar, umpire's call outside the line. Milne's been fantastic here. First ball of the over, 141 kilometres per hour. Second, 146. He's really got his tail up. Known, among other things, as the City of Lights here in Karachi. Mobile phones are up. Head of steam up here. Adam Milne might just have the wind at his back. I think it might just have swirled around a little, so it's coming in from the northern end of the ground, blowing straight down towards us in the commentary box. Pleasing to a fast bowler.
Front foot check, Samba. Front foot check.
The crowd as well. Bit of breeze, bit of respite from the heat here. We might have a front foot no ball check. Joel Wilson in the TV umpire's box thinks that Milne might be pushing the line a little, but all is okay. Yeah, I thought he had his tail up a bit. Last one, 148. He'd be having a word with his captain, Tom Latham, saying, see, you'd have got this whole series if you'd made the right decision at the toss the last two games. Excellent stuff. Really good. Well played by Salman Agha as well.
And it's a credit to this New Zealand side as well. Been through a tough tour. You're 4-0 down. You've got one more game. You get to go home. You get to relax, unwind, spend some time with the family. They've been touring for a long period of time. A chance to recharge your batteries before you start the big campaign to the World Cup. But to come out here and play some of their best cricket, to ensure that they give themselves every opportunity, it's really pleasing to see. 100 for 4.
Pakistan under the gun here. Iftikhar and Salman just trying to get a foothold. 34 from 45, the partnership. Adam Milne has just put in a huge effort. Really quick over the one before. Ravindra is spinning a nice little web as well with his left arm spin. They'll pick up a couple.
Well, we were talking in the previous over of Ravindra, there was an LBW shout, and it was close, really close. Now, just turn, which Mark Butcher is obviously spotted, and if it didn't, it would have gone on and hit stumps. We were talking about the fact that sometimes turning decks, you think, oh, spinners should flourish. Sometimes the turn costs them, and there's a prime example.
And these pitches here, where the ball just holds a little, so it just stops a tiny bit. Don't really want the ball turning and creating angles. The odd one, maybe. Should have been one there. But the ball that sort of pitches and looks as though it's got revs on it, but just goes on with the arm, becomes really difficult to play. You're looking to hit it through the offside with the spin. See that last delivery there, it was a little shorter, it turned, and Salmon was able to knock it into a gap. Should have picked up one. Oh, that'll be four. A little bit quicker, but too wide. And some welcome relief for Pakistan and their fans.
Yeah, when the ball is turning, sometimes you bowl your little quicker delivery to try and hope that it goes on with the arm a little bit more. That one just done over 91 kilometres an hour, but the width was the issue.
And that might run away for four as well. Oh, fine sweep, excellent chase. Milne having just bowled a rapid over. The energy to chase it down and get the throw in. Looks a bit red in the face though. Don't blame him. See, it sounds as though we're saying we don't want the ball to turn. You just have to be more accurate. Be really accurate with your line when the ball is gripping and turning like that. Ravindra perhaps not quite there yet. 110 for four. Well, the difference is stark at the moment. Pakistan are just clawing their way back into it. 44 from 51 between Iftikhar and Salman. Buzz is just starting to return a little to the stadium as well. Deathly hush when Baba was dismissed. They weren't best pleased when Rizwan and Fakhar joined him either. Just getting back into the contest a little here. Switch of ends for Ish Sodhi. And there's none for 20 from four.
I guess that was one of the questions that was hopefully going to be answered during this ODI series is, what does Pakistan look like when their top three don't fire? Now, throughout this series so far, one of the top three has fired. We've actually walked away with player of the match performances. And since the World Cup of 2019, Pakistan's top three have the best average. Roman just picked out of all of the nations, best average of 56. Now, here's a prime example where Pakistan coaching staff, selectors and even leaders within the side go, okay, let's have a look at our middle order. Can they graft their way out of a tricky situation to get us into a position that we can go about chasing this 300 total?
Yeah, plenty for those selectors and management to ponder, perhaps over a cup of Tepal tea. Cracking on in the lounge once again. Shortish ball, quite out of the middle of Iftikhar's blade. it's a chicken and the egg thing, I think, with Pakistan's batting lineup. So successful are the guys up at the top of the order. The blokes in the middle get very few deliveries to go out there and bat. Now, this would be mighty pleasing for all in that dressing room if the top order fail and the middle order come in and do the business. 50 partnership now between Iftikhar and Salman. .117 for 4. Iftikhar and Salman. Bringing Pakistan back into this.
And just to add to that conversation as well, with these two going along nicely, they need to get themselves to a position where someone like a Shadab Khan or Shaheen Shah Afridi just start to look at the game as a T20 game, where you scores of 10 or 12 runs and over the last 3 is possible if you have wickets in hand. That's why these two need to bat for as deep as they can and keep it going.
Oh wow, good delivery. That's really nice. Quicker ball, put everybody into a tangle. Plenty of energy on that ball from Sachin Ravindra. Oh, that's gone. That's gone a long, long way. Could tell from the sound off the bat. Latham encourages his bowler. Encouraging somebody in the crowd to throw it back.
Yeah, this over has been so good because the amount of top spin that he's been able to generate has meant there's been extra bounce. Goes searching again for it, but this time a little bit too full, and the slog sweep comes out in full power. This is timely blow for Pakistan. Just the one scoring shot off that over. It's 123 for 4.
Runs hard to come by. One scoring shot, that was a 6 that came in the previous over. Dot balls apart from that. Asking rate 8.45. Nicely cut away, and cut away for 4. And this is really good from Salman.
Yeah, he just edges over a runner ball now, and that's what Pakistan need. They need someone to be aggressive out there. This run rate is climbing. Sodhi just gets slightly wide. But the 6 in the over before, and now backs it up with a 4, showing his intent.
This time straight to Chapman. Have a look at that timeline. They need the big scoring shots. Has been 3 in that timeline only. 2 4s and a 6 in the past 3 overs. 3 overs in a bit. Yeah, this is good. Don't pick up a boundary, but don't miss out on the singles. At least 2 boundaries in every over. In the meantime, time for the Zik motor oil. Unveil the real peel to reveal.
Yes, Tom!
Just away from that fielder, once again through the gap. Sodhi does have his hands on his hip because it was very close, slightly uppish as well. Pakistan sake, another boundary.
Yeah, he just sensed that this game is on a knife edge here. Sodhi just a little bit full, it was airborne. You heard the shouts of catch it from Tom Blundell behind the wickets. He thought that Tom Latham, the captain, may have had a chance of just catching that one. Salman's on 47.
Sneak through a single. He moves to 48. Good over Pakistan. 12 come off it. 135 for 4. Since Fakhr's wicket, it's been a good partnership. It's come at a runner ball 69. Salman 48 from 44, eyeing his 3rd half century. Iftikhar is giving him support on the other side. 28 from 32. The run rate has just picked up for Pakistan, 4.5. They're asking one above 8. Pick of the bowlers again, along with Shipley tonight. Matt Henry, 5 overs, maiden as well, a wicket, and only the 15 runs have come off his bowling. And he's the one who laid the foundation earlier on with the ball for the Kiwis. Nicely guided down. 49 now for Salman.
A perfect time to bring him back from Tom Latham. He can go to the likes of Adam Milne now, Henry, Shipley. Milne's bowled 6, Henry's into his 6th, and Shipley 6, so there's an opportunity here to strike. They know, New Zealand know that they're 1 or 2 wickets away here. They're ahead of the game, I'd say. In comparison, New Zealand were 162 for 3, Pakistan just 136 for 4. So he's got a lot of resource there at his disposal.
Into the leg side. It's an excellent pickup shot from Iftikhar, and it goes to the boundary.
Well, it's contagious. Salman hit a couple of boundaries and looked like he had his eye in. And now Iftikhar shows his intentions with New Zealand's premier fast bowler here. Henry comes in, it's outside off, it's on 5th stump. And Iftikhar, as we saw him do in the T20s, now he's opening his shoulders. Mid-on goes back.
He's a very good player of pace bowling. He bats deep in his crease. And he's got the power. He's got the power. He's got this uncanny ability to get under the length of the ball. That was off length. That was picked off very nicely by Iftikhar. Very good swing through the line. One bounce into the fence for 4. That takes him to 32. Partnership now 74. Still a long way to go for Pakistan. And once again, short. Doesn't quite get a hold of this. The call is for 2. They keep it down to 1.
Gee, this is a great contest, Aruj. Pakistan crowd can feel it. They can feel the tension growing here between these two batters. But also we've spoken at lengths about the middle order. We've got now Salman, someone playing for World Cup spot, and Iftikhar, who's come into the squad. Salman finds himself on 49.
Very nicely played, very nicely guided, and that will be his 3rd one-day international 50. He's been a fighter ever since his inclusion in the side. Raises his bat to a national stadium which is in good capacity tonight. To celebrate 50 years of Pride of Pains, they will also award him with 50,000 rupees for that half-century knock.
He's bowled well, and now he's showing what he can do with the bat. Look at that strike rate. That's what they need. Pakistan could even up it just slightly. 8.24 required. Yeah, we've spoken at lengths about the middle order and leading into this World Cup, so it's not just in this game, but great effort from Salman. 143 for 4.
Once again, providing the acceleration, Salman Agha. Back-to-back half-centuries for him. Very new on the international circuit, and he's surely making a name for himself, grabbing opportunities, knocking on the door even louder.
It's not about knocking on the door. It's about just smashing the door open and bowling through it. These two players, if they can finish the game and be not out at the end, it shows real intent leading up to that World Cup and almost solidifies an opportunity to book their ticket. And you get a real sense here that even though New Zealand are on top, Pakistan are playing with some real intent here to try and wrestle back the game from them, and they have to. They need 8.43 and over. You can sense there's a little bit of pressure going on the New Zealand bowlers.
Big shot, a long way down the track, Salman. Just feel it was probably very close in terms of a return catch to Sodhi. Not quite sure how close. His reaction looked slightly disappointed was when he was on the grass. Yeah, that's an opportunity put down. And gone through his hands not once but twice tonight. Both times off Salman.
They're just playing, Tom Latham's just playing around with the leg side field. To Iftikhar, he's got that square leg way in front, almost inviting Iftikhar to sweep. Now he goes behind square, just to the right of your screen there, which is a huge vacant gap now at mid-wicket. An opportunity for runs there.
Oh, confusion, confusion. I don't think Blundell has gathered the ball here. big loud call of no, no, and sent back Salman. He felt there was a single on. Halfway down the track, Blundell hasn't collected the ball. He has broken the stumps, but it has just been with his gloves. 32 done, 146 for 4. And time for a much-needed drinks break. Very important in the middle there from Salman, Ali Agha and Iftikhar. 80 runs the partnership, and it's what's kept Pakistan in the game after a top order collapse that they are not used to seeing in the recent past. Fakhar Zaman struck at 50 for his 33. Shan, Babar and Rizwan failing to get into double figures. Responsibility once again came onto the shoulders of Salman and Iftikhar. They did really well in the previous game. After the middle phase slowed down just a bit, and it was numbers 5, 6, 7 and 8 for Pakistan in that previous game that scored 121 runs of 83 deliveries, striking at 151. Now once again 80 runs partnership now.
Well, this is Iftikhar's highest ODI score now. So he'll know. He's just into his 12th match. Matt Henry's on. He's got a huge opportunity here. And there's defining moments in your career. And this is one here for Iftikhar. He can go on, push this game closer and closer to the end. By playing shots like that. A little bit of width. And he puts Henry away.
Yeah, he was eyeing the boundary in the similar delivery as well. He had the width, didn't connect on that occasion. This time, he gives it the treatment. He's rolled his fingers over Matt Henry. And placement for Iftikhar, really good. It's the width that has cost him. And he spears the gap quite nicely, Iftikhar.
He was talking about defining moments in your career, and we're talking about these two players here. Duff News cricketing fact: the only time Pakistan have beaten New Zealand 5-0 in an ODI series was in 2003, a home series under the captaincy of Inzamam al-Haq. There you go. There's a cricketing fact for you. These two are trying to create their own cricketing fact out there as they build in this partnership. I think we've realised it, Aruj. I'm pretty sure the Pakistan selectors realise it. I think the crowd is sensing it at the moment. This game's still on the knife's edge.
Well, one thing's for sure, since Salman has come out and Iftikhar has joined them, the two of them believe the fight is on and the win is still well and truly in the reach. And that is the equation as it stands at the moment. Oh, just past Blundell. There's a boundary for Pakistan's sake. It doesn't matter where it comes from, they'll take it.
Turning out to be a big over, this one. 10 off it now, Matt Henry. A little bit of fortune on this occasion with Iftikhar. It was wide, it was short. Tom Latham, even though he threw himself at that one, oh, he had no chance. Flew past Tom Latham. Partnership now heads just to 90.
Good over for Pakistan. 10 come off it. It's 156 for 4. A few skyscrapers, not that tall though, but they've kept Pakistan in the hunt. It's in the air, it's a splice off the bat. The sweeper does well. Chapman again. 92 between the two of them. Grant, you were mentioning about middle order. And I think Salman and Iftikhar, well, Iftikhar was added into the one-day squad after Haris Sohail went out with injury. And I think he's done enough to claim his place.
Oh, that's good.
Moving forward as well.
Yeah, I still think I want to claim their place, but 50's not good enough, I think. I think you've got to go on, try win this game. They're both in. You've got to take responsibility from here on in.
Catch them!
Down the wicket, shouts to catch it. There's opportunities out there. New Zealand just keep hammering away on that length. These two, Iftikhar and Salman, have played spin so well. They're upping the ante. And they're staying at that required rate.
That's what I mean when I talk about the fact that they stake a claim at this place, because the intent that they showed, both Salman and Iftikhar, even in the previous game when they came out, the kind of shots that they played, it was like wanting to take the fight on. They believed that setting a big score in the previous game was on, and it was courtesy the two of them that Pakistan eventually got to where they were. Even tonight, 94 of 91. the intent, the aggression that they've come out to play with. Trying to get ahead of the game. And they've closed up that difference between balls and runs. And that's what I mean. That was where Pakistan was struggling in the middle. At times when Pakistan's middle or top order didn't quite get the runs at the required pace or lost early wickets. There was a lot of talk around that the middle order is the one that didn't quite deliver or wasn't quite up to the task. Sweeps into that vacant mid-wicket region. Pushing for 3. Just the 2. 162 for 4. The white worm still having a liking for the green one. It was the back end of New Zealand's innings. Don't forget, earlier on in the day, in the last 5 overs, Pakistan pulled it back quite nicely with their seamers. Only 32 runs were given in the last 5, and 5 wickets were also picked up, and that's where Pakistan can capitalize and cash in. But this next 6 overs very important. That's hit with some force, but straight to the fielder. Iftikhar eyeing up his first ODI half century.
Well, Salman, he's been excellent. Little dabs, great batsmanship. He's found the gaps when he's needed to. He's played with aggression, measured aggression through the middle. He's put the New Zealand players under pressure. That's exactly why this crowd here in Karachi come alive, and he's earned 50,000 PKR. Brighto Paints, because they're celebrating their 50 years. Up in the air, up and over, no! And out! Tom Latham takes the catch, and Henry Shipley again. He's the man, he got Babar Azam earlier on today, and now takes a valuable wicket in the middle.
There are plenty of hands on the head in the crowd because they know the value of this wicket. Importantly, the partnership. He just tried to hit it through the line. Got it on the top half of the bat. Hens didn't have the timing on it. And Shipley's been extracted, an extra bit of bounce, and that is what has undone him. Tom Latham, excellent judged, running back with the reverse cup. Agha Salman, back-to-back 50s, 57. Home 57 tonight. Pakistan 163 for 5. .137 of 90 for the equation for Pakistan. Outwalks Shadab Khan. Plenty of experience, still very young, 24 years of age. He can strike the long ball, and he's got his equation in front of him. Pakistan, the asking rate 8.7. Shipley's been very good with the ball. He's hit the back of the length, in particular short.
Yeah, it was that length that we talk about. Naseem Shah, Matt Henry, they've been peppering that length, and it's the bouncer Shipley. He's a tall man in stature, just hits high up on the bat. It's very difficult when you check that shot. You have to get it right out of the middle, especially if the length is not there. Maybe a little bit of error of misjudgment there from Salman.
Well, I don't think anything has to change. Shadab, watching from the gallery, he needs to continue from where Salman's left off. And build a partnership, but don't let the run rate drop. If anything, pick up on the boundary options when available. Run hard between the wickets. And close in that runs v ball gap, which at the moment lies at 42.
Shadab Khan for me is a very exciting player. Multifaceted in everything he does. It brings a lot of energy to the crease, aggression. As we said with Iftikhar and Salman, it's a huge opportunity for him. Not only stake a claim as a bowler, which he's done extremely well, but as a batter, as someone that they can rely on in this lower middle order.
Oh, brilliant. That's a good finish to a very good over from Shipley. He's got 3 tonight. 35 done, 165 for 5. Salman, well, he was Shipley's 3rd wicket. And now Shadab has to do a job for Pakistan with Iftikhar, who's playing a handy knockout there. 48 for 46. And job's not done. And jogs through and gets to 49.
This is really pleasing here for New Zealand. Talking to Gary Stead at the start of the game, spoke about how they've had to fight against a world-class team. And they put the gauntlet down here, New Zealand, in the final game. It's ODI series.
Good turn there for Rachin Ravindra. Has been the story of the day so far. The spinners have gone for runs. Even the Pakistan spinners bowled half the overs. We went for over 180 runs in those 25 overs. That will be the moment that he will remember. Iftikhar Ahmed, his first one-day international century, half century, and it's been a good fighting knock. He raises the crowd, bats to the crowd as they are in appreciation. They've stuck around because of the fireworks that he brings on. It's been a good one, just 12 games to his name. He gets his first half century.
And he'll get 50,000 PKR to celebrate 50 years of Brighto Paints as well. What a time for Iftikhar Ahmed to go on and get his first ODI 100, decent 50, strike rate decent, played with a lot of aggression, but he knows that he needs to go on. He needs to develop this partnership with Shadab.
Yeah, just confirmation, Brighto Paints, in celebration of their 50 years, will be awarding any batter who scores 50 runs 50,000 rupees. Well, I said it by mistake that it was first ODI century. Well, if it's a time to do it, it's today. It's tonight for Iftikhar, and that will surely get Pakistan very close to the finish line.
Goal!
36 done, 173 for 5.
Got to give it to him. He's just been the standout bowler, Shipley. 3 for 17 in his 8th over at the moment. It's just a completely different bowler to deal with from what we've seen. And what he has done after the good opening bowling pair from Adam Milne and Matt Henry, he's kept that pressure on, and Pakistan hasn't found that bowler where they want to score against. Spinners have gone for runs, yes, but in comparison only.
Yeah, so it gets to a position for Tom Latham where he starts to figure out, okay, where am I going to get the rest of my overs? When am I going to bring in Ish Sodhi and Ravindra? Do I play around with McConkey as well? Do I give him a chance to have a couple of overs? Which bowlers am I going to finish with at the death? Oh, it looked like he was coming back for 2. And Iftikhar is going, why are you being so crazy? We don't need a run out right now. Am I about right with the translation?
It's just that 1 wicket you're talking about, Tom Latham. He knows if he gets 1, he gets into those bowlers, and then he can feel there's a better chance even with the spinners. Yes, Shadab is quick, but he's just, he's saying, what's wrong with you? Are you blind? Just get a feeling it's taken way too long to start off. In the first power play, Pakistan was way too slow. Very cautious, lost a wicket, and then that wicket of Babar for just that 1 run, that sent shockwaves. It's going to score the 300 runs. Fakhr was around, yes. He hasn't really been able to replicate what he did in Pindi.
Oh, Shipley's first wicket. It was nicely set up. You felt Babar Azam, and you said it right, Sikandar, there was shockwaves. But then to be able to pick up the last wicket there, well, Salman, to break that partnership is crucial. And even then, wasn't necessarily convincing, but enough. And the crowd is up, because it finishes another good over with a boundary. 8 runs from that, 181 for 5.
That's the gap at this stage, 37 overs between the two sides. Russian now comes back. 7 overs, 1 for 43. Pakistan heavily relying on this pair, Shadab and Iftikhar, to take them closer to that 300 and then see where they land. Don't forget, it's an important game. Whitewash, of course, that #1 ODI ranking. Just past short mid-wicket. When he's hit that hard, won't allow the fielder in the deep to cut it off. That was hit hard.
I know it was aerial, and there were couts of shout, catch it, and there were a few arms in the air and on the heads. But it was the type of shot that's going to yield you a boundary. You've got to take a bit of a risk. You've got to think about where those gaps are. And when New Zealand stray in their length, you've got to be able to pounce on that poor delivery, and that's exactly what Iftikhar was able to do. He did it with power as well. That certainly helps. It's important now that Shadab Khan keeps feeding him the strike as well. Partnership's 24 off 19. He's done well. 10 runs off 9, but he needs to make sure that he gives this man as much of the strike as possible because he's flying at the moment.
And Latham's got 2 men in the deep on the onside. He just feels that they have enough time to cut anything off if it's hit in that region. Apart from that boundary from Iftikhar, that was hit hard. 5 in the circle. He's hoping to keep it outside off stump. That's a nice shot, making room and deliberately elevating that over that inner circle. Chapman cuts it off, but they get 2. 38 gone, it's 190 for 5. $110 to get off 72. You take that with 5 wickets in hand. Let's just get a feeling that Pakistan would have loved to have Nawaz come after this, but he's not there because of injury. So he offers you more with the bat than Osama Mir. It's these two. You have to take it as close as possible. Probably if Iftikhar bat right till the end if they want to get those runs. Oh, as he dropped. That went flying to backward point. That's Will Young there. It just came in rapid space and popped out.
Similar to how Babar Azam got out. Obviously a bit more in that gully position. There's a difference, isn't there? Babar Azam was just coming out. Iftikhar is 63. So he hits the ball a little bit harder, yeah. He's lucky. There's a chance that has gone begging. How costly will that be for New Zealand?
That could have been Adam Mills' 50th ODI wicket had that been taken by Will Young.
Just get a sense at the moment, before the end of power play 2, that maybe Iftikhar is thinking, okay, we've got still that one extra fielder inside the inner circle. Is this where we kind of attack and try and pick up a few extra boundaries? Maybe that conversation has been had as well with Shadab Khan. Anything wide or a little bit short, they've absolutely got to capitalise, because after 40 overs, 5 fielders go out.
Yeah, that's one region where probably you try to squeeze in 2. You've got about a very tight line. Shorter boundary on the leg side. You've got a short mid-wicket and mid-on is up. Make sure that you're keeping everything around that 4th, 5th off stump, and they've done well, the fast bowlers. And you're so right about that. So the over after this and the 3 deliveries allows them that luxury, the batters, to try and get in some boundaries going. He hasn't got hold of it. That should be out. That should be out. Fast bowlers have controlled everything out here, and Adam Milne gets his 50th ODI wicket. Drop chance. earlier on, but he makes sure he gets another. Shadab is the one to be dismissed.
Yeah, this partnership had been good in being able to hit the short deliveries to the boundary. But the extra pace of Adamil just hurried him on. He was looking to go probably straight mid-wicket. Oh no, oh dear, is what the fans are crying. Because Tom Latham isn't going to drop a sitter like that. Shadab Khan unfortunately has to go for 14. Pakistan, 193 for 6.
Osama Mir comes out to bat after the dismissal of Shadab. Leg spinner replaces a leg spinner. Early days, but he can hit the long ball. It's just, how do they plan this chase now? 107 with Khar settled at 63. And in terms of the third power play, they've got an over and 2 balls to go, but don't take it away from the fast bowlers. They've done so well. 50 wickets for Adam Mill.
Yeah, on these tracks that are a little bit lower and slower, the extra pace has certainly caused havoc for Pakistan, for New Zealand batters as well, and for the fans at the moment as they're willing on their side. Still 107 runs required off 68.
It's a quick ball first up. Sitting nice and easy in the dressing room, enjoying a nice cup of coffee, and there you are, greeted to a bullet. Just completely a different atmosphere. You get right there in the center and all eyes on you. Osama will keep strike. No, 194 for 6. That's the Pakistan batting card there. 33, but 64 balls for that for Fakhar Zaman. That's the slow start Pakistan took. Even Shan took his time to get his eye in. It's Iftikhar. This is what he can do. Placements. Osama, sorry. And they add 2 more to that total. Iftikhar wouldn't need that kind of help. And not just face every delivery and try to score all the remaining runs. Once again, should be 2 more. In fact, he can put in 1 more on the throw. No, that's well done. It's really gone against what the records say, that in Karachi you've seen more sides batting second have won the games, but out of the 4 matches, 2 have been won chasing in Rawalpindi, and here the 2-1 have been batting first. It could be a third now. That's a shot. That was too full, and his eyes just lit up. He can smash it. He's got a good reach, tall leg spinner.
Yeah, that's exactly what you need when you first come in. Almost a free hit, really, and he really launched into it. 200's up as well with that stroke.
Oh, what do you do with that? It's not the first time McConkey, he didn't get hold of it. Got 2 underneath it, Usama Mir. It was a half-trekker. Big boundary that he chose to hit. And he's been dropped.
He's just practicing a shot and going, no, hit it along the ground. Don't get too greedy. Good over so far, 9 runs off. He didn't need to do that. It was to the big boundary as well. But you've got to pick your sides and take a bit of medicine as well. The issue with McConkey, actually, I feel, was that he went to ground and tried to slide into the catch. Still trust your hands to get there.
Good over for Pakistan, a chance, and 11 runs scored, 205 for 6. Just a reminder that Pakistan has a lot to play for in this match, this series, 5-0. And then, of course, that #1 ODI ranking. If they lose this game, they slip back down to #3. So they need to get 95 more of the last 10 overs. That's the final power play.
Geez, that's nasty, isn't it? Get to that #1 ranking just for a couple of days. Power play #3. Maximum of 5 fielders allowed, and then if they lose this, they go down to 3. Obviously, rankings change after every ODI match. I just want to highlight the catching of Cole McConkey. I've seen certainly players that do this well, but the timing has to be really perfect. I feel like when you go down on the ground, you actually have nowhere really to give because there's only a small amount of room between your hands and the field. Normally you see fielders diving forward. Now that's a lot harder, but that Superman slide is almost the give when you're taking the catch. So there's a couple of different options. Each player is a little bit different. Important that you try and practice all of them.
Searching for a win here, the two sides. At the same time, we have a winner. Jazz Fan Pulse, Naseeb Gul. Congratulations to you. You are the winner for this 5th and final ODI. That's a good shot. That would go all the way. In fact, will clear any ground in the world. This guy can hit.
That's woken up the crowd, hasn't it? What a noise off the bat. Listen to this. Absolutely out of the screws. Head is down at point of impact. Might be good on the golf course as well. That ball has absolutely travelled.
Remember, during the PSL, his franchise sent him at number 3 in one of the games. He's got 2 first-class 50s. I don't want to talk too much about that, but he is surely making life a little easier for Iftikhar. Sensitivity-free moment, and because life is too short for sensitivity, enjoy yourself. Good crowd here at the National Bank Cricket Stadium in Karachi for this final ODI.
It's important that as a fast bowler you kind of come back well. Now he didn't go to the usual, I've just been whacked for 6 and I'm going to go short at the helmet. He's actually bowled the leg cutter and then he's come wide of the crease. It's really important to keep varying those things, not to let emotion get in the way. Just think about what is the most difficult ball for these guys to hit.
Nine of the over. Pakistan would take that. 214 for 6. The big partnership right there in the middle. It's 97 of 95. That's when felt like Pakistan is building up that pace that's required to get to that 300. Just in time, a good catch taken. Salman was dismissed. But what Pakistan have done well is they haven't allowed that required to go above 10. It's just hovering around 9, 9.5 for the longest time. So if they've not been able to pull it down, they haven't allowed it to go up either.
And Osama Mir has done well because he's come out here and he's struck a few blows, hasn't he? A few little punches, not a knockout punch, but has kept Pakistan in the hunt. The only issue is that out of the last 2 and a bit overs, Iftikhar has only faced 3 deliveries. Now, when a guy is going really well, when you don't face that many deliveries, sometimes you may feel like you lose it and then all of a sudden you've got to go for that big blow and you're just not quite hitting it as well.
Oh, that's good, Jim. Right.
Osama Mir needs to be conscious of that as well. He doesn't want to hog the strike unless he wants to get the next 84 runs on his own. No one will mind if that's the case.
Go, catch it.
It's in the air. Chance again. Taken this time. Osama Mir tried to make some room and play it down to the cover point region, and he's been taken. So that brings an end to this cameo. 20. Pakistan with that are 7 down now.
Oh, I feel he was really trying to make something into this. This is like literally missing another set of stumps, really. And he gets it to Chapman out in the deep. If only it just knocked it down and got Iftikhar on strike, who knows what might have happened. In the end, Osama Mir goes for 20. Pakistan in a bit of trouble now. They've lost their 7th wicket for 216.
roar in the crowd. Shaheen Shah Afridi comes out to bat. As his numbers, 36 matches, but in recent times, that is 2023, all formats, he's hit 14 sixes. He's got a strike rate of 172.3. Scored 162 runs, so there you go. The 2023 all formats, he's enjoying batting. Got a 45 in the final of the PSL, and just the other night scored some big runs in that last over. Some nasty blows. 22 of that last over in match 4. So Latham has now got it sorted out. Let's have a look at the wicket.
Yeah, I just think he was trying to manufacture something that wasn't necessarily there, and he didn't have to. We had already spoken about he'd done his job.
Catch it!
And gone. Now Pakistan seem to be falling over like 10 pins. Just when Iftikhar had been given an opportunity to get Pakistan nice and close, he hasn't been able to really have anyone to stay with him. Nicely flighted delivery. Shaheen goes without scoring. It's 216 for 8.
Mohammad Wasim Jr., the new man in. Required rate 10.5. Pakistan require 84 or 48 with just the 2 wickets in hand. This seems very difficult now.
Now here's the end of Shaheen Shah Afridi, the simplest of return catches. Shaheen Shah Afridi unable to repeat his heroics of the final of PSL 8. Pakistan had hauled themselves back into the contest, but it seems to have been snuffed out now.
Oh yes, that will do. And that will do for Iftikhar, the crowd and Pakistan. And he will need a few more of those. Good hit.
Does Iftikhar have other ideas? Karachi crowd need a Hamari. A Hamari hero. Is it going to be Iftikhar?
You've got the crowd going now, the TV audience, they're watching out. That does belong to Pakistan, but more importantly, all throughout the day, the talk has been retaining that #1 slot by winning this one tonight. And the lone soldier out there, the lone hope, would be Iftikhar. 73 from 63. He has played a very, very good knock. Dug Pakistan out of a hole after a top order collapse.
It could be very, very short-lived. A matter of hours, 28 or so hours. The top of the charts. 77 runs, and they'll stay there. attach any blame to Osama and Shadab for not perhaps sticking with Iftikhar a bit longer. They had to go, didn't they?
And just like Wasim has to go. Now, the problem is because the asking rate was well above 8.5 all throughout, and the wickets constantly fell, there was absolutely no way one could stick around and just play an anchor's role.
Nice little knuckleball there from Matt Henry, completely foxing Mohammed Wasim Jr.
And it was a 97-run partnership between Iftikhar and Salman Ali Agha, which brought Pakistan back. And once Salman was gone, nobody else sticking around with Iftikhar. Travels the distance. 2 wickets in the over, much required for Pakistan. They pick up 13 off Henry's over, 229 for 8.
Biggest over of the innings so far, but is it too late? Only the 2 wickets left now for Pakistan. Iftikhar has been starved of strike of late. New Zealand have been here a couple of times in the last 4 or 5 months. Wasim Jr. can hit a long ball too. They've got some very dangerous hitters, Pakistan. Not amused, Matt Henry.
Last over for Sodhi. He's been expensive. 60, hasn't picked up a wicket. Dropped a couple of catches off his own bowling as well. On both occasions it was Salman, and he made them pay. Well, New Zealand still have the upper hand. 70 of 41. As long as Iftikhar is out there, they will believe Pakistan. Yeah! Oh, got him! Absolute beauty from Sodhi, and it picks up with Wasim Jr.
Yeah, beautifully pitched leg break. Tom Latham is delighted. Far too good for the number 10. Pitching around middle and leg and hitting off stump. It's the stuff dreams are made of for the leg spinner. Mohammed Wasim goes for that one blow for 6. Pakistan on the brink now, 230 for 9.
Last batter out for Pakistan, Haris Rauf. The crowd have
just turn down in volume a little bit because Pakistan requires 70 now from 40 deliveries, and it'll take a sort of a miracle to climb up that mountain at the moment. Rauf to face off Sodhi, who picked up Wasim with an excellent leg break.
Yeah, just angled in, pitch middle, hit top of off. Not a lot Mohammed Wasim Jr. could do about it. Ill-equipped to do anything about it anyway.
Well, at the moment, Haris Rauf's job is probably to get Iftikhar on strike. You'd imagine if Pakistan are to get the 70, bulk of the runs, more than bulk of the runs, will have to come from Iftikhar.
Yeah, I mean, you could argue that once Osama Mir was out, that was the job of Shaheen, the job of Mohammed Wasim Jr. They wanted to keep finding the boundaries themselves, and Iftikhar is running out of partners.
Watches it go through. Sodhi finishes with figures of 60 for 1, Pakistan 290, 230 for 9. Between overs of 40 and 45, New Zealand scored 44 runs. And they picked up a lot of runs, going at over 8 runs and over in that phase. It was the back end where Pakistan pulled it back. But I reckon there wasn't enough.
Yeah, I think New Zealand probably 20 runs over what they should have got. A bit of an issue with Babar's counting, I think, in terms of his fast bowls. In the air, just short.
And just the toe end of the bat there. That's all Iftikhar can do right now. High up the ball and get it over the boundary. Batting deep in his crease. Gets under the ball quite nicely, and when he times them, no boundary big enough. And Latham drops third back on the boundary. Sweep a fielder on the offside, 3 fielders on the leg side boundary, mid-off up in the ring. It's been an excellent day for Henry Shipley. 3 important wickets, 3 big wickets in the context of the game. And figures so far in his 8.2, 25 runs and 3 wickets. Very impressive.
Yeah, picked up the wickets of Babar, Rizwan and Salman. And again, to go back to Pakistan's innings with the ball, look at New Zealand's 3 quicks. Picked up 5 wickets between them. Shipley, the most important ones. Babar for 1, Rizwan for just 9. And he got rid of Salman after he'd passed a half century and was looking dangerous with Iftikhar.
We continue to dissect the game. Butch, you and I were up in the mid-innings show with Zainab, and you spoke about the fact that in big games, in big situations, not using your bowlers wisely comes to cost Pakistan. It may well tonight, and it is seeming to. Mohammad Wasim Jr. bowled just the 6 overs, 24 for 1. Haris Rauf 8.3. Shaheen Shah Afridi, the only bowler of the top 5 full-time bowlers to bowl his quota of 10. Oh, that is big. It's got the air miles. Does it have the distance? Yes. Into the fence here at the National Bank Stadium. And the crowd still believe.
This has been a brilliant hand from Iftikhar. Doing the world of good. Slower ball from Shipley. Picked and dispatched. Just remember that Iftikhar was not in the squad for this one-day international series from the start. He's had a tremendous domestic career in ODI cricket. It was only the injury to Haris Sohail that brought him into the team. He sat on the bench for the first 2 matches in Islamabad. And he's taking his chance with both hands here. Pakistan still in it, just.
Wide. Good for Pakistan's point of view. Absolutely right, Butch. Mind-boggling, that decision. And a player of that ability and in form misses out in the one-day squad, and only the injury bump to Haris Sohail. List A career, he has done it plenty of times. A very, very healthy average, and he can do both roles. He can come and stabilize an innings, which he had to do today, and keep up with the rate. It can also play the role of a middle order finisher. Once again tries to take the aerial route. Latham running back. Oh, very close. Not easy when running back. Iftikhar, well, he is still around. 45 done to 40 for 9.
They've stayed in large numbers to get over the disappointment of Babar's early exit in his 100th ODI. Iftikhar just receiving a bit of treatment, perhaps a bit of cramp. Latham went back and he was looking at the man coming in from long off. In fact, it was Latham running in from long off. I think it was his catch, really. Man running back always had the more difficult job. New Zealand have made quite a few errors in the field. They're still in a position to win the game. They've not been at their sharpest. As the pressure cooker atmosphere has risen here in the National Stadium. Iftikhar keeps the strike, sorry, put my teeth in. 82 from 67. Ravindra will bowl his last over. Got 5 overs left of pace, so he doesn't have to bowl this one.
Iftikhar, he'll be eyeing this one. Yes, the ball turning away. Also the shorter part of the ground, the hit on the offside with the wind. And does he go over cover? No, he comes out with a delicate pad round the legs. Excellent awareness, excellent placement, picks up a boundary. He moves to 86.
There's the jeopardy for the bowler. He wants to keep the ball away from the short side, so he goes down the leg side. Iftikhar, excellent presence of mind just to help it on its way.
Gets it through. Gets it through the 3 men on the offside. Exactly for that shot, and he pierces the gap. Back-to-back boundaries. He jumps to 90 bucks and requires 58. 2.
This is fantastic stuff. Absolutely fantastic. Thought at times during this run chase that it was going to fizzle out and that we'd end up with a less than exciting finish to this mammoth cricketing summer here in Pakistan. Iftikhar keeps it alive.
Pushing for two, a bowler running back. This is excellent once again from Iftikhar. Listen to the crowd in Karachi, because they continue to stick around for what has been a spectacular knock so far.
He was down on his back. Physio was out stretching him off between overs. And he seems all right now, and the crowd are chanting. They're chanting his name.
Gives Haris Rauf to deal with two deliveries. Equation still in favour of New Zealand. The crowd, well, they're thinking differently. Iftikhar Ahmed, he thinking differently. 93 from 71. What a knock this has been. Down the other side, Haris Rauf. Oh, just block them out. Well, the crowd. What a last game to witness in terms of Pakistan cricket in this season. A huge roar goes up for Haris Rauf, blocking those two delivery outs, because that brings Iftikhar on strike for the next over. 251 for 9. Bottom line is the one that everyone has their eyes on. 49 from 24. Doesn't matter what's happened so far in the game. Listen to the crowd. You know what they're saying. It is absolute Ifti mania out there at the moment. 93 from 71. Iftikhar Ahmed. He's called for two straight away. And they're running for this. This is going to be close. Yeah! Is that out or not? We will have a look.
TV umpire to director. We have an umpire review for run out at the bowler's end. Can I get your best angle, please? Take it back. Let me just make sure the ball hits the stumps as well. The ball's hitting the stumps. Now, can you split the screen for me? Can you split that screen so I make sure that it's not his hands moving the bails first? Yes. The bails have lit up with the ball hitting the stumps. Batsman short of the ground. I have a decision for the big screen.
Well, Joel Wilson will press a button and disappoint a Pakistan crowd. A fitting way in terms of Matt Henry knocking the ball back on the stumps to bring about the only victory in this 5-match series as they clinch this one by 47 runs, New Zealand.
Yep, New Zealand have won the battle but lost the war. 4-1 to Pakistan. Pakistan's short-lived stay at the top of the ICC rankings is now confirmed. Iftikhar Ahmed, well, it was a heroic innings. Heroic return to the ODI side. 94 from 72, not out. Agonisingly close to a maiden ODI 100. Pakistan a long way short, 47 runs in the end. And New Zealand, well, they can be extremely proud of the way that they've applied themselves over the course of this ODI series. They were outgunned pretty much in every department with 8 or 9 first choice ODI players at the IPL. But Tom Latham and his team will go home with heads held high. A win in the final ODI. They drew the T20 series 2-2. Iftikhar can only shake his head and wonder what might have been had perhaps one or two of the others managed to stick with him a little bit longer. But it was a magnificent effort from him, and one that will serve notice to the selectors that he is not to be ignored in the middle order for Pakistan come the World Cup. Baba will come out and go through the ritual of shaking hands. It's actually a little bit more than that. The players genuinely enjoy each other's company and get along once the battles are over. And here it is, the final moment. 2 was the call from the start, and well, anything but a decent throw was going to have Haris Rauf short. The only piece of conjecture, I suppose, is as to whether or not Henry knocked the bail off with the arm before the ball hit it. Joel Wilson was satisfied that that was not the case. That decision broke the heart of Iftikhar, but brought huge smiles to the faces of the New Zealand players who have worked very hard over the course of this series in very tough conditions. And some of their players who have tasted cricket in the subcontinent for the first time will be much better for the run-out should they make the final 15 for New Zealand come the World Cup in India. So there's confirmation then that well, it was a pit stop really at the top of the list for Pakistan. Less than 48 hours at the top. Australia maintain or retain their position at the top ahead of India. Pakistan in 3rd, England in 4th, New Zealand in 5th. South Africa, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, West Indies and Afghanistan trailing in their wake. Pakistan's innings got off to the worst possible start, really. 52 for 3, including the wicket of Baba for just 1 in his 100th ODI. Shipley bowled quite magnificently at the top, as did Henry and Milne. And it was left to Salman and Iftikhar to try and rescue things, and they did a wonderful job of that. 90-plus partnership in the middle order got Pakistan back in the game. And Salman was knocked back by Shipley. Little cameo from Osama Mir. The rest were unable to stick around long enough with Iftikhar to see if he could get them over the line. Confirmation there of the partnership between Iftikhar and Salman that dragged Pakistan back into it. But in the end, it was too little too late. For the bowlers, thankless task sometimes here in Pakistan for the quicks, but for both teams, I think the quick bowlers were the more effective. 3 for 34 from Shipley is absolutely outstanding. Milne bowled very quickly, very aggressively, and was equally good, picking up 1 for 34. Matt Henry 1 for 47, excellent as well. Ravindra was very good. He had a lovely game all round with runs as well with the bat. He is someone to look out for in the future. 3 for 30, 3 for 65 for him. So New Zealand with a consolation victory at the back end of a long tour, posting 299. Will Young top scorer with 87. 3 for 46 for Shaheen. 1 or 2 question marks over Baba and the usage of his main bowlers allowing New Zealand to get up to that 299. Pakistan finishing up 47 runs short, and New Zealand picking up that consolation victory to finish the series with 4-1 to Pakistan. Lisa Sthalekar has joined me, and the innings did not start well for Pakistan, despite some lusty blows through the leg side from Fakhr.
No, it was certainly wonderful bowling, and Shan Masood was the first one to go. And then soon after, to the surprise of all the fans that had poured in here to Karachi to see him in his 100th ODI, and Mohammad Rizwan got one that just stayed a little bit low. Fakhr Zaman getting out very similar ways in the last 3 ODIs, coming across the line of the ball, this time to the spin of Rachin. And then the partnership started to flourish between Salman and Iftikhar, and they started to find the boundary a little bit more frequently. And then it was Shipley again coming in and finding the safe hands of Adam Milner. You mentioned bowled really quick and was able to pick up some wickets when he did, but then a little cameo, maybe searching a little bit too much for Sama Mia.
Yeah, another good intervention from Rachin Ravindra. He then picked up the wicket of Shaheen in the same over, and the deathly quiet tells you all you needed to know. The crowd thought it was over then. Ahmed Wazim Jr. came out and stuck one over the boundary. 6 and out for him though. He was dispatched by Ish Sodhi. Perfect leg break from him. From there on in, it was all down to Iftikhar. He put on a real show until in the dying embers of the innings he had to come back for 2. Haris Rauf short of his ground, and New Zealand, by way of the third umpire Joel Wilson, picked up the wicket, picked up the victory, and will go home with something to show from these 5 one-day internationals. Heartbreak for Iftikhar, so close to a maiden ODI century. 94 from 72 for him, and the dream of staying at the top of the ICC rankings was snuffed out by a very spirited New Zealand. So there you have it, going back to the 27th of April in Islamabad. Pakistan winning the first 2 ODIs there, first by 5 wickets, second by 7, and then we moved the whole kit and caboodle to Karachi. Pakistan winning the 3rd by 26, the 4th a thrashing by 102, but then falling short on the run chase here tonight in Karachi by 47 runs. Right, we shall all catch our breath, on the other side of which we'll have the presentation for you.
Well, the fifth and final one-day match took place here in Karachi, and it was New Zealand who were able to come away with one victory out of the 5 matches. Posted 299 thanks to Will Young's 87. Shaheen Afridi, the pick of the bowlers, 3 for 46. Pakistan, in reply, didn't start off well, but some great partnerships with Salman and Iftikhar, who finished 94 not out. Henry Shipley, the pick of the bowlers there, 3 for 34, and Ravindra, an excellent all-round performance by him. New Zealand winning by 47 runs. Well, it's time to head down to Secunda with the post-match presentation.
Thank you so much, Lisa, and welcome to the post-match presentation of this final and 5th ODI of this series between Pakistan and New Zealand, and a good win for New Zealand in this last game, winning this match by 47 runs and making the series 4-1. Before we introduce the presentation party, also a big thanks to the people of Karachi who came in big numbers on a Sunday supporting the side. Of course, thank you to all the curators, the security personnel, Pakistan Cricket Board, and the fans and the New Zealand team. I will introduce the presentation party now, starting from my left. Mr. Salman Nasir, Chief Operating Officer, Pakistan Cricket Board. Next to him, Mr. Mohammad Noor Alam, Chief Marketing Officer, KFC Pakistan. Then we have Mr. Kazim Mushtaba, Chief Operating Officer, Jazz. Mr. Sheikh Zishan Rauf, Head SME and Commercial, Bank Al Falah. And Mr. Farhan Haroon, Chief Executive Officer, Helion Pakistan. Quite a few awards to be given away, players, and of course one more very important winner, and that's where we will start with. I'll request Mr. Salman Nasir and Mr. Kazim Mushtaba to please step forward. You'll be presenting the Jazz Recharge Activity winner, the car that we've been showing throughout the series, and that goes to Mr. Hafizullah. He's the winner of the Jazz Recharge Activity, and he's got that lovely car which we've been showing throughout the series. I'll request Mr. Kazim Mushtaba to please stay, and he'll be giving away the winner of Jazz Fan Pulse, and we'll present the all-rounder of the match and the award of 100,000 to Rachin Ravindra for his 3 for 65 today with the ball and 28 of 20 with the bat. Now I'll request Mr. Farhan Haroon to please present the Sensodyne Complete Performer of the match of rupees 200,000, and that goes to Will Young for his wonderful 87 of 91, giving New Zealand a great start. The knock included 8 boundaries and 2 sixes. Will Young, please come and take your award. The Sensodyne Complete Performer of the match. He's in good form and he's done very well in giving New Zealand those great starts. Missed out on 100 on 2 occasions, but 87 were very valuable as well. Okay, now I'll request Mr. Sheikh Zishan Rauf to please present the Bank Al Falah Outstanding Performance of the match of 100,000 rupees, and has to go to Iftikhar Ahmed, very close to get to his first ODI 100, got 94 of 72 with 8 boundaries and 2 sixes, kept Pakistan in the game till the end. Now to announce today's player of the match, he'll come and first sign a bat for Bank Al Falah fan of the match. I'll request Henry Shipley to please come. Henry Shipley will be signing a bat. He's got, I think we got confused, got Matt Henry. No, it's Henry Shipley. I think Tom Latham will come and receive it on his behalf. Henry Shipley was wonderful with the ball. 3 for 34 in his 9 overs. He got the wicket of Babar Azam, and we'll request Henry to come to sign the bat later on, so we're just waiting for that. Now I'll request Mr. Salman Nasir to please present the KFC Player of the Match trophy. Of course, Henry Shipley. And who's going to receive that? The trophy for Henry Shipley for Player of the Match. Tom Latham will receive it on his behalf, and Tom, don't go too far, because Mr. Mohammad Noor Alam, Chief Marketing Officer, KFC Pakistan, will give the Player of the Match the 100,000 rupees check. Tom, please take the check as well. Player of the Match check. We don't have Henry here, otherwise we'd love to have a word with him. He's the player of the match. Bowled wonderfully well today to get those 3 wickets. Okay, so moving now to the player of the series. He's KFC player of the series. I'll request Mr. Salman Nasir to please present this award. And that goes to an all-round performance in all the 5 games. He was wonderful to watch. 363 runs from him, 2 big hundreds. Fakhr Zaman from Pakistan. He is the player of the series. We had good performances. Daryl Mitchell also got 200s. Fakhr Zaman takes it with 363. I'll speak to you, Fakhr. Player of the Series award, 300,000 has been presented by Mr. Mohammad Noor Alam, Chief Marketing Officer, KFC. Fakhr, शानदार performance रही throughout the tournament. 2 बड़े 100 मिले. कराची में शायद इतना नहीं चला, लेकिन कैसा देखा आपने इस पूरे सीरीज को 5 मैचेस में? इंडिविजुअली सेटिस्फाइड हैं अपनी ओवरऑल परफॉर्मेंस में?
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम। देखें, क्रिकेट में तो आप किसी भी सूरत में सेटिस्फाई नहीं होते, क्योंकि मुझे लग रहा था कि कराची में भी लंबे स्कोर करूंगा, लेकिन नहीं हुआ। बस ये अच्छा है कि सीरीज़ हम लोग जीते और मैंने जिस मैचों में रन्स किए उससे हमारी टीम जीती।
क्या पॉजिटिव्स लेके जाएंगे एज अ बैटर इस सीरीज से 5 वनडे से? क्योंकि पाकिस्तान वर्ल्ड कप तक अभी फिलहाल कोई ऐसे मैचेस लाइंड अप नहीं। कौन से ऐसी की फैक्टर्स हैं जो आप कहेंगे कि फ़ायदा हुआ इसमें?
देखें, एज ए टीम मैं समझता हूँ कि जो हमारी टीम को ज़रूरत थी, जो हम लोग ढूंढ रहे थे, वो हमें इस सीरीज़ में मिले हैं। और अगर आप देखें आगा सलमान और इफ्तिखार जिस तरीके से खेले हैं तो माशाल्लाह बहुत अच्छा लगा। और मैं ख़ुद भी, मुझे लगा कि जो कराची में जो मैंने मिस्टेक्स की तो मैं भी जाके उस पर काम करूँगा। हो सकता है कि वर्ल्ड कप में इस तरह की विकेटें मिले। तो बस यही था और अच्छा लगा कि ये सीरीज़ जीते हम लोग।
चलिए, बहुत बहुत मुबारक हो ऑन प्लेयर ऑफ द सीरीज़ एंड द सीरीज़ विन 4-1. All right, now I'll request Babar Azam to please come and have a few words with us. Babar. बाबर, डिजायर्ड रिजल्ट नहीं मिल पाया फाइनल मैच में, सीरीज 5-0 हो सकती थी। कौन से ऐसे एरियाज है जो आप कहेंगे आज नहीं एग्जीक्यूट हो पाए इस मैच में?
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम। बिल्कुल जैसा हमने प्लान किया था वैसा हम फिनिश नहीं कर पाए, लेकिन मेरे ख्याल से ओवरऑल जो हमारा ये सीरीज़ थी वो काफ़ी आउटस्टैंडिंग थी। मेरे ख्याल से बैटिंग में हम क्लैप्स करके अर्ली ऑन जो वहाँ पे हमें पार्टनरशिप चाहिए थी शुरू के ओवर्स में, वो हम वहाँ पे नहीं कर पाए। लेकिन मेरे ख्याल से सलमान अली आगा और इफ्तिखार ने जो इनिंग्स बिल्ड की, वहाँ पे थोड़ा सा होप आया था कि हम फिनिश अच्छा कर पा सकते हैं। तो मेरे ख्याल से फिर इन दी एंड ये हुआ कि एक साइड से विकटें गिरना शुरू हो गई और मेरे ख्याल से 50 के साथ कोई पार्टनरशिप बिल्ड नहीं हुई। तो मेरे ख्याल से हम वहाँ पे थोड़ी चीज़ें लैग की।
ओवरऑल जब भी कोई सीरीज स्टार्ट होती है तो पीछे रिकॉर्ड देखता है कप्तान और मैनेजमेंट। यहाँ थोड़ा डिफरेंट रहा। 3 मैचेस जो कराची में जीते गए पहले बैटिंग करके जीते गए। डज दैट सरप्राइज यू?
टू बी ऑनेस्ट यस, यहाँ पे थोड़ा सा सरप्राइज थे हम कि सेकंड टाइम काफ़ी अच्छा कंडीशन बिहेव करती है, लेकिन इस बारी कंडीशन चेंज होती हैं। लेकिन देखें, एज अ प्रोफेशनल आपको ये चीज़ नहीं होती, किसी भी टाइम कुछ भी आपके कंडीशंस आ सकती हैं, उस हिसाब से आपको प्रिपेयर या आपको रिस्पॉन्स करना पड़ता है, परफॉर्म करना पड़ता है। ये नहीं कि अगर सेकंड टाइम यहाँ पे चेंज नहीं हो रहा तो हम उसमें कंडीशंस को बोलें कि कंडीशन नहीं थी। मेरे ख्याल से हमें और अच्छा खेलना चाहिए था इस मैच में और बेहतर क्रिकेट खेलनी चाहिए थी। लेकिन मेरे ख्याल क्रेडिट देना चाहिए न्यूजीलैंड के बॉलर को, उन्होंने बॉलिंग बहुत अच्छी की। लेकिन ओवरऑल जो हमारी सीरीज़ थी वो काफ़ी अच्छी रही। इंडिविजुअल परफॉर्मेंसेस काफ़ी अच्छी आई, फ़खर जमान की, फास्ट बॉलर्स की, स्पिनर्स की। तो वेरी हैप्पी।
4-1 से सीरीज आप जीते। इन टर्म्स ऑफ प्रिपरेशन जो वर्ल्ड कप की सारी टीम्स कर रही हैं, क्या वो पॉजिटिव्स हैं जो आप कहेंगे आपको गोल्स अचीव हुए इस सीरीज में?
काफ़ी पॉजिटिव चीज़ें थी। हमने बेंच रन अपनी चेक की और हमने देखा कि हमारी जो बेंच रन है वो कहाँ स्टैंड कर रही है। हमने डिफरेंट कम्बिनेशन के साथ डिफरेंट मैचेस खेले और हमें लगा कि हमारी जो वनडे की टीम वो कहाँ पे स्टैंड कर रही है। तो अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह काफ़ी पॉजिटिव साइन आए थे। जिस तरह हमें मिडिल ऑर्डर्स में जो हमारा जो एक पॉइंट था वो जो हम लैग कर रहे थे उसमें थोड़ी सी बेहतरी आई है। और जो ये है कि हम जहाँ पे 300 हम चेस भी कर रहे हैं, 300 डिफेंड भी कर रहे हैं, तो ये चीज़ काफ़ी अच्छी है कि आगे आने वाले मैचेस में हमें हेल्प करेगी।
Well, congratulations on the 4-1 win. Hard luck today. ज़्यादा दूर नहीं जाइएगा. We'll speak to Tom and then we'll get the trophy. Babar Azam, the captain of Pakistan. I'll request Tom Latham to please come and have a few words with us, winning this match by 47. Tom, please. You'd be surprised when you say win the toss and probably just bat first. It works here.
Yeah, we obviously put a great performance on the board, today and tonight. I think obviously set up with the bat with Will Young. I thought he played fantastically up the top of the order, and we probably got a score that was just above par. And I think for us to come out and then take some wickets up front in the power play, which we probably haven't done, so much throughout the series. And I think the way the bowlers set up, in that top 10, 20 overs was outstanding. So, certainly pleasing to put out, I guess, a complete performance for the last game.
Superb performance from Shipley. I mean, really backed the two fast bowlers who started off very well with the new ball.
Yeah, he bowled fantastically well. I think he was able to find the right lengths on this wicket, and he was just consistent throughout his spell. And I guess that's the thing when you're chasing a score of 300. It's important that you ask the batsman to take tough risks off your good balls, and I thought he did that superbly well today.
As a captain, Tom, do you feel you've tapped the key areas that you were looking for at the start of the series in terms of preparations and subcontinent conditions?
Yeah, I think if you look back to the start of the T20s and then obviously on to the one-dayers, for us it's about trying to improve from game to game, give guys experience in these conditions that haven't experienced it before, and expose guys to different roles that they probably haven't been exposed to at international level. So I think on a whole, guys have rallied around that and had some great opportunities, and we'll see some great performances as well. Obviously, it wasn't an ideal result from a team point of view, but for us to improve from game to game and getting experience into guys it's been great.
Well, Tom, it's been a pleasure having you and your team over here. I thank you on behalf of the cricket board and, of course, the fans in Pindi and in Karachi. They loved every moment of it, and thanks for entertaining us, and have a safe journey.
Perfect. Thanks for having us. Cheers.
Tom Latham, the captain of New Zealand. Now I'll request Babar Azam and also Mr. Mohammad Noor Alam, Chief Marketing Officer, KFC Pakistan, to please present the winning trophy to the Pakistan captain Babar Azam for winning this ODI series 4-1. Wonderful performance, great knocks from Fakhr Zaman, 200s. Babar got his 18th ODI 100. And of course, an overall effort from the bowlers, the support staff, helped Pakistan grab the series 4-1. And now all the moment to enjoy, the deserving moment for Pakistan team, ending the season, a long season at home, playing various sides, and a trophy to get at the end of it. Of course, the icing on the cake. Couldn't close the game today, but deserved the 4-1 win. Babar Azam and his men, of course, Babar Azam on his 100th ODI game individually. That also concludes the presentation.
After a huge summer of cricket here for Pakistan, where they've seen a number of teams tour the shores of Pakistan, they finish this series winners 4-1 against New Zealand. Individually, some players have reached heights. Fakhr Zaman 180, Babar Azam in his 100th ODI, and only a couple of days ago were the #1 ranked side in ODI cricket. We've had some great cricket throughout this series, and if you've missed it, this is how it's unfolded. The first 2 ODIs played in Pindi, Pakistan winning both of those by 5 wickets and 7 wickets. We all moved to Karachi for the final 3 ODIs. Pakistan securing the series in the 3rd ODI by 26, a huge victory in the 4th ODI. And finally, New Zealand were victors in the last by 47 runs. I hope you've enjoyed the coverage. I've certainly enjoyed my time in Pakistan for the first time. Until next time, we'll see you.
And that is absolutely brilliant.
Oh, is there another one? How good was that? It was right on the toes.
Hit high. Is it long enough? Oh, what a brilliant effort.
Gone right through.
Wow, he's cracked that. This has gone a long way.
The King stands tall once again tonight, and he lights up Gaddafi Stadium. 3rd T20I century for Babar Azam.
Iris Rowe with the slow one again. He picks up another wicket. This time's hit well, hitting the gap, and it's gone all the way. There it is, massive, and it's gone high into the night sky. 100 of the highest order.
Second one-day international 100 for Daryl Mitchell.
Pulled him. Naseem Shah has to. Zaman has back-to-back ODI centuries, and he's done it in quite some fashion.
Daryl Mitchell once again scoring his third ODI 100.
Absolutely superb from Fakhar Zaman. His 10th century in one-day internationals. Oh, smashed. Been waiting for that from Imam Ul-Haq.
50 for Babar Azam. 26th ODI 50.
18 one-day international hundreds for Babar Azam. He's passed 5,000 ODI runs, the fastest man to do so in the history of the game. Got him! And the ground has gone deathly silent.
New Zealand finishing off this tour then on a high note with this fantastic all-round performance with the bat, ball and the field. Henry Shipley chipping in with 3 wickets. Rachin Ravindra amongst the wicket takers as well. With the bat, you saw them lead from the front. Tom Latham was their main scorer, and Iftikhar Ahmed brought Pakistan close, but not quite in the end. Hello and welcome to Inverex Solar Energy Pit Side Show for the last time on this tour. Congratulations to New Zealand for winning today. It was important for them to at least finish off on a winning note. From a Pakistan perspective, that might be the most short-lived, #1 ranking, but they still might have a chance when the ICC rankings have been updated. Of course, there were a lot of areas that they can improve on as well, and all of that will be discussed here with my guests tonight. I've got with me Arooj Mumtaz and Mark Butcher. Arooj, great win by New Zealand. First of all, you've got to give credit to them. The fact that they were 4-0 down in the series, the way they came out today, the way they played in all facets of the game, kudos to them.
I think with New Zealand comes fighting spirit, and they've shown that in bilateral cricket, ICC events. They came back from 2-0 down at the T20 series as well, and it was more like a New Zealand win with a 2-2 draw. I mean, if you put it in context with the second lineup, if you may say, that New Zealand had. Come this series as well, Tom Latham did mention earlier on that it was about adapting on the go because of short preparation leading into this. So for them, different players standing up at different times was very good to see. Will Young with the runs, Henry Shipley with the ball, and I thought that they did really well up front to get 300. Although Pakistan did pull it back in the end, but a convincing win, 47 runs. And like you mentioned, Iftikhar tried his level best, but I think New Zealand well-deserved win in the end.
But it seemed like Pakistan are almost playing catch-up in both the innings, with the bat and the ball, because you saw that flourish in the end by Shaheen Shah Afridi, and then with the ball, with the bat, Iftikhar Ahmed just sort of coming into the mix of things at the end. But just in terms of the start, New Zealand started off so well with the bat, and then they also got early wickets.
Yeah, I mean, I thought they were stunning with the new ball. Having posted, I think 290 was par, and then we'll probably go into this later. If they'd had the right combinations, bowled more seam in the last 10 overs or so, I think they might not have made 280, or might have just crept to 280, which might have made things very different for Pakistan chasing. But with the new ball, they were absolutely superb. They gave nothing away whatsoever. And if you can keep Thakur quiet, you've got Shah Masood at the top of the order as well, who at the moment is under so much pressure as a player. There's a lot of talk that he shouldn't be in the side anyway, that Imam should have been in his place. The partnership between him and Thakur is a very strong one. So they kept them very quiet, put Thakur under pressure, knocked over Babar early doors. And from there on in, it looked as though the game was going to be a cakewalk from them. Positives from Pakistan, though. Once again, the middle order has stood up. That's 2 games in the trot. That, Iftikhar, combination of him, Salman has played superbly. A little bit too much to do for the guys below those guys, but there are 2 numbers there in 5 and 6 that have done very, very well for Pakistan in the last 2 games. And that is something they've been crying out for, and they have proven that they can do it if the big boys at the top don't make runs.
Yeah, Pakistan, from a bowling perspective, Butch spoke about this in the mid-innings, that, perhaps the bowlers could have been rotated or utilized differently. And, you've got the utilization here, Arooj. I mean, what do you make of this?
I mean, Butch did mention at the mid-innings show that the 5 frontline bowlers and only 1 bowls a quota of 10. Mohammad Wasim Jr., 6 overs, just the 24 runs, doesn't bowl out. Shadab doesn't bowl out. Haris Rauf doesn't bowl out. Osama Mir doesn't bowl out. And that's what cost Pakistan in the end, because they gave away 300 runs. And that's what came to hurt them. Maybe 15-20 short could have been a different story. But again, the story is not today. The story is about when the crunch games come on. When the pressure's on, the tactics and the playing the game in this situation, that becomes very important for Babar, and how then he puts his thinking hat on.
You had a big smile on your face, Butch.
I'm just looking at the figures there. I mean, Mohammad Wasim Jr. had gone at 4 and over. Seam had been so difficult to get away in the last 15 overs. And I was on commentary at the time, and I said, this is fantastic for Babar. He has got 14 out of the last 15 overs he can bowl with his seamers. Didn't bowl them, kept bowling the spinners. It was only in the last 5 overs where they went seam at both ends that Pakistan ended up, 32 for 5 at the back end. But by then the damage had been done, and they managed to get themselves up to 299. I think that they should only have been chasing 280. So look, you know, that was an interesting one. Whether or not, of course, with the Series 1, Bab was just going, OK, let's see how these guys go at the back end under pressure. You know, in another situation, we might have bowled more seam and done it the proper way. But I just thought it was slightly bizarre. And it meant that they were under more pressure to score at a higher rate right the way through the innings than they ought to have been.
It was 25 overs, so half the game Pakistan bowled with spin. They cost them 180 runs at over 7 runs an over. So, yes, I mean, it could be a case of, yes, Babar putting Usama Mir under pressure. Shadab and, of course, Wasim Jr. have done it before. But I still feel these are the kind of games where you want to be ruthless and close the game out and not let the opposition crawl back in, because time and again it's come to hurt Pakistan.
Well, it was important for the New Zealand bowlers to avail the opportunities that they were given, and Henry Shipley is definitely that one guy who made the most of the opportunity that was given to him. He's also a hero of the day.
Hero of the match, brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy.
The one thing that we've loved about New Zealand players throughout this series has been their ability to capitalize on the opportunities given to him, bringing it back in nicely and then taking pace off the ball. I mean, that's the one thing that we've seen throughout for them. He's tall and he's got that extra bounce as well, did really well.
Hero of the match, brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy.
Henry Shipley then, Rouge, I mean, you've got guys like Henry Shipley who got an opportunity, McConkey as well. There were certain players from New Zealand who were perhaps not part of their regular side. I mean, you'd probably have the other guys get, you know, in first. But it's just nice to see when you are given that opportunity, you try and score some runs or you try and take some wickets, because who knows, there could be an injury tomorrow and next thing you're on the plane.
I mean, we've spoken about this, that New Zealand being such a small country with such less population still manages to send out a relatively second 11, which is able to draw the T20 series from behind 2-0, 2-all, and even play bits and pieces of good cricket. They just couldn't consistently play that longer lengths in the game. But it's about, as a player, when you get these opportunities, knowing that there's a huge likelihood within those 8 or 9 players come back, you won't get a go. But then it's about either you grab it and go have some fun out there, which most of the New Zealand players did, or about you succumb under that pressure and be like, sort of, oh my God, what am I going to do with it? So I just feel being in that situation where New Zealand was, where most of the players are like, right, maybe one of us will get a go. Will Young probably sticks his hand out in that position. But I really think there was a good opportunity which most of their players did grab.
All right, good on New Zealand then. But from a Pakistan point of view, we've spoken about their bowlers and utilization of bowlers. But where did the batters go wrong? Was it the combination? Was it just runs at the top? Where were they lacking? We'll find that out on the other side. Back on the Inverex Solar Energy Pitchside Show, and a huge congratulations to Pakistan for winning the series. But New Zealand performed really well today, and Pakistan will perhaps look back and think, where did they go wrong? So, Ruj, we've spoken about the bowling. Let's talk about the batting. They were chasing 300, always required a good start at the top. Didn't really get the runs from that top order. 7, 1 and 9 were the contributions from the top three.
And that 7, 1 and 9 kept Fakhar at 33 from 65. So essentially the top 4 didn't have an impact, which Pakistan is so used to with the combination of Imam and Fakhar. Now, whether that's rotation policy, Babar did mention at the toss a couple of games ago it was a niggle, but then I think PCB confirmed there was just rotation policy and Imam's being rested. Whatever the story is, but you don't shake up, come the World Cup, Imam and Fakhar up top. Babar had a bad outing, fair enough. Rizwan, again, wasn't able to capitalize. It was a short one. Henry Shipley targeted him and eventually got him out. But for me, the biggest standout is, again, Iftikhar Ahmed. He's kicked the door open. He's probably broken it down for the Pakistan selectors. And again, it is mind-boggling that how, in the form that he was, didn't make the one-day squad in the first place. But let me tell you, there's no way anybody can put him out now.
It's a nice way to sort of make sure that you are part of the squad, though. If you score a 94 and then contribute, then you can bowl a bit as well. But you know, you look at the opening combination and, you know, you followed a lot of Pakistan cricket in the last 1 year. Imam and Fakhar seem to be that one combination that have done really well for Pakistan.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, Imam, Fakhar, Babar in the top 3. They're the best in the world. They're, all 3 of them in the top 10, with Babar at number 1. So, yeah, I mean, you would have them together in the World Cup no matter what. I actually think today it was a good thing that the top order failed. It happens so rarely. You know, we talk about the middle order so often. They very rarely get the chance to go out there and bat like that. You know, have plenty of overs in front of them, get the chance to get themselves in and try and, you know, try and win the match for the team. So often it's the top order that does it. So I think there was nothing but positives there. Yes, of course, you'd like a better start and you want Pakistan to go out and win 5-0. But as much as New Zealand have had things that they've learnt from in this series, Pakistan have as well, and that can only be a good thing.
Yeah, I completely agree with your thoughts. There's so many times when you see that teams have openers who do really well, and come the crunch moment, because the middle order has not been tested, it becomes a bit of a spot of bother. But like, good on Pakistan, because we saw Iftikhar Ahmed do really well for them, and that might have solved a problem or two. Right, now time for the Stat Attack.
Stat Attack, brought to you by Inverex Solar Energy.
Leading run getters in this series, Fakhar Zaman is right at the top. No surprises there, because, you know, he scored those big hundreds, 363. Daryl Mitchell, you know, with 297, no surprises there. He's been the promising one for New Zealand from their perspective. Tom Latham chipping in. Babar Azam had to be there. And Will Young, you know, you've got to talk about Will Young as well, because he's given New Zealand those starts, scored those 80s, and just some kind of stability at that top. You know, Fakhar Zaman, yeah.
What do all of those batters have in common?
You tell us.
They all bat in the top 3. They all bat in the top 3. That's the best place to bat in ODIs, you know. Quite often it's the guys who are batting 5 and down who have all the pressure to deal with. So these guys get all the glory, they get their names up in lights and they win all the Player of the Match awards, but it's the blokes in the middle that have to get down and dirty and get you over the line.
Especially when you're chasing big totals. Ruj, Fakhar Zaman, you know, let's talk about him as well, because when you look at his T20 career, there's been so much inconsistency. Sometimes he's been playing at that number 3 spot, sometimes he's at number 5, sometimes he's been opening. There hasn't been a consistency on his batting number, but look at the ODIs. He's been opening for a while and he's been scoring these big hundreds. It's not even about, if he scores a 50, then he just, you know, you're just expecting him to score that 100.
I mean, consistency means something, and it has something to show for in Fakhar's case. The other thing what Fakhar does really well is that he loves chasing. There was a stat that Maz pulled out for us, was that he averages 83 plus when Pakistan are put up to a chase of 300 plus, and twice he's been able to do that. So I think he's just a class act. He's one of those players who's a match winner. And look into the history in Pakistan. He's come to the party when Pakistan's required most, even at global events. And I think that, and again, let me say this, because Babar Azam is Babar Azam, he's got such a presence, sometimes I feel Fakhar just sort of goes under his wing and doesn't get the due limelight and the due credit. He is a phenomenal player in the one-day format, let's not forget.
Absolutely, and we spoke about the most amount of runs in this series, but let's have a look at the bowling department, the most amount of wickets in this series as well. And Haris Rauf is right up there with 9 wickets. Shaheen, the Qalandars duo, both of them at the top. Matt Henry, he's had a great series. He's been bowling particularly well with Mohammad Wasim and Osama Mir. You know, Haris Rauf, again, Rouge, you know, when you talk about Haris Rauf, more often than not, you look at Shaheen Shah Afridi as the leader of the pack, but he's got that ability to take wickets at crucial periods.
Absolutely, and not just in one-day cricket, even in T20 cricket. That's probably where his progression has been. Made it to the T20 format first, and then progression into one-day. And even in the T20, he bowls those important overs, one in the power play and then in the back end of it, where the ball's flying, where the players are going at you, and he picks up wickets. Same thing in the one-day format as well. Finishes the back end really well with Shaheen. And I think Pakistan, again, you look at Pakistan, the top 4 are sorted, the bottom 4 are sorted, right? You got your 3 seamers and Shadab, you got your top 3, and if Rizwan slots in at 4. All you have to do is fill in those 3 spots in the middle. I think Salman Ali Agha, Iftikhar have done the job, and they still have an option whether you go with the hard hitting of Haris Rauf, Mohammad Haris. Well, and I've said that again, either you bring Imad Wasim in, I don't know whether he comes in or not, but you got Nawaz in there as well. So Pakistan are very close to their ideal 11, and again, you got 8 players out of the 11 who can win you matches single-handedly. So that's a very strong one. But Haris Rauf, again, at the death, he is phenomenal.
Yeah, one thing about Haris Rauf, Butch, and you must have seen that in the PSL as well, that he wears his heart on his sleeve. You know, he is somebody who gives in his 100%, regardless of what the wickets column is looking like at the end of the day.
Yeah, he's a terrific competitor. You only have to watch him out in the field, you know, diving around, taking great catches, running about and patting his teammates on the back and enjoying their success when they're having a good time. You know, Mohammad Wasim Jr. is probably not in the top 3 if Pakistan only play 3 quicks, but he's a terrific player as well. Similar in the field, runs around, great pair of hands, can also bang the odd one out of the park. So Ruji's absolutely right. You know, when it comes to the fast bowling stocks, they've got it all sewn up. They really have. If they bowl the overs, then everything will be fine. But one thing I will say is, you know, that Pakistan may or may not play any more one-day international cricket between now and the World Cup, which is what baffles me about the idea that you would split up that brilliant partnership at the top between Imam and Fakhar. Don't mess with something when it's working. Don't mess with it. Keep it going. Make sure that they get as much time as possible, and don't mess with what works for you at the death, which is bowling your pace bowlers, hitting Yorkers, bowling slow balls, and picking up wickets. You never know. Pakistan might not play another game between now and the World Cup, and they've kind of lost the momentum and on all of the good things that they had been doing up to that point by this one performance tonight.
All right, but you know, we've got to look at the positives as well and weigh out the areas of improvement and things that can be fixed, because there is still time before the World Cup. But that was the Start Attack for you.
Start Attack, brought to you by Inverix Solar Energy.
Well, because this was the last one-day international that we had in Karachi, the fans turned out in great numbers. In fact, that's the best crowd that we've had in Karachi out of all the games, which was great to see. There was a great buzz around the ground, and they were cheering for New Zealand as well as Pakistan. It's time for fans' verdict with Mehak.
Well, the last and 5th ODI comes to an end here at National Karachi Stadium, where New Zealand declared their first victory in this ODI series. And the crowd turnout actually turned out better today than the previous matches. So let's go speak to the fans and ask them their experience from today. बेशक पाकिस्तान की टीम आज हारी है, लेकिन आपने मैच लाइव एक्सपीरियंस किया और काफ़ी एक्साइटिंग मैच था दोनों टीम्स के दरमियान, तो कैसा लगा आपको?
बहुत अच्छा लगा, मज़ा आया। एक वक्त मैच ऊपर जा रहा था, कभी पाकिस्तान के नीचे आ रहा था, तो बस इफ्तिखार के लिए बहुत वो बोलूँगा, इफ्तिखार ने बहुत प्यारा खेला। बस उसकी सेंचुरी रह गई, अफसोस है उस बात का, लेकिन कोई बात नहीं। न्यूजीलैंड ने अच्छा खेला, बॉलिंग बहुत अच्छी की न्यूजीलैंड ने, फिर कोई बात नहीं, हो जाता कभी।
न्यूजीलैंड की टीम इधर आई, उन्होंने T20s में बहुत अच्छी फाइट बैक की, ड्रॉ किया सीरीज़ को, और अब ODI में भी आज उन्होंने अपनी पहली जीत हासिल की है। तो न्यूजीलैंड की टीम के लिए आप लोगों के पास कोई मैसेज है?
हम कहेंगे आप फिर हमारे मतलब फिर खेलने आए, हमें बहुत अच्छा लगा आप आए। बैड लक हमारा आज था, हमारी ट्रॉफी तो हमारी थी, बहुत अच्छा लगा, प्लीज़ फिर से आए।
और आपने बहुत एंजॉय किया उनकी एंटायर जो उन्होंने क्रिकेट खेली अपनी साइड से।
जी बहुत मज़ा आया। हम ये कहना चाहेंगे हम उनको फिर से आना चाहिए, पाकिस्तान विजिट करें और आफ्टर पाकिस्तान हारा है तो लेकिन काफ़ी ज़्यादा मज़ा आया, एंजॉय करा है।
ट्रॉफी तो हमारी थी ना, चलो क्या हुआ, आज बैड लगता, बाबर का 100 ODI था, बट वी रियली एंजॉय।
लगता है जिस टीम को आज आप सपोर्ट कर रहे थे वो जीत गई है, तो कैसा आपको फील हो रहा है उनकी पहली जीत के बाद?
फीलिंग्स मैं तो बोलूँगा कि हमारी तो फीलिंग्स पाकिस्तान के लिए थी, क्योंकि पाकिस्तान नंबर 1 रैंक पर आ गई थी, तो मे भी अब पोजीशन डाउन हो जाए पाकिस्तान की, लेकिन फिर भी हमें अच्छा फील हुआ क्योंकि उनके सारे यंग बॉयज़ आए हुए थे खेलने पाकिस्तान, तो हम इसीलिए उनको आज सपोर्ट कर रहे थे क्योंकि वो पहले 4 मैच हार चुके थे, तो आज हम उनको सपोर्ट कर रहे थे और वो आज जीत गए।
सीरीज खत्म हो चुकी है, पाकिस्तान ने सीरीज 4-1 जीत ली है, तो आप बताएं कि आपको ओवरऑल पाकिस्तान की परफॉर्मेंस इस सीरीज में कैसे लगी?
ओवरऑल परफॉर्मेंस बहुत अच्छी थी पाकिस्तान की। आज थोड़ा सा डिसअपॉइंट किया है, क्लीन स्वीप होता तो और ज़्यादा अच्छा था, लेकिन ये है कि बहुत अच्छा खेला है। कांग्रेचुलेशन पाकिस्तान टीम, पाकिस्तान जिंदाबाद।
और न्यूजीलैंड के बारे में आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
उन्होंने भी बहुत अच्छा खेला और आपको पता है कि पाकिस्तानी वैसे ही मेज़बान हैं, तो उन्होंने बहुत अच्छा, उनको भी सपोर्ट किया आज ग्राउंड में, तो बहुत अच्छा खेला न्यूजीलैंड ने भी, तो उनको भी कांग्रेचुलेट किया आज के मैच के लिए, कांग्रेचुलेट करते हैं और पाकिस्तान जिंदाबाद अगेन, वंस अगेन।
Well, the series and New Zealand's entire tour of Pakistan comes to an end here today, and it's been an absolute treat for the fans to watch as they got to experience some brilliant cricket as cricket came back home yet again. And despite today's win for New Zealand, Pakistan still went on to win this ODI series 4-1. Well, that's it for now, and it's goodbye until next time from me from National Stadium, Karachi.
Well, thank you so much, Mehek, for bringing all the fans' verdict throughout the series. Rooj, just in terms of preparation for the World Cup then, you know, Butt spoke about it, but how do you look at this side? How do you look at this combination? What do you think is going to be key?
I mean, we're sitting here and people who might have just tuned in probably thinking, well, they won 4-1, what are you on about? I mean, let's not take anything away from the positives. They've been plenty. They won the series in convincing fashion 4-1. But if you want to win global events, if you want to be world champions, and again, we said this earlier as well, the pinnacle of one-day cricket is the World Cup, the one-day World Cup, and that title. And Pakistan hasn't won it in a very long time now. And it's things like this which need to be fine-tuned, which need to be critically analysed, because when the big stage comes around, Babar Azam will have to have his tighter group together doing the right things at the right time, and I just feel that is why these discussions become very important, and that's why this series was very important.
All right, thank you for that, Rooj. Mr. Butch, I think it's time to call it a night, but before we go, I'd like to ask you how your tour went. What was the highlight? What did you enjoy the most?
Well, you know, how many tours have I had throughout the course of the Pakistan cricketing summer?
He's a local.
Yeah, it's fantastic that the welcome that you receive here in Pakistan, the people working with you guys, as much as you give us a load of stick most of the time, the Goras, we absolutely loved it, myself and Grant. And yeah, I'll come back anytime. Thanks for having me.
How was the food?
Awesome.
What about you, Rooj? What did you enjoy about this tour? Because we're signing off. I don't know when we're going to be back next, so...
Well, it's been a fantastic season. It's been a very long season, a very good season. Worked with some amazing people from across the globe. You as well, in very fond corner as a friend of mine. But I think in cricket terms, lots for Pakistan to learn from. Results really haven't gone their way, but it's been a good season overall for Pakistan cricket and international cricket continuing to return home for Pakistan.
All right. Thank you so much to both of you then, and thank you for all the amusement and keeping all the humor in to keep us all alive and kicking. And this is how it went, really. Pakistan were on a roll when they started this ODI series. They won the first 4 pretty convincingly, but now New Zealand with something to smile about after this 5th one-day international. Well, it's been absolutely amazing bringing all the coverage to all of you. The games have been great as well. From a Pakistan perspective, I'm sure all the fans are happy that Pakistan has won the series, although they've lost the game today. But overall, plenty and plenty of positives going ahead looking into that World Cup. From now, from all of us, until next time, whenever that may be, it's good night and goodbye.
Oh, is there, another one. How good was that? It was right on the toes.